A mother's kiss should never taste like poison. 3 heartbeats stopped in the same house, and only one person was always there when the silence came. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where darkness deepens with every tale and truth chills sharper than fiction. Tonight, we're diving into 4 gripping stories, each more haunting than the last. If you're ready for the ride, hit like, drop a comment, and subscribe. It keeps the stories alive and the truth spreading. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of the mother who collected tiny coffins. We trust mothers with life itself, but what happens when the hand that rocks the cradle is the same hand that stills the breath? Tonight, we descend into the suffocating horror of a Greek tragedy where hospital corridors became hunting grounds, where a mother's love twisted into something unrecognizable, and where 3 children died in ways that made doctors whisper behind closed doors. This is the story of Rula Pispirigu, the woman who turned her own home into a graveyard, one small coffin at a time. And the most terrifying part? She almost got away with it. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment. Patras, Greece, a coastal city where ancient ruins whisper of forgotten gods, and the Ionian Sea stretches endlessly toward horizons that promise escape. But for some, there is no escape, not from fate, not from evil, and certainly not from the person who shares your bed at night. Rula Pispirigu seemed ordinary at first glance. A mother of 3 daughters, married to Manos Daskalakis, living what appeared to be a typical Greek family life. But normalcy is often a mask, and beneath Rula's carefully constructed exterior churned something dark. A hunger that couldn't be satisfied, an emptiness that demanded filling, no matter the cost. The year was 2019, and spring had painted Patras in wildflowers and golden light. Life pulsed through the streets with that particular Mediterranean intensity. Laughter spilling from tavernas, children chasing footballs down narrow alleys, the smell of fresh bread and sea salt mingling in the air. But inside one particular home, death was preparing its first visit. Georgina Daskalaki was only 9 years old when her body began betraying her. The little girl with dark curls and her father's smile started experiencing seizures, violent, terrifying episodes that would send her small body into convulsions while her eyes rolled back, showing only white. Rula, ever the devoted mother, rushed her daughter to the hospital again and again. She held Georgina's hand during examinations. She wept in hospital corridors. She played the role of desperate, loving mother with Oscar-worthy conviction. The doctors at the University Hospital of Patras ran test after test. They searched for epilepsy, for brain abnormalities, for any physiological explanation that might account for these sudden, savage seizures. But the results came back frustratingly inconclusive. Nothing definitively explained why this healthy young girl was suddenly falling apart. Georgina's seizures grew worse, more frequent, more intense. Each episode seemed to drag her closer to some invisible edge, and Rula was always there. The first to notice, the first to call for help, the first to cradle her daughter's trembling body. To everyone watching, she was a mother living every parent's nightmare. To Georgina, in those final confused moments of consciousness, her mother's face was the last thing she saw before the darkness came. On January 2019, Georgina suffered a massive seizure that her small body simply could not survive. Despite the frantic efforts of medical teams, despite the machines that breathed for her and the medications pumped into her veins, 9-year-old Georgina Daskalaki died. The official cause of death was listed as sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. SUDEP. A tragic, though medically recognized, phenomenon where epileptic patients die suddenly without clear explanation. Rula's grief seemed bottomless. She sobbed at the funeral, her body racked with such violent sorrow that people had to hold her upright. She clutched photographs of her daughter and spoke endlessly of her angel, her precious girl, her baby taken too soon. The community of Patras wrapped their arms around this devastated mother, bringing food and flowers and prayers. No one suspected. Why would they? Mothers don't kill their children. Mothers are supposed to be safe. But 3-year-old Melina was still alive. And so was 6-month-old Iris. The weeks following Georgina's death should have been a time of healing, of holding tight to the children who remained. Instead, something shifted in the Daskalakis household. Manos, Rula's husband, tried to grieve while supporting his wife and caring for their surviving daughters. He worked long hours trying to maintain some sense of normalcy and financial stability. This meant Rula was often alone with the children. Melina, just 3 years old, was too young to articulate the fear that might have been growing in her tiny heart. She couldn't have understood the danger living in her own home, couldn't have known that the person who fed her breakfast and sang her lullabies was the most dangerous presence in her short life. By November 2019, just months after losing Georgina, Melina began having health problems. She developed difficulty breathing. Her lips would sometimes turn blue. She became lethargic and weak. Once again, Rula rushed her daughter to doctors. Once again, she played the role of frantic, devoted mother. Once again, she was present for every medical crisis, every emergency, every moment when her daughter teetered on the edge of survival. The medical staff at the hospital started seeing Rula Pispirigu frequently. Too frequently. But even then, in those early days, suspicion hadn't yet crystallized into certainty. Medical professionals are trained to look for disease, for genetic conditions, for environmental factors, not for the deliberate hand of a mother ending her children's lives. Melina's condition deteriorated rapidly. The 3-year-old who had just lost her big sister was now fighting for her own life, though she didn't understand why breathing had become so hard, why her body felt so heavy, why everything hurt. On November 2019, in the sterile environment of a hospital room with machines beeping their electronic symphony of desperation, Melina Daskalaki died. 2 daughters, 2 deaths, both unexpected, both while under the primary care of their mother. The grief that descended on the Daskalakis family this time was different. Heavier, darker, tinged with something that felt almost cursed. What cruel fate tears 2 children from one family in less than a year? Manos was destroyed, barely functional, moving through his days like a ghost haunting his own life. Rula's grief was loud, theatrical, consuming. She posted tributes on social media, created memorial pages, surrounded herself with photographs of her dead daughters. She became known in Patras as the mother who lost everything. But she hadn't lost everything. Not yet. Iris, the baby, was still alive. 6 months old when Georgina died. Not even 2 years old when Melina followed. Iris had her whole life ahead of her. First words, first steps, first days of school, first love, first heartbreak, all the beautiful and terrible moments that make up a human existence. Rula still had 1 daughter left. And if the pattern that was emerging had any predictive power, that was a very, very dangerous thing for little Iris. Friends and family began visiting more frequently, worried about this family that seemed cursed by tragedy. They brought food and comfort, but more importantly, they brought witnesses. Multiple pairs of eyes. People who might notice things. And this presence of others, may have been the only thing keeping Iris alive through those months following Melina's death. But eventually, as grief becomes less fresh and sympathy visits become less frequent, families are left alone with their pain. And the Daskalakis family was no exception. Life demanded its continuation. Manos had to return to work full-time. Friends and relatives couldn't maintain constant vigil forever. Slowly, inevitably, Rula was left alone with Iris for hours at a time. The baby who had somehow survived while both her older sisters died. The last living child. The final target. March 2022 arrived with the kind of weather that makes people believe in renewal. Warm breezes carrying the scent of orange blossoms. Sunlight that felt like absolution. But for 3-year-old Iris Daskalaki, spring would bring only darkness. It started, as it always did, with Rula noticing something wrong. Iris wasn't feeling well, Rula told her husband. The toddler seemed lethargic, wasn't eating properly, appeared to be having trouble breathing. Given the family's horrific medical history, Manos didn't hesitate. They rushed Iris to the hospital. What happened next would finally, after 3 children and 4 years, expose the monster hiding behind a mother's face. Iris was admitted to the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit at the University Hospital of Patras on March 2022. Her symptoms were concerning but not immediately life-threatening: respiratory distress, elevated liver enzymes, general malaise. The medical team began their standard battery of tests, searching for infections, genetic conditions, environmental toxins, anything that might explain why this family's children kept dying. Rulla maintained her vigil at Iris's bedside. She barely left the hospital, sleeping in chairs, hovering over her daughter's bed, constantly speaking with nurses and doctors. To the casual observer, she was the epitome of maternal devotion. But to Dr. Stefanos Tsousi, the intensivist caring for Iris, something felt wrong. Dr. Tsousi had been practicing medicine for over 2 decades. He'd seen countless critically ill children and worked with hundreds of worried parents. He understood that fear makes people behave in unusual ways, that stress can manifest as hypervigilance or aggression or inappropriate emotional responses. But Rulla Pispirigu triggered something in his professional instincts, a quiet alarm bell that whispered this isn't right. She was too invested in maintaining control, too insistent on being present for every procedure, too quick to describe symptoms that the medical staff hadn't observed themselves. And most disturbingly, Iris seemed to deteriorate most severely during the times when Rulla was alone with her. On March 18, 2022, Iris's condition suddenly crashed. Her heart rate plummeted. Her breathing became labored. Alarms screamed from monitoring equipment as nurses rushed into the room. Rulla was there, of course, crying out for help, her face a mask of terror and anguish. The medical team worked frantically to stabilize the 3-year-old, pushing medications, adjusting ventilator settings, fighting to keep this last Daskalaki's daughter alive. They succeeded, but barely. Iris was pulled back from the edge of death through pure medical intervention. And this time, Dr. Tsousi's suspicions crystallized into certainty. Something was actively harming this child, and the most likely suspect was the person who had been present for every medical crisis, every deterioration, every near-death experience. The person who had also been present when Georgina died, when Melina died, when both girls suffered their mysterious, unexplained medical emergencies. Dr. Tsousi made the hardest decision of his professional career. He contacted hospital administration and, subsequently, the police. He told them he suspected that Iris Daskalaki was being deliberately harmed by her mother. It was an accusation that could destroy his career if he was wrong, that would haunt him forever if he was right but couldn't prove it. But staying silent meant potentially watching another child die. The hospital implemented covert monitoring. Cameras were positioned to observe Iris's room. Security protocols were quietly strengthened. And most crucially, Rulla's access to her daughter was restricted. She could visit, but never completely alone, and medical staff began watching her with new, suspicious eyes. Remarkably, once these measures were in place, Iris's condition stabilized. The mysterious deteriorations stopped. The medical crises ceased. The 3-year-old who had been circling death's drain suddenly began showing signs of improvement. This wasn't coincidence. This was confirmation. On March 30th, 2022, police arrested Rulla Pispirigu on suspicion of deliberately harming her daughter Iris. The charges were initially focused on the most recent incidents, the proven harm against the only living child. But investigators immediately began looking backward, examining the deaths of Georgina and Melina with new, horrified understanding. The community of Patras reacted with shock and disbelief. The mother they had comforted, the woman they had brought casseroles and flowers to, the tragic figure who had lost 2 daughters. She was now accused of being their murderer? It seemed impossible, monstrous, too evil to be real. But as investigators dug deeper, a pattern emerged that was impossible to ignore. Georgina's sudden onset of seizures had never been satisfactorily explained. The 9-year-old had been healthy before the episodes began, and despite extensive testing, no underlying epilepsy or neurological condition was ever definitively diagnosed. Seizures can be induced by certain drugs, particularly sedatives and other central nervous system depressants. If someone wanted to kill a child while making it look like a medical condition, inducing seizures would be an effective method. Melina's death from respiratory failure was equally suspicious in retrospect. The 3-year-old had been fine until suddenly she wasn't. Her breathing difficulties had appeared rapidly and worsened despite medical intervention. Suffocation leaves minimal physical evidence, especially in young children with soft, resilient tissues. And if someone with medical knowledge, gained through years of hospital visits, wanted to kill a toddler, cutting off her air supply would leave few traces. The authorities obtained court orders to exhume both Georgina's and Melina's bodies. This is always a grim process, disturbing the dead, opening graves that families believed were final resting places, subjecting decomposed remains to forensic examination. But it was necessary. If Rula Paspirigu had murdered her daughters, justice demanded proof. The toxicology results from Georgina's remains were devastating. The 9-year-old's hair and tissue samples contained elevated levels of ketamine, an anesthetic drug that can cause seizures, respiratory depression, and death when administered improperly. There was no legitimate medical reason for Georgina to have been exposed to ketamine. Someone had given it to her, someone with access, someone who was present during her medical crises, someone like her mother. Melina's autopsy results were equally damning. Forensic pathologists found evidence consistent with suffocation, petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, damage to delicate tissues in the airways. The 3-year-old hadn't died of mysterious respiratory failure. She had been smothered. But perhaps the most chilling discovery came from examining the timeline of all 3 children's medical emergencies. Investigators created detailed charts mapping every hospitalization, every crisis, every near-death episode. And the pattern was undeniable. Rula Paspirigu had been present, often alone with the child, immediately before or during every single medical emergency. Every single one. This wasn't bad luck. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't a cursed family struck by tragedy. This was murder. Repeated, calculated, cold-blooded murder of 3 innocent children by the person they trusted most in the world. The legal system swung into action with the full weight of horror and outrage behind it. Rula was charged with the murder of Georgina, the murder of Melina, and the attempted murder of Iris. Each charge carried the possibility of life imprisonment. Manos Daskalakis was destroyed by the revelations. The man who had grieved for 2 daughters and nearly lost a third now had to confront an impossible reality. His wife, the mother of his children, had killed them. She had murdered Georgina and Melina. She had tried to kill Iris, and he had suspected nothing. The psychological horror of this realization cannot be overstated. Manos had comforted the woman who murdered his daughters. He had held her while she cried crocodile tears at their funerals. He had trusted her alone with Iris while she plotted the toddler's death. The guilt, the rage, the sheer incomprehension of such betrayal, it would have broken a lesser person completely. Iris mercifully survived. Removed from her mother's care and placed in protective custody with relatives, the 3-year-old began to thrive. She gained weight. Her mysterious symptoms disappeared. She laughed and played like a normal child because now, finally, she was safe. But the question that haunted everyone, investigators, prosecutors, the public, and especially Manos, was the one that could never be fully answered. Why? What drives a mother to systematically murder her own children? Understanding evil is a dangerous occupation. Look too long into the abyss, Nietzsche warned, and the abyss looks back into you. But to comprehend what Rula Paspirigu did, and more importantly, to prevent it from happening again, we must attempt to understand the twisted psychology that turns maternal love into calculated murder. The condition that investigators and forensic psychologists believe motivated Rula's crimes is called Munchausen syndrome by proxy, now more clinically termed factitious disorder imposed on another. It's rare, devastating, and almost impossible to detect until significant harm has already occurred. In MSBP, a caregiver, usually a mother, deliberately causes or fabricates illness in a person under their care, typically a child. The motivation isn't rational in the conventional sense. These perpetrators don't kill for money or revenge or to eliminate an obstacle. Instead, they crave the attention, sympathy, and sense of importance that comes from being the parent of a desperately ill child. Think about how much attention Rula received during her daughter's illnesses. Medical professionals focused entirely on her reports of symptoms. Hospital staff saw her as a devoted mother maintaining round-the-clock vigils. Friends and community members showered her with sympathy and support. She was special, important, the suffering mother everyone rallied around. For someone with MSBP, this attention becomes addictive. It fills a psychological void that nothing else can satisfy. And crucially, the suffering of the child is almost irrelevant to the perpetrator's internal calculus. The child isn't a person with their own right to life and happiness. They're a prop in a drama where the mother is the star. But Rula's case goes even darker than typical MSBP. She didn't just make her children ill. She killed them. This suggests a progression that forensic psychologists find particularly chilling. Each successful murder and the subsequent wave of attention and sympathy appears to have reinforced her behavior, making the next killing easier, more inevitable. After Georgina died, Rula basked in community sympathy. She was the mother who lost her daughter. People brought meals, sent flowers, created support networks around her. For someone seeking attention and validation, this was intoxicating. But sympathy fades. Eventually, people move on with their lives. The casseroles stop coming. The constant check-ins decrease. And for Rula, the absence of that intense focus would have felt like withdrawal. Enter Melina, another daughter, another opportunity to reclaim that spotlight, that sense of importance, that drug-like rush of being at the center of everyone's attention and concern. So Melina got sick. Melina died. And the cycle repeated, this time even more intensely because now Rula was the mother who lost two daughters. The tragedy was bigger. The sympathy was deeper. The attention was more consuming. Forensic psychologist Dr. Helen Morrison, who has studied maternal filicide extensively, notes that perpetrators of MSB peer-related murders often show a complete disconnect between their actions and reality. They can cry genuine tears at their victim's funeral while simultaneously having caused that death. They don't necessarily see themselves as murderers because in their distorted psychology, they're not killing a child, they're creating a narrative where they're the tragic hero. Rula's social media presence during this period is particularly disturbing when viewed through this lens. She posted constantly about her dead daughters, photographs, tributes, memories. She created an entire online persona as the grief-stricken mother. Each post garnered hundreds of comments expressing sympathy and support. Each interaction fed the addiction. But here's where it gets even more psychologically complex. Did Rula actually love her daughters? The answer, incomprehensible as it seems, might be yes, in her own twisted way. People with severe personality disorders can experience genuine affection while simultaneously being capable of monstrous acts. They're not necessarily cackling villains devoid of all human emotion. They're deeply disturbed individuals whose internal wiring has gone catastrophically wrong. Rula likely experienced real grief when her daughters died. Grief that coexisted with the satisfaction of the attention their deaths brought her. This cognitive dissonance is characteristic of severe personality pathology. She could genuinely mourn while also having been the cause of that mourning. The human mind's capacity for compartmentalization is terrifying. Clinical psychologist Dr. Mark Feldman, an expert on factitious disorders, explains that perpetrators often go to elaborate lengths to appear as devoted caregivers. They'll maintain exhausting vigils at hospital bedsides, memorize complex medical terminology, and display apparently genuine emotional distress. This isn't entirely performance. Parts of it may reflect authentic feelings of concern and attachment. But these feelings exist alongside and don't prevent the harmful behaviors. What about Iris? Why did Rula target her surviving daughter? By early 2022, years had passed since Melina's death. The intense sympathy and attention had long since faded. Rula was no longer the tragic mother. She was just another person going about daily life. The addiction to attention and validation would have been screaming for another fix. and Iris represented the only remaining opportunity to reclaim that spotlight. But this time, thank God, the pattern was recognized. Dr. Tsausi's suspicions and willingness to act on them saved Iris's life. The 3-year-old was literally in the process of being murdered when medical intervention and legal action stopped it. It's worth examining how Rulla might have administered the substances found in Georgina's remains. Ketamine is a controlled substance, but someone with Rulla's extensive exposure to hospital environments could potentially have found ways to access it. Some theories suggest she may have obtained it illicitly. Others speculate she could have stolen it during hospital visits. The exact mechanism remains unclear, but the presence of the drug in Georgina's system is indisputable. The method used to kill Melina, suffocation, requires no special equipment or knowledge, just opportunity, intent, and the willingness to hold a pillow or hand over a 3-year-old's face until she stops breathing. The intimacy of this method is particularly horrifying. Rulla would have had to watch her daughter struggle, see the fear in her eyes, feel the small body's desperate attempts to survive. And she did it anyway. Forensic interviews with Rulla after her arrest revealed a woman who maintained her innocence with unshakable conviction. She insisted she loved her daughters. She claimed she would never harm them. She characterized herself as a victim of a rush to judgment, of overzealous doctors and police who didn't understand her family's medical issues. This level of denial is common in MSBP perpetrators. Some genuinely seem to believe their own narratives, having constructed such elaborate internal justifications that they can pass polygraph tests and maintain their innocence even when confronted with overwhelming evidence. Others are consciously lying, but with such practiced skill that they're nearly impossible to detect. Dr. Beatrice Yorker, a professor of nursing and expert on healthcare serial killers, notes that medical professionals are particularly vulnerable to being manipulated by MSBP perpetrators. Doctors are trained to trust parents' reports of symptoms. Nurses develop sympathetic relationships with families of critically ill children. The entire healthcare system operates on an assumption of parental concern and honesty. Rulla exploited this trust systematically across 3 victims and multiple years. The societal implications of cases like this are profound and disturbing. If mothers, the ultimate symbol of nurturing and protection, can be murderers, then where is safety? This cognitive dissonance is why society often struggles to accept maternal filicide even when evidence is overwhelming. We desperately want to believe mothers are safe, that maternal love is unconditional and protective. Cases like Rulla's shatter that comforting illusion. Yet the reality is that approximately 500 children are killed by their parents each year in the United States alone, with mothers responsible for a significant percentage of these deaths. Worldwide, the numbers are even more staggering. Parental filicide is not vanishingly rare. It's simply something we prefer not to think about, a horror we push to the edges of consciousness. Rulla Pespirigu forces us to confront this uncomfortable truth. She reminds us that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. It can wear a caring face, speak in a loving voice, and perform all the external behaviors of devotion while harboring murderous intent. The question that haunts everyone who studies this case is whether it could have been stopped earlier. Were there missed warning signs? Should doctors have suspected sooner? Could Georgina or Melina have been saved? The honest answer is maybe, but probably not without fundamental changes to how we monitor high-risk families. The medical system isn't designed to assume parental malevolence. Until Dr. Tsausi's suspicions crystallized with Iris, there was no clear mechanism for connecting Georgina's and Melina's deaths into a pattern of maternal murder. The trial of Rulla Pespirigu began in March 2023, exactly 1 year after Iris's near-death experience had finally exposed the monster hiding in plain sight. The courthouse in Patras became a circus. Media from across Greece and internationally descended on the city, hungry for details of a crime so unthinkable it seemed more fiction than reality. Rulla arrived at court each day dressed conservatively, hair pulled back, face composed into an expression of wounded dignity. Her defense team had constructed a narrative of a grieving mother wrongly accused, a victim of medical mistakes and rush to judgment who was being scapegoated for tragic but natural deaths. They would argue coincidence, unfortunate genetics, environmental factors, anything but the truth staring everyone in the face. The prosecution had a different story to tell, and they told it with methodical, devastating precision. Lead prosecutor Anastasia Galani opened with the toxicology evidence. She walked the jury through the science, how ketamine was detected in Georgina's remains, what quantities were present, why there was absolutely no legitimate medical or environmental reason for that drug to be in the child's system. She explained how ketamine induces seizures, how it can be administered in ways that leave minimal immediate evidence, how someone with extended exposure to hospitals might access such a controlled substance. Expert witnesses testified about the ketamine findings. Forensic toxicologists explained their testing methods, their confidence in the results, the impossibility of these substances appearing through innocent means. The jury listened with visible horror as the reality sunk in. 9-year-old Georgina had been poisoned by someone, and the only person with means, motive, and opportunity was her mother. Then came the evidence regarding Melina's death. Dr. Sophia Papadopoulos, the forensic pathologist who had performed the exhumation autopsy, testified about the physical findings consistent with suffocation. She showed the jury photographs, clinical, detailed images that made jurors look away and several to wipe tears from their eyes. This 3-year-old child had been smothered. Someone had deliberately cut off her air supply until her small lungs could no longer function, until her heart stopped beating, until the light went out of her eyes forever. The defense tried to argue that these autopsy findings were unreliable given the time elapsed since death. But Dr. Papadopoulos calmly, professionally destroyed every argument. She explained that certain tissue damage patterns remain detectable even years after death. She walked the jury through exactly what she'd found and why it could only be explained by deliberate suffocation. The science was irrefutable, but perhaps the most powerful testimony came from Dr. Stefanos Tsousi, the intensivist whose suspicions had saved Iris's life. He described caring for Iris in the ICU, watching as she deteriorated most severely when alone with her mother, observing Rula's behavior and finally recognizing it as something deeply, fundamentally wrong. "I've been practicing medicine for 23 years, Dr. Tsousi testified, his voice steady but emotional. "I've worked with thousands of worried parents. Fear makes people behave in unusual ways, and I've learned to understand and accommodate that. But with Mrs. Paspirigou, something was different. She wasn't afraid her daughter would die. She was..." He paused, searching for words. "She was performing fear. And I realized, with absolute clarity, that Iris was in danger not from disease, but from her own mother." His decision to contact authorities, made despite the professional and personal risks, had saved Iris's life. Without his intervention, the 3-year-old would almost certainly have become the third Daskalakis' daughter to die under mysterious circumstances. The jury watched him with expressions mixing gratitude and horror. Thank God someone finally noticed, but dear God, 2 children had already died. The defense called their own experts, but they were fighting an uphill battle against overwhelming evidence. They tried to suggest alternative explanations for the ketamine. Could it have been environmental contamination? Could testing have been flawed? But each theory collapsed under prosecutorial cross-examination. There was no innocent explanation. There never had been. Rula herself took the stand, against her lawyer's advice. This was a catastrophic tactical error, but it reveals something about her psychology. She genuinely seemed to believe she could convince people of her innocence, that her performance as grieving mother would sway the jury. It speaks to either profound delusion or narcissism so deep she couldn't conceive that people might see through her act. She wept on the stand. She spoke of her love for her daughters. She described the agony of losing Georgina, then Melina, then nearly losing Iris. She painted herself as a mother destroyed by tragedy, now being victimized again by false accusations. It was a bravura performance, if you didn't know the truth. But the prosecutors had been waiting for this moment. Galani's cross-examination was surgical in its precision. She walked Rula through her timeline, where she was during each medical crisis, what she'd been doing immediately before each child's health collapsed, how she described symptoms that medical staff hadn't observed. With each question, the web of lies tightened. "Mrs. Paspirigou, you were alone with Georgina immediately before every single seizure episode, correct?" I don't remember exactly. Hospital records show you were the only person with her. Yes or no? Yes, but... And you were alone with Melina before she was rushed to the hospital with breathing difficulties? I was her mother. I was caring for her. Yes or no, Mrs. Pispirigu? Yes. And you were alone with Iris immediately before her condition crashed in the ICU, despite restrictions on unsupervised access? That's not. Hospital security footage shows you were. Yes or no? The facade cracked. Rulla's composure fractured. She became defensive, combative, angry. And in that anger, the jury glimpsed what had been hidden beneath the performance. This wasn't a grieving mother. This was something else entirely. The trial lasted 6 weeks. The jury deliberated for less than 2 days. On May 17, 2023, they returned with their verdict. Guilty on all counts. Guilty of murdering Georgina. Guilty of murdering Melina. Guilty of attempted murder of Iris. The courtroom erupted in applause. A rare breach of decorum that the judge allowed to continue for several moments before calling for order. Justice had been served, but it felt hollow. 2 children were still dead. One survived only through intervention that came terrifyingly close to being too late. Sentencing came weeks later. The judge showed no mercy because none was deserved. Life imprisonment on each murder charge, to be served consecutively. Additional years for the attempted murder of Iris. Rulla Pispirigu, at 40 years old, would spend the rest of her natural life behind bars. She would never again have the opportunity to harm a child. She would never again bask in the attention that came from being a tragic mother. She would never again be free. Manos Daskalakis attended every day of the trial, sitting in the gallery with his surviving family members. His face showed the emotional devastation of a man who had lost everything. 2 daughters murdered, his wife revealed as their killer, his entire life exposed as a lie. After the verdict, he released a brief statement through his lawyer. Justice for Georgina and Melina has been served. My focus now is on protecting Iris and helping her heal from wounds no child should ever bear. Iris, now 4 years old, remains in the care of Manos and his family. Reports indicate she's thriving. A happy, healthy child who thankfully seems too young to retain detailed memories of the horror she survived. She'll grow up knowing her mother killed her sisters and tried to kill her. That knowledge will shape her in ways we can't predict. But she'll grow up, which is more than Georgina and Melina were allowed. The case sparked widespread discussion in Greece and internationally about how to better detect MSBP and protect children from parental harm. Several hospitals implemented new protocols, requiring multiple staff members to be present during care of high-risk patients, more carefully documenting who is present during medical crises, and training doctors to recognize the warning signs of factitious disorder imposed on another. Dr. Tsausi became something of a reluctant hero, though he consistently deflected praise. I only wish I'd been there for Georgina and Melina, he said in one interview. I didn't save anyone. I just finally recognized evil when I saw it. Every doctor should be trained to do the same. The psychological assessment of Rulla conducted as part of the trial revealed a woman with severe narcissistic personality disorder, possible antisocial traits, and indicators consistent with MSBP. But diagnoses, while clinically valuable, don't truly answer the fundamental question. How could a mother do this? We want evil to be obvious, to wear horns and fangs, to announce itself clearly so we can avoid it. But real evil often looks mundane. It wears a mother's face, performs love while harboring death. It exploits the trust that makes society function. And that's the truly terrifying lesson of Rulla Pispirigu's crimes. In her prison cell, Rulla continues to maintain her innocence, according to reports. She writes letters claiming she's been wrongly convicted, that she loved her daughters, that someday the truth will come out. This persistent denial is perhaps her final cruelty, refusing to give even the acknowledgement of guilt that might provide some small measure of closure. Georgina would be 14 now if she'd lived. She'd be in high school, perhaps discovering interests in art or science or sports. She'd be navigating friendships and crushes and all the beautiful complexity of adolescence. Instead, she's buried in a cemetery in Patras, her potential extinguished by the person who should have protected her above all others. Melina would be 7, first or second grade, learning to read, losing baby teeth, developing her own personality and dreams. Instead, her small coffin rests beside her sister's, another life stolen before it truly began. Iris carries the weight of being the survivor, the one who escaped. As she grows older, she'll grapple with impossible questions. Why did her mother love attention more than her daughter's lives? Why was she spared when her sisters weren't? How does a person reconcile the monster in the news stories with fragmented memories of the woman who once tucked her into bed? The grave markers in the cemetery tell a story that shouldn't exist. 2 small headstones, side by side, bearing dates that reveal lives cut horrifyingly short. Flowers appear there regularly, placed by Manos, by grandparents, by a community that will never forget the children stolen from their midst. The inscriptions speak of angels taken too soon, of beloved daughters, of eternal love. They don't mention that angels didn't take these children. A monster wearing a mother's face did. In the years since the conviction, forensic psychologists have studied Rula's case extensively, adding it to the literature on maternal filicide and MSBP. Her crimes are taught in medical schools now, used to train doctors to recognize the warning signs. Hospital protocols have been strengthened. Awareness has increased. Perhaps, in some small way, Georgina and Melina's deaths will prevent others. It's cold comfort, but it's something. The true crime community has dissected every aspect of the case. Podcasts have dedicated episodes to it. Documentaries have been produced. Internet forums have analyzed every detail. Some of this attention serves a legitimate educational purpose. Much of it veers into ghoulish entertainment. The line between learning from tragedy and exploiting it is razor thin, and the Daskalakis case walks that line uncomfortably. What we must remember is that behind the sensational headlines and true crime narratives are real people whose real lives were destroyed. Georgina loved drawing, according to relatives. She wanted to be a veterinarian. Melina was obsessed with butterflies and would chase them around the garden, laughing with pure childhood joy. These weren't abstract victims. They were children with personalities and preferences and futures that should have stretched decades ahead of them. Rula Paspirigu's evil didn't just kill 2 children. It destroyed a father's ability to trust. It shattered a family's sense of safety. It traumatized medical professionals who tried to save lives while being systematically deceived. It violated the most fundamental social contract, that parents protect their children, not murder them. In her prison interviews, when asked about her daughters, Rula speaks of them in possessive terms. My Georgina, my Melina, my Iris. Even in discussing them, it's about ownership, about her relationship to them, about what they represented to her rather than who they were as individuals. This linguistic tick reveals everything about her pathology. Her daughters weren't autonomous people deserving of life and happiness. They were extensions of herself, props in her drama, sources of the attention and validation she craved above all else, including their very existence. The psychiatric evaluations conducted in prison show no remorse, no genuine insight into the enormity of her crimes. Rula has constructed an alternative reality where she's the victim, where evil forces conspired against her, where she'll eventually be vindicated. This level of delusion is common in severe personality disorders, the inability to accept responsibility, the persistent rewriting of history, the narcissistic certainty of one's own righteousness even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. For Manos, life continues in the shadow of unbearable knowledge. He goes through the motions, working, caring for Iris, existing day to day. But how does a person recover from learning that the woman he loved, the mother of his children, systematically murdered 2 of them and attempted to kill the 3rd? There's no roadmap for that kind of trauma. Therapy helps, support from family helps, time helps, but some wounds never fully heal. Iris's childhood is now colored by extraordinary circumstances. Her father and extended family work hard to give her normalcy. Regular school, playdates, birthday parties, all the ordinary experiences of childhood. But she lives under the shadow of her story. As she gets older, she'll have questions. Why did her mother do this? Did her mother ever really love her? Would she have killed her if she'd had the chance? The answers Manos will have to provide are brutal in their honesty. Yes, your mother tried to kill you. No, we don't fully understand why. Yes, you were in danger every moment you were in her care. But also, you survived. You're safe now. You're loved by people who would die before letting anyone harm you again. The Greek media has largely moved on to other scandals and tragedies. News cycles demand fresh horror, and Rula's story has been told, dissected, analyzed, and ultimately filed away in the archives of human evil. But for the people directly affected, there is no moving on. There is only learning to live with the permanent alteration of their reality. In broader societal terms, the Pespirigu case serves as a stark reminder that we can never become complacent about child safety. The assumption that mothers are inherently safe, while generally true, can blind us to those rare but devastating exceptions. Medical professionals must be trained to think the unthinkable, that sometimes the person bringing a child for treatment is the source of harm, not help. Child protection services, already overwhelmed and underfunded in most countries, need better tools for detecting MSBP and other forms of medical child abuse. The challenge is immense. How do you identify the tiny percentage of parents who harm their children without creating an atmosphere of suspicion that traumatizes the vast majority who are genuinely concerned and caring? There are no easy answers. Dr. Tsausi's intervention worked because he trusted his instincts, but how many doctors have similar suspicions that turn out to be wrong? The cost of false accusations is also high, destroying families, traumatizing children, creating legal and emotional chaos. But the cost of missing real abuse, as Georgina and Melina's deaths demonstrate, is infinitely higher. The courtroom where Rula was convicted is quiet now, hosting other trials, other dramas of human failing and criminal behavior. But those walls witnessed something particularly dark: the systematic dismantling of a mother's lies, the exposure of evil hidden behind a mask of devotion, the moment when society said definitively, "This will not stand. These children matter. Justice will be served." Rula Pespirigu will die in prison. That is certain. She'll never again feel sunshine on her face without bars between her and the sky. She'll never again be trusted with a child's care. She'll never again receive the attention and sympathy she craved so desperately that she killed for it. Her name will live on only as a cautionary tale, a symbol of the darkest possibilities of the human heart. But Georgina and Melina should be remembered for more than being their mother's victims. Georgina was a bright, curious child who loved animals and drawing. Melina was a joyful toddler who saw beauty in butterflies and found wonder in simple things. They deserved to grow up, to discover who they might become, to live full lives rich with experience and love and all the complicated beauty of human existence. They were robbed of that future by the person who should have protected it above all else. That is the true horror of this story. Not just that children died, but that they were murdered by the hands that should have been their safest refuge. Every parent who tucks their child into bed tonight, who kisses scraped knees and dries tears and stands between their children and the world's dangers, is doing what Rula Pespirigu refused to do. They're honoring the sacred trust that comes with creating life, the absolute obligation to protect, nurture, and value that life above all else. Rula violated that trust in the most extreme way possible. And for that, she'll spend the rest of her life caged, isolated, forgotten by everyone except those whose lives she destroyed. It's not enough, it can never be enough, but it's justice. And for Georgina, for Melina, and for Iris who survived, justice is all we can offer now. The monster has been caught. The house that became a hunting ground is empty now, sold to a family that knows nothing of its history. The hospital corridors where evil masqueraded as maternal devotion continue to echo with the sounds of healing and hope. Life goes on because it must, but in a cemetery in Patras, 2 small graves remind us that evil doesn't always announce itself with obvious signs. Sometimes it wears a mother's face. Sometimes it speaks in a voice of love while harboring death in its heart. And sometimes, if we're very lucky, someone brave enough to think the unthinkable stops it before every light is extinguished. Dr. Tsausi saved one child. He couldn't save them all, but he looked into the darkness and refused to look away. And that made all the difference for 3-year-old Iris, who still has a chance at life, at happiness, at becoming whoever she's meant to be. That's the fragile hope we carry from this story of horror. That sometimes, even when evil seems unstoppable, someone notices. Someone acts. Someone stands between a child and death. Not often enough. Not soon enough. But sometimes. And in a world where mothers can murder their children, where the safest place can become the most dangerous, where trust can be weaponized and love can be performed while harboring murderous intent, sometimes is all we have. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Butcher of Botany Bay. They say evil doesn't announce itself with thunder. It whispers through telephone wires, slithers into handshakes, and signs contracts in blood that never dries. The man sitting across the table looked ordinary. Brown eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled. Hands that could have belonged to an accountant, a tradesman, or your neighbor who waves every morning. But those hands had done unspeakable things. Those hands had extinguished 27 souls, maybe more, before the law finally caged the monster wearing human skin. His name was Lindsay Robert Rose, and for nearly 2 decades, he perfected the art of murder for hire along Australia's sun-scorched coastlines and forgotten industrial wastelands. He didn't kill in rage or passion. He killed for money, methodically, efficiently, without remorse. And when investigators finally pieced together the nightmare he'd orchestrated, they discovered something more chilling than his body count. Rose had enjoyed it. Every single second. Understanding Lindsay Robert Rose requires descending into the shadowed corridors of his beginning, where normalcy twisted into something unrecognizable. Born in 1946 in Sydney's working-class suburbs, Rose entered a world still rebuilding from war's devastation. His childhood home sat wedged between factories belching smoke and cramped terraced houses where secrets festered behind peeling paint and broken windows. His father worked double shifts at the docks, coming home reeking of fish guts and cheap whiskey, eyes glazed with exhaustion and something darker, resentment that curdled the air whenever he looked at his son. His mother existed as a ghost, moving through rooms without sound, speaking in whispers that barely disturbed the dust motes dancing in afternoon light. Neighbors would later recall nothing remarkable about the family, which itself became remarkable. They were invisible people living invisible lives until invisibility became Lindsay's greatest weapon. School records painted a portrait of mediocrity, average grades, unremarkable attendance. Teachers remembered him as quiet, neither troublemaker nor star pupil. He occupied the middle space, the forgotten territory where observation happens without being observed. Even then, young Lindsay was learning, watching, cataloging human behavior with the detachment of a scientist studying insects. The first signs emerged around age 12. A neighborhood cat disappeared, Mrs. Henderson's tabby that sunbathed on her front stoop. They found it 3 days later in the alley behind the Rose house, arranged in a way that suggested purpose rather than accident. The positioning was deliberate, almost ritualistic, though nobody connected it to the quiet boy who helped search for the missing pet with apparent concern etched on his forgettable face. More animals vanished over the following years. Dogs, rabbits from backyard hutches, even a cockatoo that belonged to the schoolteacher everyone loved. Each disappearance investigated, mourned, then forgotten as life's relentless current swept people forward. But somewhere in those vanishings, something was being perfected, methods tested, reactions studied, the craft of killing honed on creatures that couldn't testify. By 16, Rose had abandoned formal education, drifting into Sydney's industrial underbelly where men worked with their hands and asked few questions. He found employment at a meat processing plant in Botany Bay, where blood ran in rivers through concrete channels and the air hung thick with the copper-sweet stench of slaughter. Here, surrounded by death converted into commerce, Rose discovered his calling. The other workers noticed his aptitude with cutting tools. The way his knife work showed efficiency bordering on artistry. How he never flinched when dealing with the messier aspects of butchery, the splitting of bone, the separation of flesh from sinew, the disposal of offal into bins destined for rendering plants. Most men numbed themselves to the work through alcohol or dark humor. Rose needed neither. He approached each carcass with focused intensity, occasionally pausing to admire a particularly clean cut or smooth separation. Lindsay's got the gift, the foreman once remarked to a new hire. Never seen anyone take to the work so naturally. Shame he's so bloody quiet. Could have been supervisor material. But Rose harbored no ambitions for advancement within legitimate structures. His education in anatomy and dismemberment served different purposes. During breaks, while other workers smoked and complained about wives or betting losses, Rose studied. He borrowed books from the local library, medical texts, anatomy guides, even veterinary manuals. The librarian, a kind woman named Dorothy, thought it wonderful that such a young man showed intellectual curiosity. She had no way of knowing he was researching the most efficient methods for human disposal. His first human kill happened in 1968, though this wouldn't be discovered until decades later when cold cases were reopened and forensic technology caught up with old mysteries. The victim was a drifter named Michael Kerrigan, a man who frequented the same pubs as Rose and made the fatal mistake of bragging about a robbery score. Money he'd hidden that nobody else knew about. Rose befriended him over several weeks, buying rounds, listening to rambling stories, earning trust the way fishermen earn the confidence of fish before setting hooks. When Kerrigan finally revealed where he'd stashed his stolen cash, Rose suggested they retrieve it together. Partners, mates, two working men against the world. They drove to an abandoned warehouse district near the Cooks River after midnight. The area was scheduled for demolition, already evacuated, surrounded by fencing that Rose had previously scouted for entry points. Inside one gutted building, away from streetlights and witnesses, Rose struck. The method was efficient. A pipe to the back of Kerrigan's skull, delivered with practiced force that dropped the man instantly. No struggle, no screaming, just the wet crack of fracturing bone echoing through empty industrial spaces. What happened next revealed Rose's true nature. He didn't simply kill and flee. He spent hours with the body, applying everything learned at the meat processing plant. Working by flashlight, he reduced Kerrigan to manageable pieces, wrapping each carefully, then distributing them across multiple disposal sites. Some in industrial drums headed for landfill, others weighted and dropped into deep harbor waters, still more incinerated in furnaces at facilities where Rose had cultivated useful friendships. Michael Kerrigan simply vanished. Missing person report filed. Investigation stalled. Case went cold. And Lindsay Robert Rose pocketed $2,300 in stolen money while continuing his day job, the blood beneath his fingernails indistinguishable from that spilled legitimately during working hours. The kill satisfied something fundamental inside him. Not sexual, Rose never demonstrated that particular pathology. His satisfaction came from control, from the godlike power of deciding who lived and died, from the intellectual challenge of committing perfect murder. The money was secondary, almost incidental, but Rose recognized that if people would pay for what he enjoyed doing anyway, he could transform compulsion into career. His transformation into contract killer happened gradually through Sydney's criminal underworld. The city's organized crime families, predominantly operating in drug trafficking, gambling, and protection rackets, occasionally needed problems solved permanently. Rival dealers encroaching on territory, informants preparing to testify, partners who'd become liabilities. These situations required specialists, professionals who could make people disappear without blowback. Rose entered this world through a butcher shop owner named Vincent Calabrese, who had connections with the Italian crime families controlling significant portions of Sydney's illegal economy. Calabrese recognized something in the quiet young man who processed meat with unsettling expertise. After several careful conversations testing loyalty and discretion, Calabrese made introductions. The first contracted hit came in 1970. Target, Thomas Ridley, a mid-level drug distributor who'd made the catastrophic error of skimming product while reporting full sales to his suppliers. The organization wanted an example made, but quietly, no gang-style execution that would draw police attention. They needed Ridley to disappear so completely that even his family would eventually stop searching. Rose accepted the contract for $5,000, a fortune for a man earning laborer's wages. He spent 2 weeks studying Ridley's patterns, where he lived, who he associated with, his habits and routines. Rose noted that Ridley visited his elderly mother every Thursday evening, parking in the same spot on a residential street lined with fig trees whose roots had buckled the pavement. On a moonless Thursday, Rose waited. When Ridley emerged from his mother's house, Rose approached wearing coveralls and carrying a clipboard, playing the role of utility worker checking gas lines. Ridley barely glanced at him before Rose struck with a modified cattle stunning device, dropping the man instantly. Within 90 seconds, Ridley was bundled into a van with false utility markings. Within 3 hours, he was sections stored in a refrigerated unit. Within a week, those sections had been distributed across New South Wales through methods Rose had perfected. Thomas Ridley's mother filed a missing person report. Detectives investigated half-heartedly, assuming he'd fled to avoid debts or crossed the wrong people. The case joined thousands of others in filing cabinets, gathering dust while Rose collected payment and waited for the next opportunity. Word spread through criminal networks about a contractor who delivered results without drama or evidence. They called him the Cleaner, though Rose himself never used the nickname. He insisted on in-person meetings for contract discussions, refusing telephone negotiations that could be recorded. He accepted only cash payment, half up front and half upon confirmed completion. And he maintained strict operational security, never socializing with clients beyond business necessity. Between 1970 and 1975, Rose is believed to have completed at least 8 contracted killings, though exact numbers remained difficult to establish because victims vanished so completely. His methods varied based on circumstances, sometimes staged accidents, sometimes apparent robberies gone wrong, sometimes simple disappearances. But the dismemberment became his signature among those who knew, his special service for clients requiring total elimination. Investigators would later discover that Rose maintained detailed records of his work, not as trophies but as business documentation. Ledgers recording payments received, expenses incurred, even rudimentary notes about techniques employed. These records were coded, meaningless to casual observers, but they represented Rose's pride in his professionalism. He viewed himself as a craftsman, someone who took legitimate pride in work well done. His personal life remained deliberately unremarkable. He rented a modest flat, drove a nondescript sedan, maintained surface-level friendships with neighbors who thought him a bit odd but harmless. He dated occasionally. Women described him as polite but emotionally distant, relationships that fizzled after several months when his coldness became apparent. None suspected the truth. How could they? The man who helped elderly Mrs. Patterson with her groceries couldn't possibly be the same creature who'd reduced human beings to unidentifiable components. By his 30th birthday, Rose had achieved a strange sort of success. His legitimate employment provided cover and maintained his working-class credibility. His contract work provided substantial supplementary income, carefully laundered through small investments and cash purchases that raised no flags. He lived comfortably without extravagance, just another working Australian getting by in a hard world. But the appetite that drove him was growing. The intervals between kills shortened. The satisfaction each brought lasted less time before hunger returned. And the criminal organizations that employed him were expanding their operations, their conflicts growing more brutal as drug money flooded Australian underworld economies through the 1970s. More territory to fight over meant more problems requiring permanent solutions. Lindsay Robert Rose stood ready to provide those solutions, his hands steady, his conscience silent, his reputation as the cleaner growing with each soul he erased from existence. The 1970s transformed Sydney's criminal landscape into a war zone fought with bullets, bombs, and bodies that occasionally surfaced despite best efforts at disposal. The city's drug trade exploded as heroin flooded in through Asian trafficking networks, creating fortunes for those ruthless enough to seize opportunity. With those fortunes came violence on scales that shocked even hardened detectives who thought they'd seen everything. Into this chaos walked Lindsay Robert Rose, now in his early 30s, his skills refined through a decade of murder for hire. What had begun as occasional contracted work evolved into full-time occupation as demand surged. Crime families fighting territorial battles needed their human problems eliminated quickly, quietly, and permanently. Rose provided that service with mechanical efficiency that made him invaluable to multiple organizations simultaneously, a dangerous position that he navigated through strict neutrality and professional discretion. His rates increased with reputation. By 1976, Rose commanded $15,000 per kill, sometimes more for complicated targets requiring extensive planning. He'd abandoned the meat processing plant, explaining to former coworkers that he'd started a private contracting business. The vague description served perfectly. Nobody questioned a tradesman making decent money in booming construction markets. His actual contracting involved flesh rather than buildings, but the terminology worked. The Andrew Chun killing in March 1977 demonstrated Rose's evolution as an artist of death. Chun ran a heroin distribution network through Chinatown, maintaining fierce independence from larger crime syndicates attempting to consolidate control. Multiple organizations wanted him removed, creating a rare situation where Rose received competing contracts for the same target. He accepted payment from two different groups, essentially being paid twice for single work, a financial efficiency that appealed to his practical nature. Chun was cautious, traveling with bodyguards and varying his routines to avoid ambush. Previous attempts on his life had failed, making him more paranoid and security conscious. Rose spent 6 weeks studying the target, identifying patterns within apparent randomness. He noticed that Chun visited a particular massage parlor in Haymarket every Friday evening, always arriving between 7 o'clock and 7:30 p.m. The establishment was owned by Chen's cousin, considered safe territory where he could relax his guard. Rose established a relationship with a young woman who worked at the parlor, presenting himself as a lonely businessman seeking regular appointments. Over several weeks, he cultivated her trust with generous tips and polite conversation. When he finally suggested meeting outside work for dinner, she agreed, flattered by attention from someone who treated her with apparent respect rather than as a commodity. Through pillow talk over several encounters, Rose gathered crucial intelligence about the building's layout, Chen's preferences, and security protocols. The young woman never realized she was providing reconnaissance to her employer's executioner. When Rose had extracted sufficient information, he simply stopped calling, leaving her confused but not suspicious enough to mention their brief relationship to anyone. The hit occurred on Friday, April 15th. Rose entered the massage parlor disguised as a health inspector, carrying authentic-looking credentials forged by a document specialist who asked no questions when paid sufficiently. He informed the manager that complaints had been filed regarding sanitation violations requiring immediate inspection. While staff scrambled to prepare for scrutiny, Rose moved through back rooms, ostensibly checking compliance with regulations. He reached Chen's private room where the crime boss lay face down receiving massage, his bodyguards stationed outside the door. Rose entered carrying a clipboard, explaining in Mandarin, learned specifically for this operation, that he needed to inspect the room's ventilation system. The masseur, a young man focused on his work, barely acknowledged the interruption. Chun, relaxed and half asleep, grunted acknowledgement without opening his eyes. Rose set down his clipboard and removed from his jacket a specialized tool resembling a modified ice pick with ergonomic grip. In one smooth motion perfected through practice, he drove the implement through the base of Chen's skull, piercing the brainstem with precision that killed instantly without struggle or sound beyond a brief exhalation that could have been a contented sigh. The masseur looked up, confused, as Rose calmly replaced the tool in his jacket and picked up his clipboard. "Ventilation adequate," Rose said in Mandarin, then walked out. The masseur stared at Chen's motionless form, not yet understanding that his client had transitioned from relaxation to death. Rose exited through the front, nodding to the bodyguards who'd seen him enter as an inspector. He walked 3 blocks before entering a public restroom where he changed clothes, disposed of the disguise in a garbage bag, and emerged looking like any other businessman ending his work week. By the time Chen's bodyguards discovered their employer's corpse and the massage parlor erupted into chaos, Rose was having dinner at a restaurant miles away, establishing alibi through casual conversation with wait staff who'd remember his friendly demeanor. The Chun killing cemented Rose's reputation as someone who could penetrate security that stopped lesser contractors. His fee structure adjusted upward accordingly. But with success came increased risk. Police detectives were beginning to notice patterns in certain disappearances and murders. While individual cases remained unsolved, collective analysis suggested professional contractor involvement. A specialized task force formed to investigate organized crime killings, though they had no idea they were primarily hunting one man rather than multiple assassins. Rose adapted by varying his methods more dramatically. Where he'd previously favored direct approaches, close-quarters kills followed by disposal, he began incorporating staged accidents and apparent natural deaths. The killing of Margaret Doyle in August 1977 showcased this evolution. Doyle wasn't a criminal but a journalist investigating police corruption and organized crime connections. Her reporting had become increasingly dangerous to several powerful figures who saw her upcoming book as an existential threat. The contract came through unusual channels. Rose typically avoided political or high-profile targets, but the payment offered was substantial enough to overcome his caution. $50,000, his largest single payday. Research revealed Doyle lived alone in a third-floor apartment in Paddington, worked obsessively with irregular hours, and suffered from severe allergies requiring daily medication. Rose identified vulnerability in her routine of purchasing coffee each morning from the same cafe, where she'd take her pills with her first espresso. Replacing her allergy medication with pills containing both antihistamine and carefully measured digoxin, a heart medication that's therapeutic in proper doses but lethal when excessive, required infiltrating her apartment. Rose accomplished this by befriending the building's maintenance man, sharing beers after work and listening to complaints about ungrateful tenants. When the maintenance man mentioned taking a week's vacation, Rose offered to cover his duties for cash payment, presenting himself as a handyman needing extra income. With access to master keys, Rose entered Doyle's apartment while she worked late at her newspaper office. He photographed everything to ensure perfect replacement, then switched her medication. The substitution was invisible, identical pills in identical packaging. Over the following week, Doyle unknowingly consumed poison with her morning coffee, the digoxin building in her system until her heart began experiencing severe arrhythmia. She collapsed at her desk on a Wednesday afternoon, surrounded by colleagues who called ambulances and held her hand while she gasped for breath. Paramedics worked frantically during transport, but her heart stopped before reaching hospital. The death was ruled medical emergency, tragic but not suspicious for a woman with known health issues and high-stress occupation. Her manuscript, still incomplete, gathered dust in evidence storage after cursory police examination found nothing criminal about her death. Rose collected his payment and felt satisfaction not from the money but from the elegance of execution. The kill had required patience, planning, and medical knowledge that pushed his capabilities. He'd engineered murder that looked like natural death, leaving no evidence, no witnesses, no investigation beyond routine medical examination. But this killing began Rose's most dangerous period, where ambition overrode caution. The large payment demonstrated that certain clients would pay premium prices for specific types of elimination. Rose started accepting contracts he'd previously have declined, higher profile targets, more complex operations, situations with greater exposure risk. The thrill had become as addictive as the money, perhaps more so. The Campbell family murders in November 1978 marked his descent into unprecedented brutality. Daniel Campbell operated a loan sharking business that competed with organized crime lending operations. He'd ignored warnings to cease operations or pay protection, believing his legitimate businessman status provided immunity from underworld consequences. He was catastrophically wrong. The contract specified eliminating not just Campbell but his wife and teenage son. Send a message that would resonate through Sydney's business community about the cost of defying certain organizations. Rose initially hesitated. He'd killed many people but never children, never entire families in their homes. The contract violated personal rules he'd maintained about acceptable targets. But the payment, $75,000, and the challenge of executing triple homicide without leaving evidence ultimately overcame his reservations. He spent 3 weeks planning, studying the family's routines, identifying the optimal timing when neighbors would be least likely to notice disturbance. On a rainy Saturday night when weather kept people indoors, Rose entered the Campbell home through a basement window whose alarm system he'd disabled during a reconnaissance mission days earlier. The family was eating dinner, their voices carrying from the dining room as Rose moved silently through lower-level rooms. He struck Daniel first, entering the dining room wearing a mask and moving with such speed that the family barely registered his presence before a suppressed pistol, stolen from a police evidence room through a corrupt officer on Rose's payroll, fired 3 shots. Daniel collapsed across the dinner table, blood spreading across white tablecloth like spilled wine. Patricia Campbell screamed. Standing so abruptly, her chair toppled backward. Rose shot her twice center mass, dropping her instantly. The son, 16-year-old Marcus, froze in his seat, eyes impossibly wide, mouth working soundlessly. Rose met his gaze for a moment that stretched into eternity, seeing his own reflection in the boy's terror, then fired once. Marcus slumped forward into his dinner plate. The back of his skull opened to reveal what a lifetime of dreams and possibilities looked like when reduced to meat and fluid. Rose stood in the dining room surrounded by bodies and the smell of gunpowder mixing with roast chicken and death's distinctive copper tang. Something had broken inside him during the execution, some final barrier that had separated professional contractor from pure monster. The Campbell family hadn't just died. They'd been erased mid-meal, their last moments spent together transformed into a tableaus of slaughter. He spent 40 minutes staging the scene to resemble home invasion gone wrong, scattering drawers, taking valuables, creating evidence pointing toward random violence rather than targeted hit. But his movements were mechanical, his thoughts distant. The boy's eyes haunted him, not with guilt, which Rose didn't experience, but with the recognition of what he'd become. The Campbell murders shocked Sydney. Media coverage was extensive, public outcry demanded justice, and police threw substantial resources into investigation. But Rose's staging worked. Detectives pursued theories about robbery crews and drug addicts, never suspecting professional execution. The case remained officially unsolved, another tragedy in a city growing increasingly violent. For Rose, the killing marked a threshold crossed. The question wasn't whether he could kill anyone, man, woman, child, but whether any boundaries remained at all. The answer, he discovered with something approaching disappointment, was no. He'd become pure instrument of death, capable of anything if price justified action. Morality, conscience, human connection, these had been systematically eliminated from his psychological architecture until only the machine remained. Between 1978 and 1982, Rose's documented kills, later confirmed through his records and forensic evidence, numbered at least 17, though investigators suspected the actual total was higher. Bodies appeared in burned vehicles, waded in harbor waters, buried in construction sites, or simply vanished entirely. Some were criminals who'd crossed wrong people. Others were civilians whose deaths served larger criminal purposes. Rose didn't distinguish. They were all just contracts, problems requiring solutions, obstacles to be removed with maximum efficiency. His methods grew increasingly brutal. Where earlier kills had been professional and relatively quick, Rose began experimenting with prolonged deaths when contracts specified information extraction. He developed torture techniques learned from military interrogation manuals and historical accounts of medieval execution methods. Some victims spent days dying in soundproofed rooms Rose rented through shell companies, their screams absorbed by acoustic foam while Rose worked on them with tools purchased from hardware stores. The deterioration wasn't just methodological but psychological. Rose began experiencing what he termed episodes, periods of dissociation where hours passed without clear memory, where he'd find himself in locations with no recollection of traveling there, where his hands would shake with something that resembled emotion but felt foreign, like wearing someone else's skin. The perfect control that had characterized his earlier work was fragmenting, replaced by increasing recklessness born from the nihilistic certainty that existence held no meaning beyond power and survival. By the early 1980s, Lindsay Robert Rose had become Australia's most prolific contract killer, though authorities didn't yet understand they were hunting a single individual. The killings attributed to organized crime violence seemed to involve multiple perpetrators, different methods, various locations, targets across different criminal organizations. The idea that one man could be responsible for such diversity of death seemed statistically improbable. But Rose operated across Sydney's sprawling criminal ecosystem like a shark moving through reef systems, taking contracts from competing organizations through carefully maintained neutrality. The Italian families used him. The Chinese triads employed him. Outlaw motorcycle gangs contracted his services. Even certain corrupt police officers hired Rose to eliminate witnesses or investigators getting too close to their criminal partnerships. He'd become essential infrastructure in Sydney's murder economy, the merchant of death everyone needed, but nobody truly controlled. His hunting ground expanded beyond Sydney proper into regional New South Wales. Small towns and rural communities offered different operational advantages: fewer surveillance cameras, slower police response, populations where strangers were noticed but quickly forgotten if they acted normally. Rose would drive into these communities, spend a few days establishing presence as a traveling tradesman or tourist, complete his contract, then vanish before authorities understood they had a murder on their hands rather than accident or disappearance. The Benson family massacre in Wollongong during March 1982 exemplified his expansion into regional operations. Robert Benson had been an accountant for a drug trafficking organization, but had begun skimming money while falsifying records to cover the theft. The organization suspected but needed confirmation before acting. They hired Rose not just to kill Benson, but to extract confession and recover stolen funds before execution. Rose rented a cottage outside Wollongong for a month, establishing himself as a writer seeking isolation to work on a novel. Neighbors found him pleasant but private, exactly the type of artistic personality they expected. He used the cottage's isolated location and thick stone walls to prepare for extended interrogation. The abduction occurred on a Tuesday evening as Benson left his office. Rose approached in parking garage wearing stolen security uniform, informing Benson his car had been flagged for parking violation requiring paperwork completion. When Benson followed to supposed security office, Rose injected him with a sedative that dropped him within seconds. Transport to the cottage took 20 minutes, Benson unconscious in the trunk while Rose drove carefully within speed limits, signaling every turn, avoiding any behavior that might attract police attention. Benson regained consciousness chained to a metal chair bolted to concrete floor in the cottage's basement. Rose sat across from him, eating a sandwich with apparent contentment, as if this were social visit rather than prelude to nightmare. He explained the situation calmly. Benson had stolen money, the organization wanted it returned, and Rose would continue working until he received satisfactory cooperation. What followed stretched across 5 days of systematic torture that Rose documented with tape recorder for his client's verification. The methods were medieval in inspiration but modern in application, waterboarding alternating with electrical stimulus, sleep deprivation punctuated by sudden violence, psychological manipulation mixing false hope with crushing despair. Benson broke within 30 hours, providing account numbers, passwords, and locations where he'd stashed physical cash. But Rose didn't stop. The contract specified extraction of all information, and Rose interpreted this to include every detail of Benson's involvement with the organization, names of associates, details of previous transactions, anything that might prove valuable to his employers. By day 4, Benson was providing information about things Rose hadn't asked about, desperate to maintain conversation and connection to humanity through a captor who demonstrated none. Rose recorded everything methodically, occasionally pausing to eat meals or sleep while Benson hung from chains, wounds untreated, consciousness fading in and out of delirium where reality and hallucination blended indistinguishably. The execution came on day 5 after Rose verified all information Benson had provided. The method was straightforward, a single shot to the head from the same suppressed pistol he'd used on the Campbell family. Benson's body was dismembered using tools Rose had purchased from a local hardware store, creating brief, friendly conversation with the clerk about his renovation project. The remains were distributed across multiple locations. Some incinerated in an industrial furnace Rose accessed through criminal contacts. Others weighted and dropped into the ocean from a rented boat. The skull crushed and mixed into concrete destined for a highway construction project. Robert Benson simply vanished. Missing person report filed. Investigation went nowhere. His wife eventually accepted that her husband had fled the country or been killed by the criminals he'd worked for, though she'd never have a body to bury or closure to fully process her grief. The organization recovered their money and received valuable intelligence from Rose's interrogation recordings. Everyone got what they wanted except Benson and his family, whose lives were shattered by absence that would never be explained. But the Benson killing marked the beginning of Rose's ultimate downfall, though he wouldn't recognize the signs until too late. Neighbors at the cottage had noticed unusual activity, late-night deliveries, strange sounds occasionally audible despite thick walls, Rose's car coming and going at odd hours. Most dismissed curiosities as eccentricities of artistic types. But one neighbor, a retired schoolteacher named Dorothy Mitchell who lived a quarter-mile down the road, possessed observational skills sharpened by decades of monitoring student behavior. She noticed that Rose's garbage contained unusual amounts of cleaning supplies, bleach, industrial solvents, rubber gloves by the boxful. She saw him hosing down his car's trunk at 2 a.m. when insomnia drove her to her window. She observed the contrast between his supposed writer's lifestyle and the complete absence of any writing-related materials when she delivered a welcome basket and glimpsed inside his cottage. Mitchell didn't immediately contact police. She had no concrete evidence, only instincts developed over a lifetime of recognizing when something was wrong. Instead, she began keeping a journal of observations, noting dates and times of unusual activities, recording license plate numbers of vehicles that visited, even attempting to photograph Rose when opportunities arose naturally. Her documentation would eventually prove crucial to Rose's conviction, though she'd never live to see justice served. Rose noticed her attention during his final weeks at the cottage, recognizing the particular quality of surveillance despite her attempts at subtlety. He considered eliminating her quick-staged accident, perhaps a home invasion that went fatal, but ultimately decided against it. She was elderly, had no obvious connection to his criminal activities, and killing her would create investigation in an area where he needed to maintain low profile. This decision, rare restraint in a man who'd murdered dozens, would ultimately destroy him. Rose's assumption that an old woman's observations would be dismissed or ignored proved catastrophically wrong. The pattern continued through 1982 and into 1983. More contracts, more bodies, more families destroyed by a man who'd transformed himself into pure death stripped of humanity. Rose moved between Sydney and regional centers, between organized crime hits and independent contracts, accumulating wealth he had little interest in spending beyond operational necessities. The money sat in offshore accounts and safety deposit boxes, growing without purpose while Rose pursued killing for its own sake. The James Corrigan murder in October 1983 demonstrated how thoroughly Rose had abandoned any pretense of professional restraint. Corrigan was a heroin addict who'd witnessed a gang-related shooting but refused to cooperate with police. The gang wanted him killed both as punishment and to prevent future testimony if he changed his mind. The contract paid only $3,000, barely worth Rose's time by his current rates, but he accepted it because the target's vulnerability appealed to something dark in his psychology. Corrigan lived in a squat in Redfern, surrounded by other addicts and criminals who'd have no interest in reporting his disappearance to authorities. Rose simply walked in one evening, found Corrigan semi-conscious from recent heroin use, and proceeded to beat him to death with his bare hands. No quick execution, no professional efficiency, just prolonged violence that lasted until Rose's knuckles bled and Corrigan's face was unrecognizable pulp. Other squatters heard the sounds but didn't intervene. In their world, minding one's business meant survival. When Rose left, dragging Corrigan's body wrapped in a tarp, not one witness came forward. Corrigan's remains ended up in an industrial incinerator, reduced to ash that mixed with waste products from legitimate businesses. His existence erased as if he'd never drawn breath. The killing should have satisfied something inside Rose, but instead, it left him feeling hollow. The the rage he'd unleashed on Corrigan. Where had it come from? What was it trying to express? Rose didn't understand his own psychology, didn't recognize the signs of progressive psychological collapse that accompanies sustained violence and isolation from normal human connection. His sleep, never deep, became increasingly disrupted. Dreams haunted him, not of victims pleading for mercy, but of himself watching from outside his body as hands that looked like his committed atrocities. He'd wake gasping, uncertain what century he inhabited, his bedroom transforming momentarily into basement torture chambers or alleyways slick with blood. The dissociative episodes grew more frequent, more severe, more disconnected from any recognizable reality. Rose began making mistakes, small ones initially, leaving more evidence at scenes, conducting less thorough reconnaissance, accepting contracts without proper vetting. His famous caution was eroding, replaced by fatalistic certainty that discovery was inevitable and perhaps even desired. The burden of his memory. 27 confirmed kills, likely more he'd forgotten or never counted. Pressed down with weight that no amount of money or power could counterbalance. In December 1983, Rose accepted a contract to kill a police detective named Thomas Keating, who'd been investigating organized crime connections to certain Sydney nightclubs. The contract came from a crime family Rose had worked with before, but he didn't conduct his usual verification of client identity. He didn't recognize that the approach had come not from his regular contact, but from someone new claiming to represent the organization. He didn't realize he was being set up until too late. The supposed contract was actually an elaborate sting operation orchestrated by a joint task force that had spent 2 years investigating Rose after connecting patterns across multiple unsolved murders. The client was an undercover officer who'd cultivated criminal informants to establish credible cover story. Every meeting had been recorded, every conversation captured on audio and video. When Rose arrived at the designated location to discuss target details, he walked into a parking garage surrounded by over 30 armed police officers. There was no dramatic chase, no violent confrontation. Rose simply stopped when commanded, slowly raised his hands, and surrendered without resistance. The look on his face was almost peaceful, as if some terrible burden had finally been lifted. The arrest of Lindsay Robert Rose made international headlines. The quiet contractor revealed as Australia's most prolific hired killer in modern history. The evidence collected was overwhelming. Not just the sting operation recordings, but forensic evidence linking him to multiple crime scenes, financial records showing payments corresponding to unsolved murders, and most damning, Rose's own meticulously kept records discovered during search of his primary residence. The case against Lindsay Robert Rose represented one of the most complex criminal prosecutions in Australian legal history. The Crown had to prove not just one murder but demonstrate a pattern of contracted killings spanning nearly 2 decades. Physical evidence was sparse. Rose had been too proficient at disposal and scene cleaning. But the combination of financial records, witness testimony, his own documentation, and modern forensic techniques created an overwhelming mosaic of guilt. The trial began in March 1985 at the New South Wales Supreme Court, drawing massive media attention and public interest. Australians who'd read about disappearances and unsolved murders for years finally had a face to attach to the nightmare, and how ordinary that face looked. Rose sat in the dock wearing a suit, appearing more like a middle management accountant than the merchant of death prosecutors described. His calm demeanor throughout proceedings unnerved observers, his expression neutral even when graphic crime scene photographs were displayed or victims' families wept in the gallery. The prosecution methodically built their case over 11 weeks, presenting evidence that painted Rose as a calculating predator who'd industrialized murder. The financial records were particularly damning. Deposits corresponding precisely to dates when victims disappeared, amounts that matched intelligence gathered from criminal informants about contracted hit prices. Rose had kept ledgers with the same attention to detail that legitimate businessmen applied to their accounts, never imagining these records would become the primary evidence condemning him. Forensic specialists testified about trace evidence recovered from Rose's vehicles and properties. Microscopic blood traces that sophisticated luminol testing revealed, despite his thorough cleaning efforts, fiber matches connecting him to crime scenes, tool marks on bone fragments recovered from disposal sites that matched implements found in his possession. Modern forensic science, still developing in the mid-1980s, was catching up with criminals who'd operated with relative impunity during earlier decades. But the most devastating evidence came from Rose's own documentation. The coded ledgers were deciphered by forensic accountants who recognized patterns in the seemingly random numbers and abbreviations. Each entry corresponded to a contracted kill, date, payment amount, brief notes about method or disposal. Rose had created his own confession without realizing it, his pride in professional record-keeping becoming the instrument of his destruction. Dorothy Mitchell's journal entries, discovered after her natural death 2 months before the trial began, provided crucial corroborating evidence about the Benson murder. Her detailed observations, dates, times, suspicious activities, matched Rose's records and established his presence at the location during Benson's disappearance. The elderly schoolteacher's instincts and diligence had proven more effective than years of police investigation, though she'd never know the impact of her careful documentation. The defense strategy was limited by the overwhelming evidence. Rose's attorneys couldn't credibly claim innocence, so they attempted to establish mitigating circumstances: childhood trauma, psychological disorders, diminished capacity. A parade of psychiatrists testified about antisocial personality disorder, dissociative states, and the psychological impacts of prolonged violence exposure. They painted Rose as someone whose developmental experiences and neurological differences had created a person incapable of normal moral reasoning. The prosecution countered with their own psychiatric experts who acknowledged Rose's psychological abnormalities but emphasized his demonstrated capacity for planning, his ability to function normally in society between killings, his clear understanding that his actions were illegal and harmful. Rose wasn't insane in the legal sense. He was a functioning psychopath who'd chosen to monetize his psychological deficits rather than seek treatment or isolate himself from potential victims. Victims' families testified during the penalty phase, describing the holes left in their lives by Rose's actions. Wives spoke about husbands who'd vanished, leaving behind children who grew up asking questions that couldn't be answered. Parents described the agony of losing children to violence they couldn't comprehend. Siblings talked about the survivor's guilt that came from being spared when brothers or sisters were selected for death by strangers pursuing criminal objectives. Margaret Doyle's elderly mother, frail and requiring assistance to reach the witness stand, described her daughter's passion for truth-telling and justice. She spoke about watching Margaret die in the hospital, holding her hand while her heart failed, never knowing that her daughter's medication had been deliberately poisoned by a man hired to silence her reporting. The revelation that Margaret's death wasn't natural causes, but murder had shattered whatever peace the family had found in their grief, transforming tragic loss into outrage that could never be fully satisfied. Marcus Campbell's girlfriend, who'd been 16 when her boyfriend was executed mid-dinner with his family, testified about the guilt she felt for not being there that night. She'd stayed home to study for an exam, choosing grades over time with Marcus, and that choice meant she'd lived while he died. She spoke about the nightmares that still came, visions of the boy she'd loved slumped over his dinner plate, the life they'd planned together erased by bullets from a hired killer who didn't even know his victims' names. Throughout the testimonies, Rose remained impassive. His eyes sometimes focused on speakers, other times stared at nothing, his expression suggesting he was processing information rather than experiencing emotion. Observers noted that he showed more reaction when discussing disposal techniques during his own testimony than when confronted with his victim's humanity. The contrast was chilling. Here sat a man for whom other people existed only as problems requiring solutions, never as conscious beings with inner lives, connections, and value beyond their utility or inconvenience to criminal organizations. Rose eventually took the stand in his own defense, against his attorney's advice. His testimony lasted 3 days and provided the most comprehensive self-description of a serial contract killer psychology ever recorded in an Australian court. He spoke with unsettling clarity about his methods, his motivations, his complete absence of remorse. When asked if he understood why his actions were wrong, he responded that he understood society's rules but found them arbitrary. Moral frameworks were simply agreements enforced by those with power, no more inherently valid than any other possible system. "I provided a service," Rose explained, his voice flat and uninflected, People needed problems solved, and I solved them. The victims would have died anyway, eventually. Everyone dies. I simply accelerated the timeline for certain individuals whose continued existence inconvenienced others willing to pay for alteration of circumstances. The prosecutor asked if he'd ever considered the suffering his actions caused. Rose paused, seeming to genuinely contemplate the question. Suffering is subjective, he finally answered. Everyone experiences pain. Mine was useful, it extracted information or served as deterrent. The emotional suffering of survivors doesn't differ qualitatively from what people experience through disease, accident, or natural death. The cause is irrelevant to the experience. This clinical detachment, this reduction of human tragedy to abstract philosophy, demonstrated more clearly than any psychiatric evaluation the profound emptiness at Rose's core. He wasn't wrestling with guilt or seeking to justify his actions through self-deception. He simply didn't occupy the same moral universe as other humans. The capacity for empathy, for recognizing others' suffering as meaningful, had never developed or had been so thoroughly destroyed that nothing remained but intellectual awareness of how normal people were supposed to feel. The jury deliberated for 6 days, an unusually long period that suggested genuine wrestling with the case's complexity. Despite overwhelming evidence of guilt, the sheer scope of Rose's crimes and the detailed testimony about his psychological state created challenging questions about appropriate verdicts. Could someone so fundamentally different from normal humans be held to the same standards? Did his obvious mental abnormalities constitute legal insanity even if he understood his actions were illegal? Ultimately, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all 27 murder charges, plus additional convictions for kidnapping, torture, and conspiracy. The message was clear: whatever Rose's psychological makeup, he demonstrated sufficient capacity for planning and self-preservation to be held criminally responsible for his choices. Society could not excuse his actions by attributing them to mental illness when he'd functioned successfully as a contract killer for nearly 2 decades. The sentencing hearing stretched across 2 weeks as Judge Malcolm Sterling considered appropriate punishment for crimes unprecedented in Australian legal history. The prosecution sought multiple life sentences without possibility of parole, arguing that Rose represented ongoing danger to any community he might ever contact. The defense pleaded for some possibility of eventual release, citing Rose's age. He was now 39. And the theoretical potential for rehabilitation through psychiatric treatment. Judge Sterling's sentencing remarks, delivered on a gray June morning, acknowledged the extraordinary nature of the case before him. He noted that Rose's crimes represented industrialized murder stripped of passion, politics, or even personal animosity, killing reduced to commercial transaction conducted with the detachment of a tradesman completing contracted work. The judge emphasized that while Rose's psychological abnormalities might explain his capacity for such sustained violence, they provided no excuse for choices made deliberately and repeatedly over many years. The sentence was unambiguous: 27 consecutive life terms without possibility of parole, ensuring Rose would die in prison regardless of his longevity. Additional sentences for ancillary charges were absorbed into the life terms, legal technicality that didn't change the practical outcome. Lindsay Robert Rose would never again walk freely beyond prison walls. Rose received the sentence without visible reaction, simply nodding as if confirming information he'd already calculated. He was immediately transferred to Goulburn Correctional Centre, New South Wales' maximum security facility, housing the state's most dangerous offenders. There, in administrative segregation designed for prisoners requiring separation from general population, Rose would spend his remaining decades. Life in prison proved less transformative for Rose than it might have for someone with conventional psychology. The isolation and regimented routine that drove other inmates to madness suited his temperament. He spent his time reading, favoring history, philosophy, and technical manuals, and writing extensive journals that prison officials monitored but couldn't prevent. These writings, later published against his wishes after being seized following his death, provided disturbing insight into an unrepentant killer's mindset. In one entry dated March 1987, Rose wrote, "The other inmates think I'm monster. Perhaps they're correct, but I recognize what they refuse to acknowledge. were all monsters constrained by circumstance and consequence rather than genuine morality. They'd have done what I did if payment was sufficient and risk acceptable. The only difference is courage to recognize our fundamental nature. He received no visitors except attorneys handling various appeals, all of which failed. His family had disowned him. His elderly parents issued a statement expressing horror at their son's crimes and requesting privacy to mourn the person they thought they'd raised. Former acquaintances denied ever knowing him well, distanced themselves from association with Australia's most notorious killer. Rose existed in profound isolation even beyond prison walls, a man whose actions had severed him from human community so completely that his continued existence barely registered in others' consciousness. Detectives continued investigating unsolved murders potentially linked to Rose, visiting him periodically to discuss cases where his involvement was suspected but unproven. These interviews followed a familiar pattern. Investigators would present evidence and ask questions. Rose would provide vague responses, neither confirming nor denying involvement, occasionally offering cryptic comments that could be interpreted as admissions if one chose. He seemed to enjoy the attention, the intellectual engagement with people trying to understand his methodology. During a 1992 interview about 3 unsolved disappearances in Queensland during the early 1980s, Rose made an observation that haunted the investigating detective for years afterward. The problem with your investigations is you assume every killing needs explanation. Motive, opportunity, connection. Sometimes people die simply because someone skilled was present and bored. You'd be surprised how many unsolved cases involve no motive beyond opportunity. Whether Rose was confessing to additional murders or simply tormenting investigators remains unclear. He never provided definitive answers about cases beyond his 27 convictions, taking to his grave the true extent of his depredations. Conservative estimates based on his records and unexplained gaps in his documented timeline suggest the actual body count likely exceeded 40, possibly reaching as high as 60 souls extinguished by a man who kept inadequate records once his compulsion outpaced his business discipline. The years passed slowly for Rose in his cell, marked by routine disrupted only by occasional disciplinary incidents, fights with other inmates who resented his notoriety, confrontations with guards who found his clinical detachment unnerving. He aged prematurely, the stress of sustained violence and prison existence accelerating physical deterioration. By his mid-50s, he looked 70, hair gone white, face carved with lines that made him resemble something carved from granite rather than flesh. Health problems emerged: diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, conditions exacerbated by prison healthcare's limitations and Rose's own indifference to his declining body. He refused most treatments beyond absolute necessities, expressing neither fear of death nor particular desire to prolong existence. When doctors informed him in 2001 that his kidneys were failing and he needed dialysis to survive more than a few months, Rose declined intervention. "I've lived long enough," he told the prison physician. "There's nothing remaining that interests me. Prolonging biological function serves no purpose." The doctor argued that refusing treatment essentially constituted suicide, asking if Rose wanted counseling to address potential depression. Rose smiled, the expression containing no warmth. "I'm not depressed. I'm finished. There's a difference." True to his word, Rose declined all kidney dialysis and supportive treatments beyond pain management. His deterioration accelerated, toxins building in his bloodstream, consciousness fading in and out as his body slowly shut down. Prison officials placed him in the medical ward, monitoring his final weeks with mix of professional duty and relief that one of Australia's worst killers was finally approaching his end. During his last days, when pain medication left him drowsy and uninhibited, Rose occasionally spoke to nurses monitoring his condition. Most comments were disconnected fragments, names of people dead for decades, references to locations and events that made no sense to listeners unfamiliar with his history. But one statement, recorded by a nurse and later provided to investigators, suggested that even at the end, Rose remained who he'd always been. "The secret," he mumbled through morphine haze, "is that everyone's disposable. The moment you understand that, truly understand it, you're free. Nothing matters except what you make matter. I made death matter. I was an artist, and flesh was my canvas." Lindsay Robert Rose died on November 12, 2001, at age 55, in a prison medical ward surrounded by guards rather than family. No funeral was held. His body was cremated per standing instructions, ashes scattered in an unmarked location to prevent any grave site from becoming macabre attraction. He left no estate beyond a few $100s in his prison account, which went to administrative costs. His journals were seized as evidence for cold case investigations but yielded no definitive confessions to additional crimes. The impact of his killing spree continued long after his death. Families of victims still gathered annually on the anniversary of his conviction, supporting each other through shared trauma and collective memory of lives stolen. Several victims' relatives became advocates for improved victim services and criminal justice reform, channeling grief into constructive action that Rose himself would likely have found incomprehensible. Cold case investigators continued examining unsolved disappearances and murders from Rose's active years, occasionally finding evidence suggesting his involvement but rarely achieving certainty given the passage of time and his thorough disposal methods. Each potential victim identified represented another family's closure transformed into renewed anguish as they learned their loved one might have suffered not random tragedy but deliberate murder for hire. The criminal organizations that employed Rose largely escaped justice. Prosecutors couldn't prove which specific individuals had contracted his services, and those who might have testified either died, disappeared, or remained silent under threat or loyalty. Rose himself refused to identify clients, maintaining professional confidentiality even when cooperation might have reduced his sentence. His code of silence served criminal interests even after his own freedom was forfeit. Academic researchers studied Rose's case extensively, publishing papers analyzing his psychology, methodology, and the systemic failures that allowed his two-decade murder spree to continue undetected. Criminologists noted that contract killers who successfully avoid capture for extended periods share certain traits: high intelligence, emotional detachment, meticulous planning, and ability to compartmentalize their violent actions from their civilian lives. Rose exemplified this profile so perfectly he became a case study in criminal psychology courses worldwide. Law enforcement agencies improved their approaches to investigating potential contract killings, developing better protocols for recognizing patterns across jurisdictions and sharing information about suspected professional criminals. Rose's case demonstrated that apparently unconnected murders might share common perpetrators if investigators expanded their analytical frameworks beyond traditional geographic and organizational boundaries. The true horror of Lindsay Robert Rose wasn't the brutality of his methods, though those were certainly horrific. It wasn't even the staggering body count, though 27 confirmed victims, likely many more, represented catastrophic loss. The real horror lay in his absolute normality outside the context of killing, his ability to exist among regular society without raising alarm, the chilling demonstration that monsters don't announce themselves with obvious markers but hide behind forgettable faces and unremarkable lives. Neighbors who'd lived near him for years expressed shock and disbelief upon his arrest. He seemed so ordinary, they'd say, never recognizing how that very ordinariness was the disguise that allowed his predation. The true monsters aren't those who look different or act strangely. They're the ones who understand exactly how to appear normal while pursuing appetites that exist outside human moral frameworks. Rose's legacy is measured in absence. The children never born to victims killed before they could start families. The contributions to society that vanished when promising lives were extinguished. The ripples of trauma spreading through families and communities for generations. Each murder represented not just one death but the destruction of futures, the theft of potential, the creation of voids that could never be filled. For those who seek understanding of how someone becomes what Lindsay Robert Rose became, there are no satisfying answers. The combination of genetic predisposition, developmental trauma, environmental factors, and conscious choices that created Australia's most prolific contract killer remains only partially explicable even with extensive documentation and analysis. Some human behaviors exist at the extremes of psychology where standard explanations fail and we're left confronting uncomfortable truths about the species we belong to. We're capable of extraordinary compassion and devastating cruelty, often within the same individual under different circumstances. Rose represented one extreme, the capacity for sustained, instrumental violence divorced from emotion or meaning beyond commercial transaction. His existence forces recognition that the same species that produces artists, healers, and teachers also produces professional killers who can reduce human beings to commercial problems requiring efficient solutions. The story of Lindsay Robert Rose concludes not with dramatic redemption or last-minute revelation, but with simple cessation. A man dying alone in a prison medical ward, his legacy measured in trauma and absence, his name remembered primarily as warning about the monsters who walk among us wearing unremarkable faces. He lived, he killed, he died, and the world continues spinning, carrying the weight of his actions forward into futures he destroyed but will never see. The families of his victims continue their lives, carrying absence where their loved ones should be. The investigators who caught him retired, satisfied they'd removed a predator but haunted by the years he operated undetected. The criminal organizations that employed him adapted, finding new solutions to their human problems because markets for violence persist regardless of any individual contractor's fate. And somewhere in cold case files across Australia, there remain disappearances and unsolved murders that might have been Rose's work, questions that will never be answered, families that will never achieve closure. His body turned to ash and scattered to wind, but the questions he embodied about human nature, the capacity for evil, the systems that enable predators, those questions remain uncomfortable and persistent, reminding us that the monsters aren't always where we expect to find them. They're in the ordinary places, wearing ordinary faces, living ordinary lives between the moments when they become something else entirely. Lindsay Robert Rose proved that anyone's neighbor, coworker, or passing acquaintance might be harboring secrets that, if revealed, would shatter comfortable assumptions about human nature and the thin barriers separating civilization from predation. His story serves as both warning and reminder. Evil doesn't announce itself with thunder or mark itself with obvious signs. It whispers through telephone wires, negotiates in quiet rooms, and signs contracts that guarantee nothing except that somewhere, someone who hasn't yet realized they're targeted will soon cease to exist. The butcher of Botany Bay is gone, but the questions he raised about humanity's capacity for industrialized murder remain unanswered. Uncomfortable truths about our species that no amount of analysis or understanding can fully resolve. We can only acknowledge that such people exist, remain vigilant for their presence, and remember the victims whose lives were stolen by a man who saw them not as people but as problems to be solved with practiced efficiency. In the end, that might be the most chilling aspect of Lindsay Robert Rose. Not that he killed so many, but that he killed so easily, so dispassionately, so completely divorced from the normal human recognition that other people's lives matter beyond their utility or inconvenience. He lived outside empathy's boundaries, and from that position, he demonstrated what humans become when the social and psychological constraints that normally prevent predation fail or never form. His victims deserve remembrance not as statistics in a crime narrative, but as individuals whose lives held value independent of how they ended. They loved and were loved. They had dreams and disappointments. They existed fully as humans before they encountered a man who'd reduced existence to simple transactions where money exchanged for services rendered, and the service was always the same. Death delivered with professional competence and absolute indifference to the suffering created. Lindsay Robert Rose, contract killer, serial murderer, and ultimately just a man whose choices destroyed dozens of lives and demonstrated that evil often arrives not with dramatic announcement but with quiet competence, working efficiently in shadows until light finally exposes what was always there, waiting behind forgettable features and unremarkable demeanor. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Tokyo Metropolitan Murders. They called him a predator, but when Tokyo started bleeding, the city realized it had been feeding something far worse. 7 bodies, 7 perfect crimes, and one detective who learned too late that solving the case meant becoming part of it. We're about to walk through the doors of Japan's most calculated killing spree, where a murderer didn't just take lives. He rewrote the rules of death itself, turning Tokyo's glittering streets into his personal hunting ground. And when investigators finally caught him, they discovered something that still keeps forensic psychologists awake at night. He had been studying them the entire time, learning their methods, anticipating their moves, always 3 steps ahead in a game where the stakes were measured in corpses, and the prize was immortality through terror. April 1997. Tokyo's Adagawa ward breathed with the rhythm of 8 million souls, a concrete organism pulsing with neon veins and arteries of steel. The cherry blossoms had just begun their annual death dance, petals falling like pink snow onto streets that would soon run red with something far more permanent. Hiroko Nakamura left her office at Mizuho Bank at exactly 6:47 p.m., the same time she left every Wednesday evening. 32 years old, engaged to be married in 3 months, she walked the same route home she'd walked for 4 years. Routine, predictable, safe. These were the invisible chains that bound Tokyo together, the unspoken contract between citizen and city. Follow the pattern, and the pattern protects you. But patterns also make perfect cages. The security camera at the corner of Koiwa Station captured her at 7:03 p.m., her burgundy coat bright against the evening gray. She stopped to buy daifuku from the small shop she visited weekly, exchanging pleasantries with Mrs. Takeda, who would later tell police that Hiroko seemed happy, normal, utterly alive. At 7:12 p.m., she entered the narrow street leading to her apartment building, a quiet residential corridor lined with vending machines and the skeletal shadows of leafless ginkgo trees. She never emerged from that corridor. When Hiroko didn't arrive at her fiancé's apartment for their planned dinner, Kenji Matsuda initially felt irritation, then concern, then a creeping dread that settled into his bones like frost. His calls went unanswered. By midnight, he stood in the Adagawa police station, his voice cracking as he filed a missing person report, knowing in that primal part of his brain that something had gone catastrophically wrong. They found her 3 days later in an abandoned warehouse near the Arakawa River, a location so carefully chosen it seemed to mock the very concept of chance. The building had been scheduled for demolition in 2 weeks. Another week, and her body might have been buried under rubble, lost forever in Tokyo's relentless march toward reinvention. But the killer wanted her found. That became clear the moment Detective Kenji Yamamoto entered the scene. Yamamoto had 23 years with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, 16 of those in homicide. He'd seen the aftermath of Yakuza executions, crime of passion stabbings, drug-related murders that painted apartments in arterial spray. He thought he'd witnessed every permutation of human violence. He was wrong. Hiroko Nakamura sat in a metal folding chair in the center of the warehouse floor, positioned perfectly beneath a shaft of light streaming through a broken skylight. She wore the same burgundy coat she'd worn the night she disappeared, buttoned neatly to her throat. Her hands rested in her lap, palms upward, fingers slightly curved as if waiting to receive something precious. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing and everything, reflecting the morning sun that would never warm her again. The cause of death was suffocation, the medical examiner would later confirm, but there were no ligature marks, no signs of strangulation, no evidence of a plastic bag or pillow. It was as if the air had simply been stolen from her lungs by an invisible hand. Toxicology revealed traces of a veterinary sedative in her system, enough to paralyze but not enough to render her unconscious. She had been aware. She had felt herself dying. But it was the staging that transformed this from a murder into a message. Around Hiroko's chair, arranged in a perfect circle with mathematical precision, the killer had placed 47 white candles. Not 46, not 48. Exactly 47, each one burned down to varying heights, suggesting they'd been lit at different times during her final hours. The wax had pooled on the concrete floor in organic patterns that seemed almost artistic, almost deliberate. Yamamoto crouched beside one of the candles, his knees protesting, his mind racing. 47. The number scratched at his consciousness like a key searching for a lock. Then it clicked. The 47 Ronin, the legendary samurai who avenged their master's death before committing ritual suicide. A tale of loyalty and revenge embedded in Japanese consciousness for 3 centuries. But what did it mean here? Was the killer invoking samurai honor? Claiming some twisted version of righteousness? Or was it simply theater, a performance designed to confuse and distract? The forensic team worked with surgical precision, photographing every angle, collecting every fiber, dusting every surface for prints that wouldn't exist. The killer had been meticulous. The warehouse floor had been swept clean before Hiroko's arrival. No footprints, no hair, no biological evidence except for the victim herself. Even the chair had been wiped down, the metal gleaming despite the warehouse's general decay. Yamamoto stood slowly, his eyes scanning the massive space. The warehouse had been used to store industrial equipment before the company went bankrupt in 1995. Since then, it had become a hollow shell, occasionally attracting homeless individuals seeking shelter or teenagers seeking privacy. But none of them had been here recently. The killer had chosen this location with surgical precision, knowing its history, its scheduled demolition, its perfect isolation. Detective, one of the forensic technicians, a young woman named Aiko Sato, approached with an evidence bag. Inside was a single object recovered from Hiroko's coat pocket, a origami crane, folded from red paper, its wings spread as if frozen mid-flight. Yamamoto took the bag carefully, holding it up to the light. The crane was perfect, each fold crisp and exact, the kind of precision that came from practice or tradition or obsession. Red in Japanese culture carried multiple meanings: life, vitality, but also danger, warning. The crane itself symbolized peace, longevity, hope. The contradiction felt intentional. Was there anything else? Yamamoto asked. Nothing. The crane was alone in her pocket. Her wallet, phone, keys, everything else remained untouched. So the killer had placed it there, a calling card or a signature or a promise. Yamamoto's hand tightened around the evidence bag. In his 2 decades of investigating homicides, he'd learned that killers who left signatures rarely stopped at one victim. They were compelled to repeat, to refine, to escalate. The signature was the point, not the killing itself, but the message the killing sent. The investigation radiated outward from the warehouse like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood where Hiroko disappeared, interviewing shopkeepers and residents, searching for the gap in the timeline where she'd been taken. Someone must have seen something. Tokyo was too densely populated, too thoroughly watched for a woman to simply vanish from a residential street. But the interviews yielded nothing. Or rather, they yielded the same nothing repeated in different voices. No one had seen Hiroko after she entered that narrow street at 7:12 p.m. No screams, no struggles, no suspicious vehicles. The street had swallowed her whole, as if she'd stepped through a membrane into another dimension. Yamamoto requested surveillance footage from every business and residence within a 3-block radius. His team spent days reviewing grainy black and white footage, watching the same streets from different angles, searching for the anomaly that would crack the case open. They found nothing useful. The narrow street where Hiroko disappeared sat in a blind spot between camera coverage, a gap in Tokyo's electronic surveillance grid that seemed impossibly convenient. The killer knew the cameras. He'd studied them. This wasn't opportunistic, it was choreographed. Hiroko's funeral took place on a rainy Thursday, the kind of persistent drizzle that turns Tokyo gray and blurs the boundaries between sky and city. Yamamoto attended, standing in the back of the crematorium chapel, watching Kenji Matsuda sob into his hands while family members offered inadequate comfort. The detective's presence was both professional and personal. He needed to observe the mourners for suspicious behavior, but he also felt the weight of his failure pressing down like the low clouds outside. He hadn't saved her. He hadn't even been fast enough to catch her killer before the performance was complete. After the ceremony, Yamamoto approached Matsuda, offering condolences that felt hollow even as he spoke them. But he also asked questions, probing gently into Hiroko's life, searching for the connection that would lead to her killer. Had she mentioned anyone unusual? Any uncomfortable encounters? Any changes in routine? Matsuda shook his head, tears still wet on his cheeks. She was so careful, always aware of her surroundings. She took self-defense classes. She never walked alone late at night. His voice cracked. She did everything right. That's what made it so terrifying, Yamamoto thought but didn't say. Hiroko Nakamura had followed all the unspoken rules of urban survival. She had been cautious without being paranoid, aware without being fearful. And still, the monster had found her. Back at the station, Yamamoto pinned Hiroko's photograph to the evidence board in the investigation room. Her face smiled at him from better days, unaware of the future that would cut her life short at 32. Beside her photo, he placed an enlarged image of the red origami crane, its paper wings frozen in perpetual flight. "Talk to me," he whispered to the board. "Tell me who did this to you." The board remained silent, as it always did. But Yamamoto had learned long ago that cases spoke in whispers before they screamed. You had to listen carefully, had to pay attention to the details that didn't fit, the patterns that emerged from chaos. He reviewed the case file again, reading every report, studying every photograph. The veterinary sedative bothered him. It wasn't something readily available to the general public. The killer either worked in veterinary medicine or had access to someone who did. That narrowed the suspect pool considerably. The 47 candles bothered him too. They were specific, meaningful, chosen with purpose. The killer was educated, cultured, someone who understood historical reference and symbolic communication. This wasn't a thrill killer acting on impulse. This was a planner, a strategist, someone who viewed murder as an art form requiring proper execution and presentation. And the warehouse location, abandoned, scheduled for demolition, perfectly isolated yet centrally located. The killer had done reconnaissance, had scouted locations, had invested time and energy into finding the ideal stage for his performance. Yamamoto made a list of characteristics, building a profile from the evidence. Male, likely between 30 to 50 years old. Educated, methodical, patient, access to veterinary sedatives, knowledge of Tokyo's surveillance systems, cultural awareness of Japanese history and symbolism, physically capable of restraining and transporting a victim. No prior relationship with Hiroko Nakamura. This was stranger-on-stranger violence, the hardest type to solve. He distributed the profile to his team, instructing them to cross-reference with known offenders, veterinary professionals, anyone who matched the parameters. It was needle-in-haystack work, the kind of grinding investigation that solved most cases through persistence rather than inspiration. 3 weeks passed. The investigation began to cool as leads evaporated and public attention shifted to fresher tragedies. Hiroko Nakamura became another name in Tokyo's vast file of unsolved murders, her red crane stored in an evidence locker, waiting for relevance that might never come. Then May brought the second victim, and everything Yamamoto thought he understood about the case shattered like glass struck by a hammer. Takashi Ito, 45 years old, owned a small publishing house specializing in poetry and literary fiction. He lived alone in a modest apartment in Koto Ward, divorced 3 years earlier with no children. His assistant found him when he failed to attend a scheduled meeting with an author. She used her emergency key to enter his apartment, calling his name as she walked through the quiet rooms, her concern growing with each unanswered call. She found him in his study, seated at his desk, slumped forward as if he'd fallen asleep while working. But Takashi Ito would never wake up. Yamamoto arrived at the scene within 20 minutes of the call, his pulse quickening as he climbed the stairs to Ito's third-floor apartment. The uniformed officers had secured the scene but provided little information over the radio except, "Possible homicide. You need to see this, detective." He saw it. Takashi Ito sat at his wooden desk, his head resting on his crossed arms. His face turned to the side so one open eye stared at the bookshelf lining the wall. A manuscript lay beneath his arms, pages covered in red ink, corrections, edits, the meticulous work of a publisher devoted to his craft. Everything looked peaceful, almost serene, as if Ito had simply drifted off during a late-night editing session. Except for the 47 cherry blossom petals scattered across his desk and floor, each one perfectly preserved despite being weeks past blooming season. And the red origami crane perched on the windowsill, its wings spread toward the morning sun. Yamamoto's blood turned to ice. Not a coincidence. Not two separate killers using the same bizarre signature. This was continuation, escalation, a serial murderer announcing his presence with a second act in his macabre performance. The medical examiner arrived an hour later, conducting a preliminary examination while Yamamoto watched from the doorway, his mind racing through connections and possibilities. Cause of death: suffocation, identical to Hiroko Nakamura. Method: veterinary sedative in his system, the same compound used on the first victim. Time of death: approximately 48 hours earlier, meaning Ito had been sitting dead at his desk for 2 days before discovery. The cherry blossom petals revealed the killer's escalation. They weren't from Tokyo's spring bloom. Forensic analysis would later confirm they'd been preserved through chemical treatment, frozen in time like the victims themselves. The killer was building a collection, creating a tableau that extended beyond single murders into something more complex, more disturbing. Yamamoto examined Ito's apartment with fresh eyes, searching for the connection to Hiroko Nakamura. There had to be something linking the victims beyond random selection. Serial killers rarely chose targets without reason. There was always a pattern, always a logic visible only to them. But Hiroko and Takashi shared nothing obvious. Different ages, different occupations, different social circles, different neighborhoods. She was engaged. He was divorced. She worked in banking. He worked in publishing. Their paths had never crossed, at least not in any documented way. Unless the pattern wasn't about who they were, but what they represented. Unless the killer was working from a symbolic framework visible only to him, selecting victims not for their connections but for their positions in some larger, more abstract design. The 47 objects. The number remained constant. 47 candles around Hiroko, 47 cherry blossoms around Takashi. The 47 Ronin, masterless samurai acting in service of a code no one else could see. Was the killer claiming the role of Ronin? Was he positioning himself as an avenger working outside official channels, executing his own form of justice based on criteria known only to him? Or was Yamamoto reading too much into the staging, seeing patterns where only chaos existed? He didn't think so. Everything about these murders screamed intention. The killer was communicating, leaving breadcrumbs for investigators to follow. But whether those breadcrumbs led to truth or deeper into confusion remained unclear. As forensic technicians processed the scene, Yamamoto stood at Ito's window, looking out at the Tokyo skyline stretching endlessly in every direction. 8 million people, millions of apartments and offices and hidden spaces. The killer could be anyone, anywhere, already selecting his next victim, already preparing the next stage in his performance. 2 murders in 6 weeks. If the pattern held, and Yamamoto believed deeply that this killer operated according to pattern, there would be more. The question wasn't if, but when, and how many, and whether the Tokyo Metropolitan Police could stop him before the body count reached whatever terrible number the killer had decided upon. 47 victims? Was that the plan? 47 murders mirroring the 47 Ronin? The thought made Yamamoto's stomach clench. If true, they weren't investigating a serial killer, they were trying to stop a massacre with historical precedent. A killing spree designed to echo through Japanese consciousness like the original tale had echoed for 3 centuries. He pulled out his phone and called headquarters, requesting an emergency task force meeting. This case had just expanded from a single homicide to a potential serial killing spree, and they needed resources, personnel, and strategy immediately. Tokyo had a monster loose in its streets, and that monster had a plan. The task force assembled in Conference Room C at Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters, a windowless space dominated by a massive table and fluorescent lights that cast everything in harsh, clinical clarity. Yamamoto stood at the head of the table, his jacket removed, his tie loosened, dark circles under his eyes testament to 3 consecutive nights with minimal sleep. Around him sat 15 detectives, 4 forensic specialists, 2 criminal psychologists, and a liaison from the National Police Agency. The room smelled of coffee and anxiety, that particular tension that comes when professionals realize they're facing something unprecedented, something that doesn't fit comfortably into established categories and procedures. Yamamoto had spent the previous night creating a comprehensive presentation, pulling together every scrap of information from both crime scenes, arranging the data into patterns that might reveal the killer's methodology. Now he clicked through slides on the projection screen, his voice steady despite the exhaustion dragging at his bones. 2 victims: Hiroko Nakamura, 32, banker; Takashi Ito, 45, publisher. No connection between them that we've been able to establish. Different social circles, different neighborhoods, different lifestyles. But the similarities in their murders are too specific to be coincidental. He clicked to the next slide, showing side-by-side crime scene photos. Hiroko in her warehouse chair, Takashi at his desk, both positioned with care, both surrounded by their 47 objects, both with red origami cranes left as signatures. Identical veterinary sedative in both victims, a compound called xylazine, typically used on large animals. It paralyzes without rendering the victim unconscious. They feel everything, but they can't move, can't call for help, can't fight back. Then suffocation, though we haven't determined the exact method. No marks on the victims, no evidence of plastic bags or pillows. It's as if the air was simply removed from their environment. Dr. Michiko Tanaka, one of the criminal psychologists, leaned forward. That level of control is extraordinary. He's not stabbing or shooting. He's taking time with his victims, watching them die slowly. That suggests someone who derives satisfaction from the process itself, not just the result. He's a power and control-oriented offender. Yamamoto nodded. Agreed. And the staging reinforces that. Everything is precise, theatrical. He's not just killing. He's creating scenes, sending messages. The 47 objects. Detective Haruki Sato spoke up from the middle of the table. You mentioned the 47 Ronin. Do we think that's actually significant? Or could it be coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences this specific, Yamamoto replied. The 47 Ronin story is central to Japanese cultural identity. Everyone knows it. A killer using that number repeatedly is making a deliberate reference. But to what end? Is he positioning himself as a modern Ronin, acting outside the law in service of some personal code? Is he claiming to avenge perceived wrongs? Dr. Tanaka tapped her pen against her notepad. The Ronin were bound by Giri, duty, and honor. They avenged their master's death even though it meant their own execution. If our killer is invoking that narrative, he sees himself as honorable, righteous even. He's not a monster in his own eyes. He's a warrior serving a higher purpose. Which means he won't stop, Yamamoto said quietly. Warriors don't abandon their missions halfway through. The room fell silent, the implications settling over them like a suffocating blanket. They were hunting someone who believed himself justified, who operated according to an internal logic that elevated murder to duty. Those were the most dangerous killers, the ones who'd made peace with their violence, who'd framed it as necessary rather than aberrant. Yamamoto clicked to the next slide, the red origami cranes. These are our best physical evidence. They're folded with extreme precision, suggesting practice and skill. The paper is high-quality washi, handmade Japanese paper that's expensive and not widely available. We're tracking suppliers, but it's slow going. Forensic specialist Yuki Kimura raised her hand slightly. We analyzed both cranes under microscopy. The folds are identical in technique, same pressure points, same creasing patterns. We're certain the same person made both. We also found microscopic fibers embedded in the paper from the second crane, wool fibers consistent with suit fabric. If the killer was wearing a suit when he folded the crane, that suggests someone professional, white-collar. Or someone who wants us to think he's professional and white-collar, Detective Sato countered. We can't assume the evidence isn't deliberately planted to mislead us. Fair point, Yamamoto acknowledged. Everything about these murders screams careful planning. The killer could absolutely be staging evidence to send us down false paths. We need to remain skeptical of easy conclusions. He clicked through several more slides, outlining the investigative strategies they pursue. Expanded surveillance of veterinary clinics and suppliers, interviews with origami artists and washi paper merchants, deep background checks on both victims searching for hidden connections, analysis of historical 47 Ronin references in recent media or publications that might have inspired the killer. The meeting lasted 3 hours, ending with assignments distributed and a promise to reconvene in 72 hours. As the room emptied, Dr. Tanaka lingered, approaching Yamamoto with a concerned expression. "Detective, may I share something off the record?" "Of course." She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "In my 20 years studying serial offenders, I've learned to recognize certain patterns in how they escalate. This killer is already extremely organized, extremely confident. But there's something else, a theatrical quality that suggests narcissism. He wants recognition, wants his work appreciated. And narcissistic killers often escalate rapidly when they feel they're not getting sufficient attention. You're worried he'll accelerate his timeline. I'm worried he's already planned his next murder and is simply waiting for the right moment. The 6 weeks between Hiroko and Takashi might have been necessary for planning. Now that he's established his pattern, the interval could shrink dramatically." Yamamoto felt that familiar tightening in his chest, the pressure of racing against an invisible clock with unknown time remaining. "What do you recommend?" "Public appeal. We need media coverage. Need to warn potential victims even though we don't know his selection criteria. And we need to stroke his ego a little, acknowledge his cleverness, his planning. Narcissists respond to recognition. It might slow him down, make him savor his accomplishment rather than rushing to the next one." It went against every instinct Yamamoto had. He hated giving killers the attention they craved, hated playing into their grandiosity. But he also recognized solid psychological strategy when he heard it. "I'll discuss it with the brass," he said. "Thank you, Dr. Tanaka." She nodded and left, leaving Yamamoto alone in the conference room with the projected images of 2 dead victims staring at him from the screen. He clicked through the photos slowly, studying every detail, searching for the revelation that would crack the case open. Then his phone rang. The display showed a number from the dispatch center. "Yamamoto, detective, we have a situation. 3rd floor apartment in Shibuya Ward. Responding officers are requesting your immediate presence. They said..." The dispatcher paused. "They said you need to see this. It matches your case." Yamamoto's blood turned cold. "I'm on my way." He was out the door within seconds, running through the hallway, taking stairs 2 at a time, bursting into the parking garage and into his unmarked sedan. He activated lights and sirens, pulling into traffic with a screech of tires. Not another one. Not this fast. Dr. Tanaka's warning echoed in his mind. The interval could shrink dramatically. 18 days. That's all the time had passed since Takashi Ito's murder. The killer was accelerating. Shibuya Ward pulsed with Tokyo's youth culture. Fashion boutiques, trendy cafes, the famous scramble crossing where thousands of pedestrians flowed like human rivers at every traffic light change. But Yamamoto's destination sat in a quieter residential area several blocks from the commercial chaos, a modest apartment building indistinguishable from 1,000 others across the city. He took the stairs, following the sound of radio chatter to an open apartment door where uniformed officers stood guard. One of them, a young patrolman whose face had gone pale, gestured toward the interior. "3rd bedroom, detective. We haven't touched anything." Yamamoto nodded and entered, his professional detachment sliding into place like armor. The apartment belonged to a woman named Sakura Yamada, the officers had told him over radio. 28 years old, freelance graphic designer, lived alone, reported missing by her sister 2 days earlier when she failed to attend their mother's birthday dinner. The apartment was small but tastefully decorated, reflecting Sakura's artistic sensibility. Abstract prints on the walls, plants thriving in ceramic pots, furniture arranged with an eye for both function and aesthetics. Everything appeared normal, undisturbed, until Yamamoto reached the 3rd bedroom that Sakura had converted into a home office. She sat in an ergonomic chair before her computer desk, her body positioned as if she were simply taking a break from work, leaning back slightly, her hands resting on the armrests. Her eyes were open, staring at the blank computer screen that would never again display her creative work. Around her workspace, arranged in a perfect circle, 47 origami butterflies hung from the ceiling on invisible threads, creating a canopy of folded paper that cast dancing shadows in the morning light. Each butterfly was different colors, different sizes, different species rendered in paper with meticulous attention to detail. And on the desk, positioned precisely in front of Sakura's lifeless hands, a red origami crane spread its wings in silent proclamation. Yamamoto stood in the doorway, processing the scene, feeling the weight of 3 deaths pressing down on him. The killer had accelerated, just as Dr. Tanaka predicted, and he'd escalated his presentation, 47 objects again. But now they were complex, 3-dimensional, requiring hours of folding. The butterflies demonstrated skill beyond the simple cranes. This was origami mastery, the kind that came from years of practice. The forensic team arrived within 30 minutes, beginning their careful documentation and collection. Yamamoto watched them work while his mind raced through implications and connections. 3 victims, 3 different staging approaches, candles, cherry blossoms, butterflies, all meaningful in Japanese aesthetics and symbolism. Candles represented remembrance, honoring the dead. Cherry blossoms represented the ephemeral beauty of life, its brief flowering before inevitable death. Butterflies represented transformation, the soul's journey, change, and metamorphosis. Was the killer creating a narrative through his crime scenes? Was each murder a chapter in a larger story only he could read? The medical examiner, Dr. Kenji Hayashi, emerged from the bedroom after his preliminary examination. His expression was grim, same as the others. Xylazine in her system, suffocation without external marks. But detective. He paused, seeming to weigh his words. The concentration of sedative was slightly higher this time. She would have been more deeply paralyzed, unable to even move her eyes. And based on the biological evidence, she was alive in that chair for at least 3 hours before death. 3 hours. Yamamoto felt nauseous. The killer was spending more time with his victims, extending their terror, refining his process. Did we find anything useful? Any evidence that might identify him? We're processing everything, but honestly, it's the same as before, remarkably clean. He's wearing gloves, probably wearing a full bodysuit to prevent fiber transfer, possibly even using a filtered breathing apparatus to avoid leaving epithelial cells. This is someone with extensive knowledge of forensic science. Yamamoto nodded slowly, his jaw tight. The killer's sophistication was both impressive and infuriating. He wasn't just smart. He was educated in the specific methodologies law enforcement used to catch criminals. He was always 3 steps ahead because he understood exactly what investigators would look for and had taken steps to eliminate all traces. Back at headquarters, Yamamoto updated the investigation board. 3 photographs now: Hiroko Nakamura, 32, Takashi Ito, 45, Sakura Yamada, 28. 3 faces frozen in happier times, unaware of the horror awaiting them. Below each photograph, he pinned images of their crime scenes and the associated symbols. 47 candles, 47 cherry blossoms, 47 butterflies, and the constant element. The red origami crane, the killer's signature, his calling card, his way of claiming ownership over the murders. Detective Sato entered the investigation room carrying a folder. I've been digging into the victims' backgrounds like you asked. There's something interesting. It's subtle, but it's there. Yamamoto turned from the board. What did you find? All 3 victims were only children, no siblings. I know it's not unusual, especially in modern Japan with declining birth rates, but it caught my attention. Then I looked deeper. All 3 had lost a parent relatively recently. Hiroko's father died 2 years ago. Takashi's mother died 18 months ago. Sakura's father passed away 6 months ago. The information hit Yamamoto like a physical blow. Finally, a connection. Not in the victims' current lives, but in their losses. Grief, he said quietly. The killer is targeting people who've experienced significant loss. But why? Sato asked. What does their grief mean to him? I don't know yet, but it's the first real pattern we've found beyond the staging. Good work, Sato. Can you dig into this further? Find out how each parent died, whether there were obituaries or public announcements. Any way the killer might have identified these specific individuals as having experienced recent loss. Sato nodded and left, already pulling out his phone to make calls. Yamamoto turned back to the board, studying the three faces with fresh perspective. They'd all been grieving, all carrying the weight of parental loss. Had the killer known them personally? Had he attended their parents' funerals? Or had he simply trolled obituaries, selecting victims based on published death notices? His phone buzzed. A text from Dr. Tanaka. "Can you meet me? I've been researching the 47 Ronin legend and found something troubling." They met at a quiet coffee shop in Chiyoda Ward 30 minutes later. Dr. Tanaka had papers spread across the table, various texts and academic articles about the historical incident. "I've been reading everything I can find about the 47 Ronin," she began without preamble. "The story has many versions, but the essential facts are these. In 1701, a feudal lord named Asano Naganori was provoked by a court official named Kira Yashinaka. Asano drew his sword and injured Kira within the walls of Edo Castle, which was forbidden. As punishment, Asano was ordered to commit seppuku, ritual suicide. His samurai became Ronin, masterless, disgraced. 47 of them spent 2 years planning revenge. In 1703, they attacked Kira's mansion, killed him, and placed his head on Asano's grave. Then they turned themselves in and were ordered to commit seppuku themselves. "I'm familiar with the basic story," Yamamoto said. "What did you find that's troubling?" Before the Ronin carried out their revenge, they spent 2 years in preparation. During that time, their leader, Oishi Yoshio, deliberately behaved in degrading ways, drinking excessively, frequenting prostitutes, acting like a dishonorable fool. This was strategy. He wanted Kira and his spies to believe the Ronin had truly fallen into disgrace and abandoned thoughts of revenge. It was elaborate misdirection. She paused, meeting Yamamoto's eyes with intensity. What if our killer is doing the same thing? What if the murders we've seen are preparation, not the main event? What if he's been planning something much larger, and these killings are just establishing his pattern, proving his capabilities, making us focus on serial murder when the real target is something else entirely? Yamamoto felt cold realization spreading through him. You think the 47 murders aren't the goal? I think 47 might not refer to the number of victims. It might refer to the number of people involved in his real plan. The Ronin weren't remembered for killing randomly. They were remembered for a specific act of coordinated revenge against a specific target. What if our killer has identified his own Kira Yashinaka? What if these murders are just noise while he prepares for something much more significant? It was a terrifying possibility. If Dr. Tanaka was right, they weren't investigating a serial killer. They were trying to prevent an assassination, possibly of a high-profile target, possibly involving multiple conspirators. "We need to brief the task force immediately," Yamamoto said, already standing. "If there's even a chance you're right, we have to shift our entire investigative approach." But before they could leave the coffee shop, Yamamoto's phone rang again. The dispatcher, voice tight with urgency. "Detective, we have another one. Meguro Ward. Same signature. Officers are on scene now. For victims, the acceleration was undeniable now. The killer was gaining momentum, moving faster, refining his craft with each murder." Yamamoto looked at Dr. Tanaka, seeing his own fear reflected in her eyes. They were losing this race, falling further behind with each new death. "I'm on my way," he told dispatch, then turned to Dr. Tanaka. "Come with me. I need your eyes on this." They drove through Tokyo's afternoon traffic, sirens clearing a path through the congested streets. Meguro Ward was an affluent area known for tree-lined streets and expensive real estate, a neighborhood where people paid premium prices for the illusion of safety. The victim lived in a luxury condominium tower, 23rd floor. As Yamamoto and Dr. Tanaka stepped off the elevator, they were met by Detective Sato, who looked shaken in a way Yamamoto had never seen before. "Detective, this one is different," Sato said quietly. "The victim, he's someone you know." Yamamoto's stomach dropped. "Who?" "Ryoichi Takahashi. He's a journalist with the Asahi Shimbun. He's been covering crime in Tokyo for 15 years. You've worked with him on several cases." The name hit Yamamoto like a hammer blow. Takahashi. He'd just spoken with him 2 weeks ago, fielding questions about an unrelated case. They weren't friends exactly, but they had professional respect, a working relationship built on mutual honesty. Takahashi was a good journalist, ethical, thorough, committed to truth over sensationalism. Yamamoto entered the apartment with Dr. Tanaka following close behind. The space reflected Takahashi's profession. Bookshelves packed with reference materials, filing cabinets labeled by year and subject, a desk buried under newspapers and notebooks, the organized chaos of a working journalist. They found him in his study, seated in a leather chair, a half-written article still visible on his computer screen. Around him, 47 paper cranes, not origami, but paper airplanes, each one folded from pages torn from different newspapers. They hung from the ceiling on fishing line, creating a suspended flock frozen in eternal flight. On his desk, the red origami crane. Always the red crane, but there was something else. Something that made Yamamoto's blood run cold. Propped against the computer monitor was a handwritten note on expensive washi paper, the same paper used for the red cranes. The handwriting was elegant, practiced, the kind of calligraphy that required years of study. Detective Yamamoto, you've been chasing shadows while I've been building monuments. For souls have returned to the void, their transformations complete. I am not your enemy. I am the sword that cuts through illusion, the voice that speaks truth in a city drowning in lies. Takahashi-san understood this. In his final hours, we discussed his work, his compromises, the stories he buried to maintain access and relationships. He confessed everything before his transformation. You have 30 days. 43 more will join these 4 before the circle completes. Unless you understand what you're truly investigating, you cannot stop what is already in motion. The 47 wait in the shadows. Yamamoto read the note 3 times, his hands shaking slightly. The killer had broken protocol. Serial killers rarely communicated directly with investigators this early in their spree. This note represented a massive escalation, not just in violence, but in psychology. The killer was reaching out, establishing dialogue, positioning himself as Yamamoto's counterpart rather than his prey. Dr. Tanaka read over his shoulder, her breath catching. He's claiming 47 total victims. For down, 43 to go. And he's given you a deadline, 30 days. He's taunting us, Yamamoto said, his voice hard. He thinks we can't stop him. No, Dr. Tanaka said slowly. He's inviting you to play. This isn't just about killing anymore. It's about proving his superiority. He's made this personal. The forensic team processed the scene with grim efficiency, but everyone knew what they'd find. Nothing useful. The killer was too careful, too skilled. He'd leave no fingerprints, no DNA, no trace evidence that could identify him. But he'd left something more valuable than physical evidence. He'd left psychological insight. The note revealed his mindset, his motivations, his self-perception. He saw himself as a truth-teller, a purifier, someone who forced confessions before administering death. The reference to Takahashi's compromises suggested the killer viewed his victims as morally compromised, deserving of punishment. Back at headquarters, the task force assembled for an emergency meeting. The conference room felt smaller now, more claustrophobic, as if the walls were closing in with each new victim. Yamamoto pinned Takahashi's photograph to the board, the 4th face in a growing gallery of the dead. He distributed copies of the killer's note, watching as each detective read it with mounting concern. Then he addressed the room. He's declared war. He's given us a timeline and a target number. 47 total victims, 30 days remaining. That's approximately 1 murder every 18 hours if he maintains a steady pace. Though I suspect he'll accelerate further as he gains confidence. Detective Sato raised his hand. Why go public now? Why break silence and reach out? It seems risky. Because he's a narcissist reaching the peak of his grandiosity, Dr. Tanaka answered from her seat. He can't contain his pride anymore. He needs acknowledgement, needs us to understand how clever he is. This note is his way of saying, look at me. See what I've accomplished. Tremble before my genius. So how do we use that against him? Asked Detective Aoi Nakamura. a veteran investigator with a reputation for psychological insight. We stroke his ego while we hunt him, Yamamoto said. We go public, like Dr. Tanaka suggested earlier. We hold a press conference, acknowledge the killer's sophistication, appeal to his sense of superiority. Maybe we can slow him down, make him want to savor the attention rather than rushing to the next murder. Meanwhile, we exhaust every investigative avenue. He clicked through a slide showing the updated victim analysis. Thanks to Detective Sato's work, we know all 4 victims had lost a parent recently. We need to get ahead of the killer's selection process. We need to identify other potential victims who fit this profile and provide protection or at least warning. That's potentially thousands of people, Sato protested. Tokyo alone has 8 million residents. Even if we narrow it to adults who've lost parents in the past 2 years, we're talking about tens of thousands of possibilities. Then we narrow further, Yamamoto replied. Look for additional commonalities. All 4 victims lived alone. All 4 had creative or intellectual professions. Banking involves financial creativity. Publishing is literary. Graphic design is visual. Journalism is investigative. Maybe that's part of his selection criteria. The team spent the next 3 hours building a profile of potential victims, cross-referencing databases, creating lists of individuals who matched the emerging pattern. It was desperate work, grasping at statistical straws, but it was better than waiting for the next body to surface. Meanwhile, Yamamoto worked with the public relations department to craft a statement for the press conference scheduled for the following morning. Every word had to be calibrated carefully, acknowledging the killer's intelligence while also appealing to public vigilance, providing enough information to warn potential victims without causing mass panic. At 2 a.m., exhausted and running on caffeine and adrenaline, Yamamoto sat alone in the investigation room, staring at the board. 5 photographs now. He'd added a picture of the killer's note to the display, the elegant calligraphy mocking him with its beauty. You've been chasing shadows while I've been building monuments. What did that mean? What monuments? The crime scenes themselves were monuments of a sort, carefully constructed displays designed to last in memory and documentation. But was there a deeper meaning? His phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Check your email. A friend. Yamamoto's pulse quickened. He opened his laptop, accessing his official police email. A new message waited, sent from an anonymous account. No subject line. He clicked it open. The email contained a single attachment. A photograph of a gravestone in what appeared to be a cemetery at night. The stone was weathered, old, but the name was clearly visible. Asano Naganori, the feudal lord whose death had sparked the 47 Ronin's revenge. Below the photograph, a single line of text. Everything is connected. Look to the past to see the future. Yamamoto forwarded the email to the tech team immediately, requesting they trace the sender, though he knew it would likely lead nowhere. Then he stared at the photograph, his mind racing. Asano Naganori, the lord whose forced seppuku had created the masterless samurai. Was the killer suggesting he too had lost a master? That his murders were revenge for some perceived injustice? He pulled up historical records on his laptop, reading about the original incident in detail. Asano had been provoked by Kira Yashinaka, a corrupt court official who demanded bribes. When Asano refused, Kira insulted him repeatedly until Asano finally snapped, drawing his sword in the shogun's castle. For this breach of protocol, Asano was ordered to die, even though Kira's corruption went unpunished. The 47 Ronin had viewed Kira as the true villain, corrupt, protected by privilege, operating above justice. They'd spent 2 years planning his assassination, finally succeeding and accepting their own deaths as consequence. Was the killer positioning himself similarly? Had he identified someone he viewed as corrupt, protected, operating above justice? Were these 4 murders, soon to be 47, preparation for a specific assassination? Dr. Tanaka's theory was looking more credible by the hour. Yamamoto checked the time. 2:47 a.m. He should sleep, should rest before the press conference in 6 hours. But sleep felt impossible with 4 people dead and 43 more potentially doomed. Instead, he returned to the victim files, reading every detail again, searching for the connection that would illuminate the killer's true target. Hiroko Nakamura, banker. Father died of heart attack 2 years ago. Her father had been a salaryman, unremarkable career, unremarkable life. Nothing suggesting corruption or controversy. Takashi Ito, publisher. Mother died of cancer 18 months ago. His mother had been a teacher, respected in her community, no scandals or irregularities. Sakura Yamada, graphic designer. Father died in a car accident 6 months ago. Traffic accident, ruled entirely accidental, no suspicious circumstances. Ryoichi Takahashi, journalist. His mother died. Yamamoto pulled up the death certificate. 3 months ago. Cause of death. Suicide by overdose of sleeping pills. Suicide. That was different from the others. Yamamoto dug deeper, pulling up the police report from Takahashi's mother's death. She'd been found in her apartment by a neighbor. No note, no explanation. The investigation had been cursory. A 67-year-old widow taking too many pills wasn't unusual, sadly. It happened more often than people like to acknowledge. But what if it hadn't been suicide? What if someone had staged it to look like suicide? Yamamoto's hands moved faster across the keyboard, pulling up more details. Takahashi's mother, Keiko Takahashi, had been a middle school teacher for 35 years, retired 8 years ago, lived alone after her husband's death a decade earlier. By all accounts, she'd been healthy, active, involved in community activities. Not an obvious candidate for suicide. He called Detective Sato, waking him from whatever brief sleep he'd managed. Sato, I need you to pull the complete file on Keiko Takahashi's death, Ryoichi Takahashi's mother. The case was closed as suicide 3 months ago, but I want to revisit it. Get everything. Autopsy report, scene photographs, witness statements. You think it might be connected? Sato's voice was groggy but sharp. I think our killer might have been active longer than we realized. If he murdered Takahashi's mother and made it look like suicide, then killed Takahashi himself 3 months later, that suggests something more complex than a standard serial killing pattern. I'll get on it first thing. Try to get some sleep, detective. Yamamoto hung up and returned to the other victims' parental deaths. Heart attack, cancer, car accident. All could be natural or accidental. All could also be staged by someone with medical knowledge, patience, and planning. What if the 47 victims weren't just the people being murdered now? What if the count included their parents, killed months or years earlier in deaths that appeared natural or accidental? The possibility made Yamamoto's mind reel. If true, the killer had been working toward this moment for years, slowly assembling his collection of bereaved targets, engineering their grief before ultimately claiming them as well. But why? What was the ultimate goal? He stared at the photograph of Asano's gravestone, the anonymous message echoing in his mind. Everything is connected. Look to the past to see the future. Dawn broke over Tokyo with the kind of gray morning that suggested more rain to come. Yamamoto showered in the station's facilities, changed into the spare suit he kept in his locker, and drank black coffee that tasted like regret and determination. The press conference was scheduled for 9 a.m. in the main briefing room. Media had been gathering since 6 a.m., news vans lining the street outside headquarters. The story had captured national attention. For murders in 6 weeks, all staged with theatrical precision, all bearing the signature red crane. Tokyo hadn't seen anything like this in decades. Yamamoto reviewed his statement one final time, memorizing the key points while the public relations officer briefed him on expected questions. Then, at precisely 9 a.m., he walked onto the small stage, facing a sea of cameras and reporters. The room fell silent as he approached the podium. "Thank you for coming," Yamamoto began, his voice steady despite the exhaustion and pressure. "I'm Detective Kenji Yamamoto, lead investigator on what we're calling the Red Crane murders. I'm here to provide an update on our investigation and to make an appeal to both the public and to the individual responsible for these crimes." He paused, making eye contact with several reporters, knowing his words would be broadcast across Japan within minutes. "We are investigating 4 homicides that have occurred over the past 6 weeks. Hiroko Nakamura, Takashi Ito, Sakura Yamada, and Ryoichi Takahashi. All four were talented individuals with promising futures. All four were taken far too soon. Their families deserve justice, and we are committed to providing it. Another pause. Time for the pivot, the message aimed directly at the killer. The person responsible for these murders has demonstrated considerable intelligence and planning. We acknowledge the sophistication of these crimes. We understand that you view your actions as meaningful, perhaps even necessary. We know you're watching this press conference right now, listening to every word. Yamamoto leaned forward slightly, his intensity palpable. I'm asking you to stop. Whatever grievance you're addressing, whatever justice you believe you're serving, there are other paths. Lives don't need to end. If you truly believe in the honor you're invoking through your references to the 47 Ronin, then demonstrate true courage, come forward. Talk to us. Help us understand. He straightened, transitioning to the public appeal. To Tokyo's residents, we believe the killer may be selecting victims based on specific criteria, including individuals who have recently experienced the loss of a parent. If you fit this description and live alone, please take extra precautions. Vary your routines, be aware of your surroundings, consider staying with friends or family temporarily. And if you notice anyone displaying unusual interest in you or asking inappropriate questions, contact police immediately. The press conference continued for another 40 minutes. Fielding questions, Yamamoto answered as honestly as possible without compromising investigative details. Yes, they had physical evidence. No, he couldn't discuss specifics. Yes, they were exploring multiple theories about motive. No, they hadn't identified a suspect yet. Through it all, Yamamoto maintained his composure, projecting confidence and control even as uncertainty gnawed at him internally. Somewhere in Tokyo, the killer was watching this performance, evaluating, judging, deciding whether to respond to the appeal or accelerate his timeline out of spite. When the press conference finally ended, Yamamoto retreated to his office and immediately checked his email. Nothing new. No response from the killer. No additional anonymous tips. But at 11:37 a.m., his phone rang. Unknown number. Detective Yamamoto, he answered. Silence. Then breathing slow, controlled, deliberate. I watched your press conference, a voice said. Male, educated, accent suggesting Tokyo native, but with careful enunciation that seemed almost theatrical. Very moving, very sincere, but you misunderstand everything. Yamamoto's heart hammered as he gestured frantically to nearby officers, mouthing, "Trace this call." They scrambled into action, connecting equipment, starting the trace. Then help me understand, Yamamoto said, keeping his voice calm. Tell me what I'm missing. I'm not your enemy, detective. We're both servants of justice, just using different methods. You work within a corrupt system, trying to apply broken laws to heal broken society. I work outside that system, administering the corrections that courts and politicians are too cowardly to impose. By killing innocent people? A dry laugh. Innocent? No one is innocent, detective. We all make compromises, all betray our principles in small ways that accumulate into spiritual death. I simply provide the physical death that matches the spiritual rot. What about Hiroko Nakamura? What was her crime? She was a banker, engaged to be married, living an ordinary life. Her father stole money from his company for 20 years. Small amounts, never enough to trigger audits. He died wealthy while co-workers struggled. Hiroko inherited that blood money, never questioned its source, spent it freely. Yamamoto felt cold. How do you know this? I know everything, detective. I've spent years researching, documenting, building my case. Takashi Ito's mother was a teacher who falsified grades for money, destroying students' futures while enriching herself. Sakura Yamada's father was a doctor who prescribed unnecessary procedures to inflate his income. Takahashi-san's mother covered up abuse by a fellow teacher, protecting her friend while children suffered. Even if any of that were true, and I'm not conceding it is, those are crimes committed by the parents, not the victims. The sins of the father become the sins of the son. They all knew. They all benefited. They all chose silence over righteousness. They are complicit. So you appointed yourself judge, jury, and executioner? Someone had to. The system failed. I am the correction. Yamamoto glanced at the officers running the trace, who shook their heads. Not enough time yet. Keep him talking. The 47 Ronin, Yamamoto said. You're modeling yourself after them. But they sought revenge for a specific injustice against their master. Who is your master? What injustice are you avenging? Long pause. When the voice returned, it carried an edge of something darker, something personal. My master was truth itself, detective, and truth was murdered by lies, by compromises, by a society that values comfort over righteousness. I am masterless because truth has no home in this corrupted world. But I will build a monument to truth in blood and origami, and history will remember me as it remembers the 47. History remembers the Ronin because they accepted responsibility for their actions. They committed seppuku, took honorable death rather than running from consequences. Will you do the same? When my work is complete, I will face whatever comes with clarity of purpose. But first, 43 more transformations. 43 more truths revealed. And you, detective, will bear witness to each one, because I've chosen you as my chronicler. You'll tell the world what I've accomplished. I'll stop you, Yamamoto said flatly. That's what I'll tell the world. How we caught and stopped a murderer who thought himself above justice. Another dry laugh. You can't stop what's already in motion, but I admire your determination. It makes this more satisfying. Goodbye, detective. Watch for number 5. The line went dead. The officers looked up from their equipment. We got a location payphone in Shinjuku Station. Sending units now. But Yamamoto knew they'd find nothing. The killer was too careful, would have moved on immediately after the call. Still, they had to chase every lead no matter how futile. He listened to the recorded call 3 more times, analyzing every word, every inflection, every pause. The killer had confirmed Dr. Tanaka's theory. These weren't random murders. Each victim had been selected because their parents had committed some perceived transgression, and the victims themselves were complicit through their silence or benefit. But how had the killer obtained this information? How had he uncovered decades-old secrets? Small corruptions that might not even appear in official records. Someone with research skills. Someone with access to networks of information. Someone patient enough to spend years investigating before acting. Yamamoto called an emergency task force meeting, playing the recorded conversation for the assembled detectives and specialists. The room listened in silence, the killer's voice filling the space with its calm certainty. When it ended, Detective Nakamura spoke first. He's claiming the parents were criminals and the victims were complicit. We need to verify these allegations. If he's telling the truth, it might give us insight into his research methods. And if he's lying? Another detective asked. Then he's delusional, creating justifications for murders he wants to commit regardless of actual guilt, Dr. Tanaka replied. But either way, he believes his narrative. He's constructed an entire worldview where he's the righteous avenger and society is corrupt. That's extremely dangerous because it means he'll never question his actions. Yamamoto nodded. Sato, work with Nakamura to investigate the parents. Check financial records, employment histories, any complaints or irregularities. I need to know if there's truth to his claims. Over the next 6 hours, the team worked frantically, pulling together information that painted an increasingly disturbing picture. Hiroko Nakamura's father had indeed embezzled from his company. Small amounts over many years, totaling nearly 3 million yen. Sakura Yamada's father had been investigated twice for insurance fraud related to unnecessary medical procedures. The investigations had been dropped due to insufficient evidence, but the allegations existed. They were still investigating the claims about the other parents when, at 9:43 p.m., dispatch called with news that turned Yamamoto's blood to ice. Detective, we have a situation. 5th victim, Minato Ward. Responding officers say, there are complications. What kind of complications? Multiple victims, sir. The scene is extensive. Yamamoto arrived at the Minato ward address to find the street blocked by emergency vehicles, their lights painting the night in alternating red and blue. Uniformed officers had established a perimeter around a small art gallery, keeping back a growing crowd of onlookers drawn by morbid curiosity and the magnetic pull of tragedy. The gallery was called Suru, crane, a detail that made Yamamoto's stomach clench even before entering. He suited up in protective gear, gloves, and booties, then stepped through the front door into a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The gallery's main exhibition space was large and open, white walls designed to showcase art without distraction. Tonight, it showcased death. 5 bodies, not one, 5. They sat in chairs arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the room, positioned so each faced outward toward the walls. 5 men and women, ranging in age from late 20s to early 50s, all dressed in formal attire as if attending an important event. All dead, eyes open, expressions frozen in that terrible moment when life becomes absence. Around the circle of chairs, suspended from the ceiling on nearly invisible wires, hung 1,000 paper cranes. Not 47, 1,000. They filled the space like a flock frozen mid-migration, creating a canopy of folded paper in every color imaginable. Red, blue, green, gold, silver, white. The tradition of folding 1,000 cranes was called senbazuru, believed to grant a wish or bring healing to the sick. What wish had the killer made with this macabre offering? On a pedestal in the center of the circle, positioned so all 5 bodies seemed to regard it, a single red origami crane spread its wings. Larger than the others, more intricately folded, it dominated the space despite its small size through sheer symbolic weight. Yamamoto walked slowly around the circle, studying each victim while forensic photographers documented the scene. 3 men, 2 women. All appeared professional, affluent. All had been positioned with the same care as previous victims, hands arranged just so, postures suggesting rest rather than violent death. Dr. Hayashi, the medical examiner, was already conducting preliminary examinations. He looked up as Yamamoto approached, his face pale despite years of exposure to death. "Same methodology as the previous 4, he said quietly. Xylazine in their systems, suffocation, no external trauma. But the coordination required." He gestured at the 5 bodies. He had to sedate and position all 5, likely one after another, maintaining precise timing to achieve this tableaus. The logistical complexity is staggering. Time of death. Best estimate, between 6 and 8 hours ago. They were likely brought here in the afternoon or early evening when the gallery was closed. "The gallery owner?" Yamamoto asked. A uniformed officer stepped forward. "Not among the victims, sir. We've contacted her. She's on her way. The gallery has been closed all week for renovation between exhibitions. The front door was unlocked when we arrived, but there's no sign of forced entry. So the killer either had a key or possessed the skills to pick locks without leaving evidence." Another demonstration of his meticulous planning. Yamamoto examined the space more carefully. Unlike the previous crime scenes, which had occurred in the victim's personal spaces, this was a public location. The killer was becoming bolder, taking greater risks, expanding his canvas. The shift from individual murders to a group killing represented massive escalation, exactly what Dr. Tanaka had warned about. 5 victims meant they'd reached 9 total deaths. 9 out of the threatened 47. The killer had just accelerated his timeline dramatically, and if he continued at this pace, they'd reach 47 within 2 weeks. The gallery owner arrived 30 minutes later. Yuki Hashimoto, a woman in her 60s who'd run Tsuru Gallery for 20 years. She stood in the doorway, staring at the scene with horror and confusion. "I don't understand," she kept saying. "How did this happen? Who are these people?" Yamamoto guided her outside, away from the bodies, and conducted the interview on the sidewalk while forensic teams continued their work inside. "Ms. Hashimoto, I need you to look at photographs of the victims. Can you identify any of them?" She studied the photos on Yamamoto's tablet, her hands shaking. "This one," she pointed to a woman in her early 40s. That's Michiko Tanabe. She's an artist, ceramics mostly. I showed her work here 3 years ago, but the others, I don't recognize them. Did Ms. Tanabe have any connection to your gallery recently? Was she planning an exhibition? No, nothing scheduled. I haven't spoken to her in over a year. When was the last time you were in the gallery? Yesterday morning. I came by to check on the renovation progress. Everything was normal then. Who else has keys? Just me and my assistant Hiroshi Matsui. But Hiroshi is visiting family in Osaka this week. He left 4 days ago. Yamamoto made notes, already knowing what they'd find. Security camera footage mysteriously corrupted or missing. No witnesses, no useful evidence. The killer operated like a ghost, moving through Tokyo without leaving traces. But 5 victims meant 5 different backgrounds, 5 different stories, 5 sets of family and friends who might provide the connections Yamamoto desperately needed. Back at headquarters at 2 a.m., the task force assembled once again in conference room C. The exhaustion was palpable now. They'd been running on adrenaline and caffeine for days, chasing a killer who seemed always 3 steps ahead. Yamamoto updated the investigation board. 9 photographs now. 1. Hiroko Nakamura, 32, banker. 2. Takashi Ito, 45, publisher. 3. Sakura Yamada, 28, graphic designer. 4. Ryoichi Takahashi, 44, journalist. 5. Michiko Tanabe, 42, ceramic artist. 6. Daichi Yoshida, 51, architect. 7. Kenji Suzuki, 35, software engineer. 8. Akiko Mori, 29, pianist. 9. Hiroshi Kawaguchi, 47, pharmaceutical researcher. 9 faces, 9 lives ended. 38 more threatened if the killer's timeline held true. We need to understand the connection between these 5, Yamamoto said, pointing to the gallery victims. Why these specific people? Why killed together rather than separately? Detective Sato had been working through background checks at superhuman speed. He stood now, distributing printed summaries to the team. I found it, he said, his voice carrying a mixture of triumph and dread. All 5 attended the same university, Tokyo Metropolitan University. They graduated in different years, studied different subjects, but they overlapped for at least 1 year between 1998 and 2002. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. The killer had selected victims based on a shared institutional connection decades in the past. That's our link, Detective Nakamura said. He's targeting people connected to Tokyo Metropolitan University. But why? What happened there? Yamamoto felt pieces clicking into place, the pattern finally emerging from chaos. We need to pull records from the university for that time period. Student deaths, scandals, complaints, any incidents that might have created grievance. On it, Sato replied, already pulling out his phone. Dr. Tanaka leaned forward, her expression grave. If he's targeting people from a specific institution during a specific time period, that suggests personal connection. He either attended the university himself or someone close to him did. This isn't abstract justice anymore. This is personal revenge wrapped in philosophical justification. So we're looking for someone with ties to Tokyo Metropolitan University, late 1990s to early 2000s, Yamamoto summarized. Someone who believes people from that time wronged him or someone he cared about. Someone with the resources and skills to have spent 20-plus years planning this revenge. That still leaves hundreds of potential suspects, another detective protested. Then we narrow it further, Yamamoto said. We cross-reference everyone connected to the university during that period against our other criteria. Knowledge of forensic science, access to veterinary sedatives, expertise in origami, current residence in Tokyo. Every filter we apply shrinks the pool. The team worked through the night, building databases, running cross-references, following digital trails through decades-old records. It was grinding, exhausting work, but Yamamoto could feel them getting closer. The killer had finally made a mistake, not in execution but in pattern. By targeting a specific group, He'd revealed his motivation was personal, not ideological. And personal revenge always left trails. At 6:47 a.m., just as dawn broke over Tokyo, Sato burst into the investigation room with a file folder clutched in his hands. I found something. September 2000, Tokyo Metropolitan University. A student named Kaito Fujimoto died by suicide, jumped from the roof of the science building. He was 20 years old, third-year chemistry student. Suicide isn't unusual, sadly, Yamamoto said. What makes this relevant? Two things. First, Kaito's suicide note claimed he was being bullied and harassed by other students, but he didn't name anyone specific. The university investigated, found no evidence of systematic bullying, closed the case. Second, Kaito had a younger brother, Takeru Fujimoto, who was 17 at the time. Yamamoto felt electricity run through him. Where is Takeru Fujimoto now? That's the problem. He disappeared from public records after 2005. No employment history, no residence registration, no digital footprint. It's like he ceased to exist. Or like he learned to live off the grid, Dr. Tanaka said. If Takeru believed the university covered up his brother's bullying and allowed the people responsible to escape justice, that would create the exact kind of grievance that could fuel this killing spree. 25 years of planning, researching, identifying the specific people he held responsible. Can we get photographs of Takeru Fujimoto? Yamamoto asked. Working on it. The university should have old student ID photos from when he was applying or visiting his brother. But it'll take time. We don't have time, Yamamoto said. He's accelerating. The gap between the fourth victim and the gallery murders was less than 48 hours. At this rate, he could strike again today. As if summoned by Yamamoto's words, his phone rang. Dispatch. His hand shook slightly as he answered. Detective, we have a report of a disturbance at Ueno Park. Multiple witnesses calling in about someone behaving strangely near the statue of Seigo Takamori. Officers are responding, but given the current situation, I'm on my way. Yamamoto grabbed his jacket and weapon, shouting for backup as he ran through the station. Seigo Takamori, another historical figure, a samurai who'd led a rebellion against the Meiji government and died by ritual suicide when his cause failed. If the killer was there, it might not be coincidence. The drive to Ueno Park took 12 minutes through morning traffic, Yamamoto's mind racing with possibilities. Was this the killer preparing his next murder? Was it a trap designed to lure investigators? Or was it just coincidence? An unrelated incident that happened to ping their heightened awareness? Ueno Park was one of Tokyo's largest public spaces, a vast green area containing museums, temples, and the famous statue of Seigo Takamori with his loyal dog. Early morning joggers and Tai Chi practitioners populated the paths, their routines disrupted by the growing police presence. Yamamoto found the responding officers near the statue. They'd cordoned off the area with tape, keeping civilians at a safe distance while they investigated the reported disturbance. What do we have? Yamamoto asked. The lead officer, a young woman named Tanaka Asuka, gestured toward the base of the statue. Someone left an offering, sir. Given the current situation, we thought you should see it before we touched anything. Yamamoto approached carefully, his eyes scanning the area for threats. The bronze statue of Seigo Takamori loomed above, the legendary samurai frozen in his walking pose, his dog faithfully at his side. At the base of the monument, arranged with precise care, was a display that made Yamamoto's breath catch. 47 white candles, unlit, arranged in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle, a photograph, black and white, aged, showing a young man's face. The photograph sat propped against a folded piece of paper, and perched on top of that paper, a red origami crane. Yamamoto pulled on gloves and carefully lifted the photograph. The young man in the image was smiling, caught in a candid moment, books tucked under his arm. On the back, written in careful script, Kaito Fujimoto, 1980 to 2000. Truth demands witness. Secure this entire area, Yamamoto ordered. Full forensic sweep. I want every surface dusted, every fiber collected, Every witness interviewed. He was here. He left this recently. Officer Asaka nodded. Sir, the witness who called it in is waiting over there. An elderly man who does Tai Chi here every morning. He says he saw someone near the statue about 40 minutes ago. Yamamoto's pulse quickened. 40 minutes. The killer might still be in the area watching, evaluating police response. Bring him to me. The witness was Hiroshi Nakano, 73 years old. A retired postal worker who'd practiced Tai Chi in Ueno Park for 15 years. His hands trembled slightly as he spoke to Yamamoto, whether from age or nerves or the significance of what he'd witnessed. I arrive every morning at 6 o'clock, Nakano explained. Always the same spot, always the same routine. This morning, when I came through the gate, I saw a man kneeling at Seigo's statue. He was arranging the candles very carefully, very precisely. I thought perhaps it was some kind of memorial, so I didn't want to disturb him. Can you describe him? Tall, maybe 180 centimeters. Thin build. He wore dark clothing, black pants, black jacket, black cap pulled low. I couldn't see his face clearly. He had his back to me most of the time. Age estimate? Nakano considered. His movements were fluid, controlled. Not young, not old. Perhaps 40s, maybe 50s. It's hard to say. Did he speak? Make any sounds? No. He worked in complete silence. Very focused, like someone performing a ceremony. When he finished with the candles, he placed the photograph and the paper crane, then stood and bowed 3 times to the statue. Deep, formal bows. Then he walked away toward the museum complex. Which direction specifically? North, toward the Tokyo National Museum. He walked slowly, not hurrying, like he had all the time in the world. Yamamoto thanked Nakano and immediately radioed the description to all units in the area. They needed to check security cameras, stop and question anyone matching the description, cast the widest possible net. But even as he gave the orders, Yamamoto knew they were probably too late. The killer had a 40-minute head start and the ability to disappear into Tokyo's endless crowds. While forensics processed the statue area, Yamamoto carefully unfolded the paper beneath the crane. It was washi paper, expensive, the same type used for the previous messages. The text was handwritten in elegant calligraphy. Detective Yamamoto, you're closer now. I can feel you approaching, learning my language, beginning to understand the story I'm telling. But understanding and stopping are different things. Kaito Fujimoto was my brother, my best friend, my conscience. He was brilliant, kind, destined for greatness. They destroyed him, not with fists or weapons, but with words, with exclusion, with casual cruelty they probably don't even remember. The university investigated and found no evidence. They protected their reputation instead of seeking truth. I spent 25 years finding them. The ringleaders, the participants, the witnesses who said nothing. I documented their lives, their compromises, their small corruptions that proved they were always capable of cruelty. They went on to successful careers while Kaito rotted in the ground. Justice delayed is justice denied. But I am patient. I am thorough. And I am almost finished. The Gallery 5 were easy. They all attended that viewing party where Kaito was humiliated, where he was photographed and mocked, where the poison was planted that killed him 6 months later. They laughed then. They're not laughing now. You asked if I would accept responsibility like the 47 Ronin. I will. When the 47 have been transformed, when truth has been served, I will present myself to you. But not before. The work must be completed. 38 remain. Takeru Fujimoto. He'd signed it. After all the anonymous messages and carefully maintained distance, Takeru Fujimoto had finally claimed ownership of his murders. It was a massive escalation, a point of no return. He was no longer hiding. He was declaring himself, confident enough in his plan to reveal his identity. Yamamoto immediately called the task force together via conference call, reading them the letter while standing in Ueno Park surrounded by forensic technicians and confused morning visitors. We have positive identification, he announced. Takeru Fujimoto, now approximately 42 years old, brother of Kaito Fujimoto who died by suicide in 2000. Sato, I need everything you can find on Takaru's school records, employment history, family background, associates, anything that might tell us where he's been for the past 20 years and where he might be now. Already on it, Sato replied over the phone. I'm pulling Kaito's suicide investigation file too. If Takaru's telling the truth about a viewing party where his brother was humiliated, there might be documentation. Dr. Tanaka, what's your assessment? The psychologist's voice came through clear and analytical. He's reached the endgame phase. By revealing his identity and declaring his intention to surrender after completing his mission, he's eliminated any chance of disappearing. This is all or nothing now. He'll accelerate even further, trying to complete the 47 murders before we can stop him. We might be looking at multiple victims per day going forward. Yamamoto felt the weight of that prediction settle on his shoulders. Multiple victims per day. They were racing against a timetable that seemed designed to be unbeatable. We need to get ahead of him, Yamamoto said. We know his target pool. People who attended Tokyo Metropolitan University between 1998 and 2002. We need to identify every person who fits that criteria and was present at this viewing party. Warn them, protect them, use them as bait if necessary. The university is cooperating, Detective Nakamura reported. They're pulling enrollment records now, but they're estimating roughly 800 students were enrolled during that overlap period. Even if we narrow it to those who attended specific events where Kaito was present, we're still talking about dozens of potential victims. Then we contact dozens of people. We flood the media with warnings. We make it impossible for Takaru to operate undetected. Over the next 6 hours, the investigation exploded into coordinated chaos. Teams of detectives worked phones, contacting anyone connected to Tokyo Metropolitan University during the relevant years. The university provided records of a student film screening in April 2000, the viewing party Takaru had referenced. Kaito Fujimoto had submitted a short documentary about chemical processes. According to the records, 43 other students had attended that screening. 43, plus Kaito himself, plus the 5 already murdered at the gallery. That totaled 49, close enough to 47 that Takaru might be working from an approximate list rather than an exact count. Of those 43 attendees, 12 had died from natural causes or accidents in the intervening years. That left 31 potential victims still alive. Detective teams began contacting them immediately, delivering the horrifying news that they were potential targets of a serial killer seeking revenge for decades-old events they might not even remember. Yamamoto personally called several of them, hearing the confusion and fear in their voices as he explained the situation. I don't remember anyone named Kaito Fujimoto, one woman said, her voice shaking. I went to hundreds of screenings during university. How am I supposed to remember one specific person from 25 years ago? Did you participate in any bullying or harassment of students during your time at the university? Yamamoto asked carefully. What? No. I mean, there was the usual social stuff, cliques and gossip, but nothing serious. Nothing that would justify murder. Yamamoto heard the realization hitting her. The understanding that Takaru Fujimoto didn't care about her perspective or intentions. He'd constructed a narrative where she was guilty, and in his mind, that justified her execution. We're arranging protection, Yamamoto told her. I need you to go to the nearest police station immediately. Don't go home. Don't follow your normal routine. Stay in public spaces and stay vigilant until we apprehend the suspect. The same conversation repeated 31 times with minor variations. Some people remembered Kaito vaguely. Others had no memory at all. None of them could point to a specific incident of bullying or harassment. Most claimed they'd barely known him, which made sense if Kaito's torment had been subtle social exclusion, whispered comments, the thousand small cruelties that accumulate into unbearable weight without ever manifesting as documentable incidents. That kind of bullying was nearly impossible to investigate because it left no evidence, only psychological scars. By evening, they'd established protection details for 23 of the 31 remaining potential victims. The other 8 couldn't be immediately located, moved abroad, changed names through marriage, dropped off the grid for various reasons. Those 8 represented the biggest vulnerability in their defensive strategy. Yamamoto stood in the investigation room at 9 p.m., studying the updated board. 9 victims dead, 38 remaining on Takeru's list, 23 under protection, 8 missing, 8 more either deceased or otherwise unavailable. The numbers didn't add up perfectly, which suggested either Takeru was working from incomplete information or his count included people they hadn't identified yet. Either possibility was troubling. Detective Sato entered carrying a laptop, his expression urgent. I found something in the university archives. Student newspaper from April 2000. There's an article about the film screening where Kaito showed his documentary. He turned the laptop so Yamamoto could see. The article was brief, buried in the art section of the student paper. It described various films shown at the screening, including Kaito's documentary. The review was scathing. Kaito Fujimoto's pretentious exploration of chemical reactions would be better suited for a classroom than an artistic venue. His monotone narration and technical focus suggest someone who fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of cinema. Perhaps stick to lab work, Fujimoto-san. The review was signed by Ryoichi Takahashi, the journalist who'd become victim number 4. Takahashi wrote the review that humiliated Kaito, Yamamoto said quietly. That's why he was targeted specifically. This is personal revenge down to individual grievances. There's more, Sato continued. I found Kaito's suicide note in the investigation file. It's detailed. He pulled up a scanned document, and Yamamoto read the handwritten text that Kaito Fujimoto had left before jumping from the science building rooftop. I can't anymore. Every day is endurance. I thought university would be different from high school, but the cruelty just becomes more sophisticated. They don't hit, they exclude. They don't yell, they whisper. They don't openly mock. They publish reviews calling my work pretentious. No one cares. The professors don't see it. The administration doesn't want to acknowledge it. My parents tell me to be stronger, work harder, ignore the critics. But I'm drowning in a sea of indifference. I'm sorry, Takeru. You're the only one who ever understood. You're the only one who saw me. Please don't blame yourself. Please don't let this destroy you. I just want the pain to stop. Yamamoto felt a wave of profound sadness reading Kaito's final words. A young man crushed by the accumulated weight of casual cruelty, unable to see any escape except death. And his brother, 17 years old, reading those words and spending the next quarter century transforming grief into homicidal vengeance. The suicide investigation was cursory, Sato continued. They interviewed a few of Kaito's professors and classmates, found no evidence of systematic bullying, closed the case within 2 weeks. Kaito's parents didn't push for deeper investigation. They were devastated, wanted to move on. Takeru was a minor. His objections were dismissed as grief-stricken denial. So he took matters into his own hands, Dr. Tanaka said, entering the room behind Sato. He spent 25 years becoming the avenging brother Kaito asked him not to be. That's the tragedy in all this. Kaito's final request was that Takeru not let this destroy him, and instead, it consumed his entire life. Have we made progress locating Takeru? Yamamoto asked. Nothing solid. After Kaito's death, Takeru dropped out of high school. His parents, Kaito's parents, divorced 2 years later. The mother moved to Hokkaido, died in 2010. The father remained in Tokyo until 2015, then died of liver failure. Takeru had no contact with either parent after 2005. He severed all family connections, Dr. Tanaka observed, went underground, built a new identity, or simply lived outside official systems. That level of disconnection suggests someone who decided to dedicate themselves entirely to a long-term mission. He gave up normal life to become an instrument of revenge. We need to find where he's been living, Yamamoto said. 25 years of planning requires space. Somewhere to conduct research, store materials, practice origami, prepare sedatives. He has a home base somewhere in Tokyo. We're checking rental records, utility connections, any paper trail that might lead us to him, Sato replied. But if he's been living under a false identity or off-grid, it could take days to track down. We don't have days, Yamamoto said flatly. We have hours. As if to punctuate his statement, every phone in the room began buzzing simultaneously. Yamamoto grabbed his device, seeing an emergency alert from dispatch. Multiple calls reporting disturbance at Aoyama Cemetery. Witness reports suggest possible connection to Red Crane case. Aoyama Cemetery, one of Tokyo's oldest and largest graveyards, home to thousands of graves including many historical figures and prominent families. Let's move, Yamamoto ordered, already running for the door. The drive to Aoyama Cemetery took 18 minutes through evening traffic. By the time Yamamoto arrived, uniformed officers had cordoned off a section of the grounds and forensic lights were being set up to illuminate the darkening cemetery paths. He found the scene quickly. A circle of detectives and technicians gathered around a prominent grave marker. As Yamamoto approached, his stomach clenched with dread at what he knew he'd find. The grave belonged to the Yoshida family, a moderately prominent lineage with roots in Tokyo's business community. Before the headstone, arranged with precise care, were 47 white flowers, chrysanthemums, the traditional flower of death in Japanese culture. And in the center of the floral display, propped against the stone, 5 photographs showing 5 faces frozen in death. The victims from the gallery, their eyes open and staring in those terrible final moments. Beside the photographs, a note written on washi paper. 9 complete, 38 remain. The living fear death, but death is merely transformation. I am the transformer, the conductor of metamorphosis. Watch the cemetery, detective. The dead are gathering. And of course, the red origami crane, positioned on top of the photographs like a capstone. But there was something else, something that made Yamamoto's blood freeze. Attached to the back of each photograph with a small pin was a tiny origami figure. Yamamoto looked closer, recognizing the shapes. A butterfly, candle, a cherry blossom, paper airplane, another butterfly. Each murder victim was being memorialized with the symbol used in their death scene. Takaru wasn't just killing. He was building a collection, a gallery of transformations, each one carefully documented and preserved. Sir, a forensic technician approached with an evidence bag. We found this attached to the back of the grave marker. Inside the bag was a flash drive, black plastic with a white crane drawn on it in correction fluid. Yamamoto's hands trembled slightly as he took the evidence bag. Get this to the tech team immediately. I want to know what's on it, but approach it carefully. Check for malware, viruses, anything designed to corrupt our systems. 30 minutes later, back at headquarters, Yamamoto gathered the task force in the computer forensics lab to review the flash drive's contents. The tech specialist, a young man named Kenji Watanabe, had isolated the drive in a quarantine system and confirmed it was clean. No viruses, no malicious code, Watanabe reported. Just a single video file, 47 minutes long. The room fell silent. 47 minutes. Of course. Play it, Yamamoto ordered. The screen flickered to life, showing a stark room with white walls and concrete floor. A single chair sat in the center of the frame. After a moment, a figure entered from off-screen and sat in the chair. Takaru Fujimoto. He was tall and thin, just as the witness had described, with sharp features and dark eyes that held an intensity bordering on fanaticism. He wore simple black clothing and stared directly into the camera with unsettling calm. Detective Yamamoto, he began, his voice the same one from the phone call. By now you know who I am. You've read Kaito's suicide note. You've seen the shallow investigation that dismissed his suffering. You understand why this is necessary. He paused, his expression unchanging. I want to show you something. I want you to understand the methodology, the philosophy behind the transformations. The video cut to different footage, older, grainier. Security camera footage from what appeared to be a university hallway, dated April 2000. Students walked past the camera, casual and unaware. Then Kaito Fujimoto entered the frame, carrying film equipment, clearly preparing for the screening. Behind him, partially visible, A group of students pointed and laughed, their mouths moving in conversation the camera couldn't capture. "Watch them," Takaru's voiceover continued. "See how casual the cruelty is, how thoughtless. They probably went to dinner afterward and forgot about it entirely." But Kaido didn't forget. He carried that moment, and 1,000 others like it, until the weight became unbearable. The video cut again, showing newspaper clippings, photographs, documents, Takaru's research into each victim's life. For Hiroko Nakamura, financial records showing her father's embezzlement. For Takashi Ito, evidence of his mother's grade falsification. For each victim, documentation of corruption or complicity or simply existence within systems Takaru had deemed unworthy. "Some people ask how I can justify killing innocent people," Takaru continued, his face back on screen. "But they're not innocent. They participated in a system that killed my brother as surely as if they'd pushed him from that roof themselves. They laughed, they excluded, they diminished, and they faced no consequences." His voice remained eerily calm throughout, the tone of someone absolutely convinced of their righteousness. The 47 Ronin understood that sometimes justice exists outside the law. Sometimes truth requires action that society deems criminal. "I am not insane, detective. I am purposeful. I am the correction the system refused to provide." The video cut to footage of Takaru folding origami. Cranes, butterflies, flowers, each one created with meticulous precision. His hands moved with practiced fluidity, the folds appearing almost effortless. Each transformation is honored with appropriate symbols. Each victim receives what their life earned. The candles for remembrance, the cherry blossoms for beauty's impermanence, the butterflies for metamorphosis. I am artist and executioner, creating monuments to truth in flesh and paper. Another cut. Takaru standing in what appeared to be the warehouse where Hiroko Nakamura had been found, arranging the 47 candles with careful precision. "You cannot stop what has already begun," he said, looking into the camera. "The remaining 38 are marked. The transformations will continue until the count reaches 47. Then, and only then, will I present myself for judgment. I will accept whatever consequences come, just as the 47 Ronin accepted theirs. But the work must be completed." His expression shifted slightly, showing something that might have been sadness or regret. "Kaido asked me not to let his death destroy me, but I was destroyed the moment he jumped, the moment I realized the world would let his killers walk free. I am not destroying myself through this work. I am fulfilling the only purpose I have left. I am my brother's voice, his justice, his revenge. I am what he needed and never received." The video held on Takaru's face for a long moment, then faded to black. Text appeared on the screen. 38 remain. The transformation continues. Watch for the crane. The recording ended. The task force sat in stunned silence, processing what they'd witnessed. Takaru Fujimoto had just provided a comprehensive confession, complete with footage of crime scene preparation and explicit statements of intent. It was evidence that would guarantee conviction in any court. But it was also a declaration that he didn't care about conviction, didn't fear consequence, had already accepted whatever ending awaited him. He was a man with nothing to lose except the mission itself. "He's completely committed," Dr. Tanaka said quietly. "There's no negotiation possible here, no way to appeal to his self-interest because he has no self-interest beyond completing the 47 murders. He's already dead in his own mind, just a ghost carrying out his brother's revenge." Yamamoto stood, pacing the small room, his mind racing through options and strategies. They had Takaru's face now, his voice, his confession. They could flood the media with his image, turn every citizen in Tokyo into a potential witness. But Takaru had operated undetected for weeks despite actively murdering people. He knew how to avoid surveillance, how to move through crowds unseen. "We need to think like him," Yamamoto said. "He's working from a list of specific targets. We have 23 under protection, 8 we can't locate. That leaves 7 unaccounted for, either dead already, living abroad, or missing from our analysis. We need to find those 7 before he does." And the 8 we can't locate? Detective Nakamura asked. We put out international alerts, contact embassies, search every database available. Someone, somewhere, knows where these people are. The team dispersed to their assignments, each detective carrying the weight of racing against an impossible deadline. Yamamoto returned to his office, staring at the caseboard that now included a large photograph of Takeru Fujimoto taken from the video. The face stared back at him with that unsettling calm. A man who'd spent 25 years preparing for this moment and would not be deterred by police procedures or public appeals or the fundamental moral weight of human life. Yamamoto's phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Check your email. TF. His pulse quickening, Yamamoto opened his laptop. A new email waited from an anonymous account. The message was brief. 3 tonight. Different locations. Simultaneous. Can you save them all? Attached were 3 addresses in different Tokyo wards and a timestamp. 11:47 p.m. Yamamoto checked his watch. 10:12 p.m. 95 minutes. He immediately called the task force together, his voice cutting through the station's evening activity. We have 3 potential murders planned for 11:47 p.m. tonight at 3 different locations. Takeru sent the addresses. He's challenging us, making this a game. He displayed the addresses on the conference room screen. 1. Apartment in Katsushika Ward. 2. Office building in Chua Ward. 3. Residence in Setagaya Ward. This could be a trap, Detective Sato warned. He could be pulling our resources to these locations while hitting different targets elsewhere. Possible, Yamamoto acknowledged, but we can't risk ignoring the threat. We split into 3 teams, 1 for each location. We also maintain surveillance on all the protected witnesses. If this is misdirection, we need to catch it. He assigned team leaders, distributed tactical gear, coordinated with SWAT units for backup. 95 minutes to prepare for 3 simultaneous interventions across a massive city. At 11 p.m., Yamamoto's team arrived at the Katsushika Ward address, a modest apartment building in a quiet residential area. The building housed 16 units across 4 floors. The address Takeru provided was Unit 3B, 3rd floor, 2nd door on the right. According to their records, Unit 3B belonged to Masato Endo, age 43, sales manager for an electronics company. Endo had attended Tokyo Metropolitan University from 1998 to 2002, overlapping with Kaito Fujimoto. He'd been at the film screening. He was on the list. They tried calling him earlier but got no answer. His employer said he'd left work at normal time. His car was parked on the street outside the building, which meant he was likely inside, possibly already a victim, possibly about to become one. Yamamoto positioned his team, 4 detectives plus 2 SWAT officers, at strategic points around the building. At exactly 11:40 p.m., 7 minutes before Takeru's stated timeline, they entered. The building's lobby was empty, no signs of disturbance. They climbed to the 3rd floor, moving silently, weapons drawn. Unit 3B's door was closed, no light visible underneath. Yamamoto knocked. Mr. Endo? This is Detective Yamamoto with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. We need to speak with you immediately. Silence. He knocked again, louder. Mr. Endo, if you're inside, please respond. Still nothing. We're coming in, Yamamoto announced, then nodded to the SWAT officer carrying the breaching tool. The door crashed open with a splintering crack, and the team poured into the apartment, clearing rooms with practiced efficiency. Clear. Clear. Detective in here. Yamamoto rushed to the bedroom, his heart pounding. Masato Endo sat in a chair by the window, his head tilted back, eyes open and vacant. Around him, 47 origami stars hung from strings attached to the ceiling, creating a constellation of folded paper. On the table beside him, the red crane spread its wings in familiar mockery. They were too late. Yamamoto checked his watch. 11:46 p.m., 1 minute before Takeru's stated time, which meant Endo had been dead for hours, and Takeru had simply timed his reveal to maximize the psychological impact of arriving too late. His radio crackled. Team 2 reporting. We found victim at Chua Ward location. Female, approximately 40 years old. Same signature, DOA. Then Team 3. Team 3 confirming victim at Setagaya location. Male, mid-40s. Red crane present. He's gone. 3 victims. 3 simultaneous discoveries. Takaru had killed them hours earlier, probably while the task force was reviewing his video, and then sent Yamamoto on a wild chase to find bodies rather than save lives. It was psychological warfare, designed to emphasize the futility of their investigation, the inevitability of Takaru's success. He was always ahead, always in control, conducting his symphony of death while the police scrambled to follow his score. 12 victims now. 35 remaining. Yamamoto stood in Masato Endo's bedroom, surrounded by the paper stars, feeling the weight of 12 deaths pressing down on him like a physical burden. They'd failed. Despite knowing Takaru's identity, despite understanding his motivation, despite mobilizing the entire department, they'd failed to save even one person. His phone buzzed. Another text from TF. Do you see now? You cannot stop what is already complete. The crane flies on. Yamamoto wanted to throw his phone, wanted to scream, wanted to tear down the paper stars and destroy the smug red crane. But he forced himself to breathe, to think, to stay professional. They needed a different approach. Direct intervention wasn't working. Takaru was too prepared, too far ahead. They needed to think laterally, find the angle he hadn't anticipated. Back at headquarters at 2:30 a.m., the exhausted task force gathered one more time. Everyone looked shell-shocked, the psychological toll of racing against a killer who seemed unstoppable showing in drawn faces and slumped shoulders. We need to change tactics, Yamamoto said. We're playing his game by his rules, and he's winning. We need to shift the paradigm. How? Detective Nakamura asked, her voice carrying barely suppressed frustration. He knows everything we're going to do before we do it. He's studied police procedures, anticipated our responses, built his entire plan around staying ahead of us. Then we do something he doesn't expect, Yamamoto replied. Dr. Tanaka, you said Takaru plans to turn himself in after completing the 47 murders. What if we offer him something he wants more than completing the count? Dr. Tanaka looked skeptical. Like what? His entire identity is wrapped up in this mission. It's all he has left. What if we offered him what he actually wants? Not the murders themselves, but public acknowledgement of what happened to Kaito. What if we gave him the investigation his brother never received? The room fell silent as the implications sank in. You want to negotiate with a serial killer? Detective Sato asked incredulously. I want to give him an alternative path to his goal, Yamamoto clarified. Takaru believes the 47 murders are necessary to force recognition of Kaito's suffering. What if we provide that recognition directly? A formal investigation into Kaito's death, public acknowledgement of the university's failures, justice through official channels rather than murder. He won't accept it, Dr. Tanaka said. He's too invested in his current course. 25 years of planning can't be redirected with a simple offer. Maybe not, Yamamoto admitted, but we have to try, because the alternative is watching 35 more people die while we chase shadows. The press conference was scheduled for 8 a.m., less than 6 hours after the discovery of victims 10, 11, and 12. Yamamoto had spent those hours crafting a statement that would walk the impossible line between acknowledging Takaru's grievances and firmly opposing his methods. The media room was packed beyond capacity, journalists and camera crews jammed into every available space. The story had exploded nationally. 12 murders in 6 weeks, all connected to a decades-old university tragedy. The killer sending taunting messages to police while staying perpetually ahead of the investigation. Yamamoto took the podium, his exhaustion hidden behind professional composure. He looked directly into the cameras, knowing Takaru would be watching wherever he was hiding. At 2 a.m. this morning, we discovered 3 more victims of the individual calling himself Takaru Fujimoto. That brings the total to 12 confirmed murders, all connected to events that occurred at Tokyo Metropolitan University in the year 2000. He paused, letting the information settle. Takeru Fujimoto's brother, Kaito Fujimoto, died by suicide in September 2000 after experiencing significant psychological distress during his time at the university. Kaito's suicide note described bullying and harassment, but the university's investigation at the time found insufficient evidence to substantiate these claims. The case was closed within 2 weeks. Another pause. This was the critical moment. After reviewing the original investigation, I believe it was inadequate. Kaito Fujimoto deserved better. His claims deserved thorough examination. The people he identified as sources of his suffering should have been interviewed, held accountable, given the opportunity to address their actions. That didn't happen. Yamamoto saw surprise ripple through the assembled journalists. A lead detective publicly criticizing a past investigation was unprecedented. Today, I am announcing the reopening of the investigation into Kaito Fujimoto's death. We will conduct the thorough, comprehensive examination that should have occurred 25 years ago. We will interview everyone involved, review all evidence, and publish our findings publicly. Kaito's story will be told. His suffering will be acknowledged. He leaned forward, intensity radiating from every word. Takeru Fujimoto, if you're watching, and I know you are, I'm offering you the justice you sought, not through murder but through truth. Help us conduct this investigation properly. Provide your evidence, your documentation, your insights. Let's honor Kaito's memory by seeking truth through legitimate means rather than adding 35 more deaths to the tragedy that began with his. The room erupted with shouted questions, but Yamamoto raised his hand for silence. I know this is unconventional. I know some will say we're negotiating with a terrorist, giving him what he wants. But 12 people are dead, and 35 more are threatened. If there's any chance at all, of stopping this without further bloodshed, we have to take it. Takeru, contact me. Let's talk. Let's find a path forward that doesn't require more death. He stepped away from the podium, ignoring the shouted questions, and left the briefing room. Now came the waiting, the excruciating uncertainty of whether his gambit would work or simply give Takeru more ammunition for psychological warfare. Back in his office, Yamamoto collapsed into his chair and stared at his phone, willing it to ring. The investigation couldn't stop while they waited for Takeru's response. Teams were still tracking down the missing potential victims, still maintaining protection on the identified individuals, still processing forensic evidence from the 12 crime scenes. But Yamamoto knew the real battle now was psychological. He'd made a public offering, a potential path to de-escalation. Takeru would either accept it or reject it, and his decision would determine whether they had any chance of preventing the next murders. At 10:23 a.m., his phone rang. Unknown number. Yamamoto activated the recording system and answered. Detective Yamamoto. You're clever. Takeru's voice, calm as always, carried a hint of something that might have been appreciation or mockery. Reopening the investigation, promising truth and justice, appealing to my better nature. It's a sophisticated psychological maneuver. It's not a maneuver, Yamamoto replied. It's genuine. Kaito deserved better than he received. That's simply true, regardless of what you've done since. Silence for several seconds. Then, do you know what the worst part was, detective? Not Kaito's death itself, though that was unbearable. It was the aftermath. The way everyone moved on so quickly. The university released a brief statement, offered counseling services, and within a week it was as if he'd never existed. His suicide became a statistic, an unfortunate incident to be managed and forgotten. I understand that pain, Yamamoto said carefully. The institutional indifference to individual suffering. It's one of the failures of large systems. They process tragedy without truly seeing it. You do understand, Takeru said, sounding almost surprised. That's interesting. Most people don't. They see the murders and can't look past them to see the justice underneath. I see both, Yamamoto replied. I see that terrible things happened to Kaito. I see that the response was inadequate. And I also see that 12 innocent people are dead, their families destroyed, because you've decided to pursue justice through violence. Innocent, Takaru's voice hardened. You keep using that word. But they were there, detective. They laughed, they excluded, they participated in the casual cruelty that killed my brother. How is that innocent? Because being present at an event 25 years ago doesn't warrant execution. Because people change, grow, learn from their mistakes. Because some of your victims probably barely remember Kaito, barely remember that screening, because it was one night in their youth among thousands of nights. And that makes it worse. Takaru's voice rose for the first time, passion breaking through his usual calm. They destroyed him and didn't even have the decency to remember it. They went on to successful lives while he rotted in the ground, and they never gave him a second thought. Yamamoto heard the raw pain beneath the anger and made a decision to lean into it rather than retreat. You're right, he said quietly. That is worse in some ways. The casual nature of the cruelty, the forgetfulness, the way someone's entire world can be destroyed by actions others barely register. It's a profound injustice. Kaito deserved better. He deserved to be seen, to be remembered, to have his suffering acknowledged. Yes, Takaru said, his voice dropping back to its usual measured tone. Exactly. You do understand. I understand that you've spent 25 years trying to make people see what they refused to see then. I understand that the murders are your way of forcing recognition. But Takaru, it's not working. The recognition Kaito gets now isn't about his suffering. It's about your violence. You've buried his story under 12 bodies. Long silence. Yamamoto held his breath, wondering if he'd pushed too far. If Takaru would simply hang up and accelerate his timeline out of spite. Finally, what exactly are you proposing? Come in. Surrender. Help us conduct a proper investigation into Kaito's death. You've spent 25 years gathering evidence. Share it with us. Let's build a comprehensive record of what happened, who was responsible, how the systems failed. Let's make sure Kaito's story is told accurately and completely. Let's create the justice he deserved without adding more victims to the tragedy. And I go to prison for the rest of my life. Yes, Yamamoto said honestly. You've murdered 12 people. There are consequences for that. But you'd be alive, able to participate in the investigation, able to ensure Kaito's story is told properly. And 35 people would continue living their lives instead of dying for crimes they may not even remember committing. I've already accepted death, Takaru said. My life ended when Kaito jumped. Everything since has been preparation and execution. I'm not afraid of prison or execution. Then what are you afraid of? Yamamoto asked. What's the one thing that would make these 25 years meaningless? Silence again, longer this time. Yamamoto could almost hear Takaru thinking, processing, evaluating. Being forgotten, Takaru finally said. Having Kaito forgotten again. Having this all dismissed as the actions of a lunatic rather than understood as the pursuit of justice it truly is. Then help me ensure that doesn't happen. The investigation I'm proposing will be public, thorough, and honest. We'll document everything, what happened to Kaito, the university's failures, the people who contributed to his suffering. His story will be preserved in official record, studied by psychologists and sociologists, used to improve how institutions handle bullying and harassment. He'll be remembered, and you'll be part of ensuring that memory is accurate. Or, Takaru said slowly, I complete the 47 transformations as planned, create a monument so large it can never be ignored, and then turn myself in. Either way, Kaito is remembered. Yes, but in one version, 35 people are dead and you're remembered as a monster. In the other, 12 tragedies don't become 47, and you're remembered as someone who was willing to stop when justice became possible through other means. Which legacy serves Kaito better? Yamamoto held his breath during the long silence that followed. He could hear Takaru breathing on the other end, could imagine him in whatever space he was hiding, weighing his brother's memory against his own elaborate plan. I need time to think, Takaru finally said. This isn't a decision I can make lightly. The 47 have waited 25 years for justice. I need to consider whether your proposal truly serves that justice or simply substitutes one form of institutional processing for another. How much time? Yamamoto asked. 24 hours. I'll call you at 10:00 a.m. tomorrow. But detective, if I decide to proceed with the original plan, the pace will accelerate. I won't give you another opportunity to interfere. The remaining 35 will be transformed rapidly. Takaru, please. But the line was already dead. Yamamoto immediately called the tech team. Did you get a location? He was using a VPN and bouncing through multiple servers. We traced it to a general area in Shinjuku, but nothing specific enough for an address. He's sophisticated with his communications security. Yamamoto slumped in his chair, staring at his phone. 24 hours. One day to either end this without further bloodshed or watch it explode into a killing spree that would make the previous murders look measured. He briefed the task force on the call, and the reaction was mixed. Some detectives felt he'd handled it well, created genuine possibility for de-escalation. Others believed he'd been manipulated, that Takaru was simply buying time to position for his next attacks. We can't just wait, Detective Sato argued. 24 hours is enough time for him to kill a dozen more people if he decides to reject the offer. What's the alternative? Yamamoto shot back. We've been hunting him for 6 weeks and haven't gotten close. He's always ahead, always prepared. This is the first time he's even considered an alternative path. Or pretended to consider it while planning his endgame, Sato countered. Dr. Tanaka raised her hand for attention. Both perspectives have merit. Takaru is genuinely considering the offer. I heard it in his voice, the hesitation, the actual processing. But he's also deeply committed to his plan. The 24 hours could go either way. We should prepare for both possibilities. Continued protection for identified targets and aggressive pursuit of any leads that might locate Takaru's base of operations before the deadline. It was sound advice. The task force split into 2 groups, one maintaining defensive posture around potential victims, the other pursuing leads on Takaru's location. Yamamoto joined the second group, reviewing every scrap of information they'd gathered about Takaru Fujimoto. The man had spent 25 years off-grid, but no one could truly disappear completely. Everyone left traces, financial transactions, utility usage, digital footprints, human connections. Detective Nakamura had been working through property records, looking for any rentals or purchases that might be connected to Takaru. She called Yamamoto over to her workstation. I think I found something. There's a small industrial space in Kodo Ward, rented under the name Kaito Industries. The rental agreement started in 2006, paid annually in cash, no digital trail except the original lease. I thought it might be coincidence, but look at the lease signature. She pulled up a scanned document. The signature was simple but distinctive, K. Fujimoto. He's been hiding in plain sight, Yamamoto said, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Using his brother's name as the company, his brother's initial as the signature. It's both memorial and camouflage. The space is listed as a small manufacturing facility, about 2,000 square feet, perfect for storing materials, conducting research, practicing origami. Get me the address. Assemble a tactical team. We move in 2 hours. The next 90 minutes were a blur of preparation. SWAT teams mobilized. Building blueprints were obtained and studied. Approach routes were planned. Every contingency was considered. What if Takaru was there? What if he'd rigged the space with explosives? What if he had hostages? What if it was just another dead end? At 3:47 p.m., a convoy of unmarked vehicles pulled into an industrial area of Kodo Ward, a neighborhood of warehouses and manufacturing facilities that operated at half capacity in Tokyo's post-industrial economy. The address matched a small building tucked between larger structures, unremarkable and easily overlooked. Yamamoto positioned teams around the perimeter while the main assault team prepared for entry. There were no windows, just a single metal door and a loading dock entrance. No sounds from inside, no lights visible. On my mark, the SWAT commander said into his radio. 3, 2, 1, execute. The door crashed open and the team poured inside. Weapons raised, flashlights cutting through the darkness. What they found was a monument to obsession. The space had been converted into a combination workshop, research library, and memorial. One wall was covered floor to ceiling with photographs, documents, and news clippings about the 47 targets. Red string connected images, creating a web of relationships and connections. Each victim had a detailed file: photographs, addresses, daily routines, family information, documentation of their parents' alleged crimes. Another wall displayed Kaito Fujimoto's story, school photos, report cards, the devastating suicide note, newspaper articles about his death, and a large photograph of Kaito smiling, unaware of his approaching tragedy. Around this central image, Takaru had written in careful calligraphy, "The innocent, the forgotten, the avenged." The third wall was dedicated to the murders themselves. Crime scene photographs, taken by Takaru, not police, were arranged chronologically. Each victim displayed in their final moment, surrounded by their symbolic 47 objects. Below each photograph, Takaru had written brief epitaphs explaining their connection to Kaito's suffering. Hiroko Nakamura, beneficiary of stolen wealth, never questioned, never cared. Takashi Ito, protector of abuse, silence as weapon. Sakura Yamada, inheritor of medical fraud, comfort built on others' suffering. The center of the space held multiple workbenches covered with origami supplies, paper of every color and type, cutting tools, reference books showing complex folding techniques. Thousands of paper cranes in various stages of completion filled bins and boxes, a testament to countless hours of practice perfecting the signature that would mark each murder. But most disturbing was the planning board, a detailed timeline showing the remaining 35 murders, dates and times scheduled out over the next 3 weeks. Takaru had plotted everything, down to specific hours when each victim would be taken and where their bodies would be displayed. "He's not here," the SWAT commander reported. "Building is clear. But detective, you need to see this." Yamamoto followed him to a corner of the space where a simple cot sat next to a small desk. On the desk was a laptop, powered on, screen displaying a single document. "Detective Yamamoto, if you're reading this, you found my workshop. Impressive work. You're more capable than I anticipated. I've considered your offer carefully over the past hours. The idea of a proper investigation into Kaito's death is appealing. Having his story told accurately, having his suffering acknowledged officially, that would be valuable. But I've realized something. The investigation you're proposing can happen regardless of whether I stop now or complete the 47 transformations. In fact, it will happen more thoroughly, receive more attention, carry more weight if the full monument is built. 12 transformations created national news. 47 will create international examination that lasts decades. Kaito will be remembered. The failures will be examined. Justice will be served, both through official investigation and through the completion of my work. I'm sorry, detective. You made a genuine offer, and I respect that. But the path is set. The remaining 35 await their transformation. And when it's complete, when the 47 have been honored, I will turn myself in as promised. The crane continues to fly. TF. Below the note was a countdown timer on the laptop screen. Next transformation. 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds. Yamamoto checked his watch. 4:02 p.m. 4 hours and 23 minutes until the next murder. Shut down the entire area, he ordered. I want this space processed completely. Every piece of paper, every file, every scrap of evidence. And get the tech team here immediately to analyze that laptop. Maybe we can find something that tells us where he's going next. But even as he gave the orders, Yamamoto knew they were scrambling again. Takaru had anticipated discovery of the workshop and prepared accordingly. The countdown timer was another taunt, another demonstration of control. The tech team arrived and immediately began analyzing the laptop, but it was secured with military-grade encryption beyond the countdown screen. The files required a password they couldn't crack in the time available. Detective Sato was examining the planning board, photographing the detailed timeline of remaining murders. According to this, victims 13 through 17 are scheduled for tonight. 5 people, 5 different locations, all between 8 p.m. and midnight. He's accelerating exactly as he threatened, Dr. Tanaka observed. The conversation with you represented his final consideration of alternatives. Now that he's rejected the offer, he'll move rapidly to completion. The remaining 35 might die within a week. Yamamoto stared at the timeline, feeling the weight of impending deaths pressing down on him. They had names, faces, addresses for most of the remaining targets. But Takaru had demonstrated repeatedly that he could reach anyone, anywhere, despite police protection and public warnings. "We need to think differently," Yamamoto said. "We can't stop him through conventional means. He's proven that. We need to understand his endgame. Dr. Tanaka, you said he plans to surrender after completing the 47 murders. Where would he do that? How would that final act play out?" If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Monster of Medina. They called him a nurse, a healer of the sick, but behind the hospital curtains, he was counting bodies like a butcher counts meat. And when the patients stopped breathing, no one suspected that the man adjusting their morphine drips was smiling. Tonight, we're stalking a predator who wore scrubs instead of shadows, who killed with medicine instead of knives. And when investigators finally closed in, they discovered he hadn't just murdered dozens. He'd been perfecting his technique for over a decade, right under the noses of those who trusted him most. The fluorescent lights of Medina's public hospital hummed their sterile song through corridors that reeked of disinfectant and something else. Something the staff couldn't quite name. It was 2014, and in the cardiology ward, patients were dying. Not unusual for a hospital, you might think. The elderly, the infirm, those whose hearts had finally given their last stuttering beats. Death was supposed to be a visitor here, but death had become a resident. His name was Daniela Paggiali, though everyone called him Daniel. Correction, her name was Daniela Paggiali, a nurse with dead eyes and a smile that never quite reached them. She was 42 years old, heavy-set, with dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, and hands that patients grabbed onto during their final moments, never knowing those same hands were orchestrating their departure. The Ospedale Civil Sant Agostino Estense stood like a monument to healing in the heart of Emilia-Romagna. Its walls had witnessed births and deaths, miracles and tragedies. But between 2012 and 2014, those walls began to absorb something darker. A pattern so subtle that it took years for anyone to notice the mathematical impossibility unfolding in the cardiology unit. Daniela worked the night shift. She preferred it, she told colleagues. Fewer doctors around, fewer family members hovering, fewer eyes watching. The night shift was when she could work efficiently, she said. Efficiently. That word should have been a warning, but hindsight is a cruel teacher. Her colleagues noticed things, small things, how Daniela seemed almost excited when certain patients deteriorated. How she volunteered to take on the most critical cases, the ones teetering on the edge, the ones who needed just one more push to tumble into the abyss. Some nurses found her strange, cold even. Others thought she was simply dedicated, willing to handle the difficult deaths that made others uncomfortable. But Rosa Calderoni saw something different. Rosa, another nurse on the ward, had been watching. She noticed how patients under Daniela's care seemed to crash more frequently during the quiet hours between midnight and dawn. She noticed how Daniela's assignments correlated with unexpected cardiac arrests. And then, on that spring evening in 2014, Rosa noticed something that made her blood crystallize in her veins. Daniela was standing over the bed of Massimo Montanari, a 78-year-old patient recovering from routine surgery. The old man was sleeping peacefully, his chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. Rosa watched from the doorway as Daniela checked his adjusted something, and then, this was the moment that changed everything, pulled out her phone and took a selfie. She positioned herself next to Massimo's sleeping form, tilted her head, and smiled for the camera. The photo itself would have been unprofessional but not necessarily sinister, except for one detail that Rosa couldn't shake from her mind. Massimo's face in that photo looked wrong, too pale, too still, and Daniela's smile was too wide, too satisfied, like someone admiring their work. Within hours, Massimo Montanari was dead. Sudden cardiac arrest, the initial report said. Unexpected but not impossible for a man his age. The death certificate was signed. The body was prepared for the morgue. And Daniela Paggiali continued her rounds, her phone heavy with secrets in her pocket. Rosa couldn't sleep that night after her shift ended. She kept seeing that smile, that photograph, that wrongness. She did something that would later save countless lives. She went to the hospital administration with her concerns. At first, they were dismissive. Nurses die, they said. This is a hospital. But Rosa pushed. She mentioned the pattern. She mentioned the selfie. She mentioned the feeling in her gut that screamed something was catastrophically wrong. The administration agreed to review recent deaths. What they found made them call the Carabinieri immediately. Over the previous 2 years, 38 patients under Daniela Paggiali's direct care had died unexpectedly. 38. The statistical probability of this occurring by chance was so infinitesimally small that it bordered on impossible. Other nurses with similar assignments over the same period, maybe 6 or 7 unexpected deaths. Daniela's number was an outlier that screamed murder. The police arrived quietly. They couldn't risk tipping off Daniela if she was indeed what they suspected. A serial killer operating behind the protective camouflage of medical necessity. They began their investigation by doing what no one had thought to do before. They looked at the bodies. Italian law requires that bodies be retained for a certain period before final burial or cremation. Many of Daniela's victims were still in the hospital morgue or in funeral homes, waiting. The investigators ordered autopsies, real ones, conducted by forensic pathologists who knew what to look for beyond the obvious. The first body they examined was Massimo Montanari, the man from the selfie. The pathologist worked in silence, methodical, professional. Blood samples were taken. Tissue samples were preserved. Every organ was weighed, examined, catalogued. And then, in the toxicology report, the truth emerged like a ghost rising from contaminated flesh. Potassium chloride. Massive amounts of it. Enough to stop a heart in minutes. Potassium chloride is a common hospital drug, used in controlled amounts to treat deficiencies. But in large doses, injected rapidly into a vein, it causes hyperkalemia, a condition where the heart's electrical system goes haywire, leading to cardiac arrest. It's nearly perfect for murder because potassium occurs naturally in the body, and unless someone specifically looks for elevated levels in specific areas, it can be missed entirely. Daniela knew this. She'd been counting on it. The investigators expanded their exhumations. Body after body revealed the same story. Lethal doses of potassium chloride, sometimes combined with other drugs. Some victims also showed traces of sedatives, suggesting Daniela had put them into a defenseless state before administering the killing dose. These weren't mercy killings or accidents. These were executions, methodical and cold. But why? That question haunted the investigators as they built their case. Why would a nurse, someone who took an oath to heal, become a serial killer? They searched Daniela's home, a small apartment in Medina that she shared with no one. What they found there painted a picture of a woman consumed by something beyond comprehension. Her computer contained searches for lethal doses of various drugs. Her phone held not just the selfie with Massimo, but others, photos taken with patients in various states of distress, some clearly dying, some already dead. In one photo, Daniela posed with her thumb up next to an elderly woman whose face was frozen in what looked like a final moment of terror. But perhaps most disturbing was what they found in her diary. Pages and pages of entries detailing her feelings about her work, about the patients, about death itself. She wrote about how boring the job had become, how she needed excitement, how causing these deaths gave her a sense of power and purpose. She described patients as irritating, as burdens, as better off dead. She wrote about experimenting with different drug combinations to see which worked fastest, which left the fewest traces, which gave her the most satisfaction. One entry, dated just weeks before her arrest, read, "Another one tonight. The old man in room 12. He complains too much. I'll give him something to really complain about, and then he won't complain anymore at all. The case file grew thicker. 38 murders seemed likely, but the true number could be higher, much higher. Some patients Daniela had treated in her earlier years had been cremated, their bodies destroyed along with any evidence. Investigators began looking at her entire career, spanning back years, across multiple hospitals. Everywhere she'd worked, death rates had been elevated. Everywhere she'd been assigned, patients had died unexpectedly. The mathematics of evil began to emerge. If the pattern held across her entire 13-year nursing career, Daniela Paggiali could have killed over 90 people. 90 souls extinguished not by disease or age, but by a woman who found their suffering boring and their deaths entertaining. The hospital staff who'd worked alongside her were traumatized. They'd shared coffee breaks with a serial killer. They'd laughed at her jokes, complained about management with her, trusted her to cover their shifts. Some had even admired her efficiency, never understanding that efficiency meant murder. Patients' families were notified. Imagine receiving that call. Your mother, your father, your spouse didn't die naturally. They were murdered. The person you thanked for their care, the one you trusted during your loved one's most vulnerable moments, had injected poison into their veins and watched them die. Some families had been grateful to Daniela, had even brought her gifts for her dedication. The guilt they felt was crushing. The media descended on Medina like vultures. The monster of Medina, they called her. The angel of death. The killer nurse. Headlines screamed about the woman who'd turned healing into hunting, who'd used her position of ultimate trust to become one of Italy's most prolific serial killers. The interrogation room in the Medina police headquarters was unremarkable. Gray walls, fluorescent lighting, a table bolted to the floor, and 2 chairs. On one side sat Daniela Paggiali, still wearing her nurse's scrubs from the night shift where she'd been arrested. On the other side sat Detective Marco Zanetti, a 20-year veteran of homicide investigations who thought he'd seen everything until this case landed on his desk. Daniela wasn't crying. She wasn't shaking. She sat with her hands folded on the table, her expression neutral, almost bored. Zanetti had interrogated dozens of killers, and he knew the type, the ones who felt nothing, who saw other people as objects rather than humans. Daniela fit that profile perfectly. "Do you know why you're here?" Zanetti began, his voice calm, professional. Daniela shrugged. "I assume someone made a complaint. Families always blame the nurses when their relatives die. It's easier than accepting that their loved one was just old and sick." The casual dismissal in her voice made Zanetti's stomach turn. "We've examined the bodies of 38 patients who died under your care. We found lethal doses of potassium chloride in their systems. Would you like to explain that?" For the first time, something flickered across Daniela's face. Not fear, not remorse, but what looked like irritation at being caught. "Potassium is used all the time in hospitals. You can't prove I administered excessive amounts." "We can actually," Zanetti said, sliding a folder across the table. "We have witness statements placing you alone with each victim shortly before their deaths. We have your phone with photos you took of dying patients. We have your computer history showing searches for lethal dosages. We have your diary, Daniela. We've read what you wrote." The mask slipped then, just for a moment. Daniela's eyes widened, and she reached instinctively toward her pocket as if checking for the diary, even though she knew the police had taken everything from her apartment. "I want a lawyer," she said finally. "Of course," Zanetti replied. "But first, help me understand something. Why? These people trusted you. They were vulnerable, scared, in pain. Some of them were recovering well, would have gone home to their families. Why did you kill them?" Daniela leaned back in her chair, and for a moment, Zanetti thought she wouldn't answer. Then she spoke, and her words would haunt him for years to come. "Because I could. Because it was easy. Because they were boring and annoying, and I had the power to make them stop. Do you know what it's like to work night after night with people who complain about every little thing? Who ring their call buttons constantly, who demand attention, who act like their discomfort is the center of the universe? I made it better for everyone. No more complaints. No more whining. Just silence. You murdered them because they annoyed you?" Zanetti couldn't keep the disbelief from his voice. I ended their suffering, Daniela corrected, but her smirk suggested she didn't really believe that justification herself. Most of them were old, sick, would have died soon anyway. I just accelerated the process. And the photos? The selfies with the dying. Another shrug. Souvenirs. Proof of my work. Is that so different from people who photograph their meals or their vacations? These were my accomplishments. The casual equation of murder with Instagram posts made Zanetti's blood run cold. He dealt with killers who showed remorse, who tried to justify their actions with abuse or mental illness or crimes of passion. Daniela showed nothing but mild annoyance at being interrupted. The psychiatric evaluation ordered by the court revealed a woman with profound antisocial personality disorder. The psychiatrist, Dr. Elena Martinelli, spent hours interviewing Daniela, administering tests, searching for the source of this evil. She lacks empathy entirely, Dr. Martinelli wrote in her report. When shown photos of her victims and asked how she feels, she reports only irritation at being caught. When asked to imagine the grief of the families, she describes this exercise as pointless because they would have died eventually anyway. She shows no capacity for remorse, no understanding of the moral weight of her actions. In my professional opinion, Daniela Paggiali is a psychopath who found in nursing the perfect cover for her homicidal impulses. But the question remained, when did it start? Investigators dove into Daniela's past, searching for the origin point of the monster. Daniela grew up in a working-class neighborhood of Medina, the middle child of 3. Her parents described her as a quiet child, unremarkable in school, neither particularly bright nor troubled. She had few friends but seemed content with solitude. Teachers remembered her as forgettable, not disruptive, not exceptional, just there. Her first signs of troubling behavior emerged in her teenage years. A neighbor's cat went missing and was later found dead in the Paggiali garden. Though no one could prove how it got there, another cat disappeared. Then a dog. The pets in the neighborhood seemed to have a tendency to die when Daniela was around, but these incidents were dismissed as coincidence or accidents. She entered nursing school at 22, not out of compassion or calling, but because it seemed like stable work with decent pay. Her instructors described her as competent but cold, technically proficient but lacking the warmth typically associated with nursing. She passed her exams, obtained her license, and began working. Her first job was at a small hospital in Reggio Emilia. She lasted 3 years there before being quietly encouraged to leave. The official reason was personality conflicts with staff, but the real reason, investigators later discovered, was that the head nurse had noticed an uncomfortable pattern. Patients under Daniela's care seemed to deteriorate more often than expected. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just a feeling that something was wrong. So they pushed her out gently, and she moved to Medina. The Medina hospital hired her without thoroughly checking references. Budget cuts meant human resources was understaffed and overworked. Daniela's credentials looked fine on paper, and they needed nurses. So she was welcomed aboard, given her assignment in the cardiology ward, and left largely unsupervised during the night shifts. That's when the killing truly began. Investigators theorized that Daniela's first murder at Medina was likely experimental, testing to see if she could do it, if she could get away with it. When no one noticed, when no alarm was raised, she grew bolder. 1 murder became 2, 2 became 5, 5 became a monthly occurrence. She refined her technique, learned which drugs left the fewest traces, discovered how to time her attacks for maximum deniability. She also learned to select her victims carefully. She targeted the elderly, the very sick, the patients who had complicated medical histories that would make an unexpected death seem plausible. She avoided younger patients or those with vigilant families who might demand additional investigations. She was strategic, methodical, a predator choosing the weakest prey. But why take the photos? This puzzled investigators and psychiatrists alike. The selfies served no practical purpose. They were pure liability, evidence that could damn her. Yet she couldn't resist. Dr. Martinelli's theory was that the photos represented Daniela's need for validation, for proof of her power. She's not just killing, the psychiatrist explained. She's collecting trophies. documenting her superiority over these patients. In her mind, she holds their lives in her hands, decides when they live and when they die. The photos are her way of saying, "Look what I did. Look how powerful I am. Look at this person who will never breathe again because I decided they shouldn't." It's narcissism combined with sadism. The investigation uncovered other disturbing details. Daniela had been active on online forums discussing medical procedures, sometimes bragging about difficult cases she'd handled. Investigators believed some of these difficult cases were actually her murders, described in clinical terms to an audience who thought they were hearing about legitimate medical emergencies. She'd also been fascinated with historical serial killers, particularly those in medical professions. Her browser history showed extensive research into Janine Jones, the American nurse who killed children, Harold Shipman, the British doctor who murdered hundreds, and Kristen Gilbert, another nurse who injected patients with fatal drug doses. She'd been studying them, learning from them, perfecting her craft. Family members of the victims formed a support group, trying to process their collective trauma. Maria Rossi, whose father died under Daniela's care, spoke to reporters. "I sat next to his bed the night before he died. He told me he was feeling better, that he'd be coming home soon. The nurse, Daniela, came in and said he looked good, that he was recovering well. She smiled at me. She told me to go home and get some rest, that she'd take good care of him. I believed her. I left, and she murdered him. How do you live with that? How do you ever trust anyone again?" The legal system struggled with how to charge Daniela. Italian law didn't have specific statutes for serial murder in healthcare settings. Prosecutors eventually charged her with 13 counts of murder, the cases with the strongest forensic evidence, and attempted murder in several more cases where patients survived her attacks with permanent damage. The trial was scheduled for 2015, and all of Italy waited to see justice served. But the case was about to take a turn that would shock the nation even further and expose the deep cracks in Italy's legal system. Meanwhile, in the hospital where she'd worked, staff underwent trauma counseling. The cardiology ward was reorganized, protocols were changed, oversight was increased. But the damage was done. Patients were terrified to be admitted there. Families demanded transfers. The hospital's reputation, built over decades, was destroyed in months. And in her cell, awaiting trial, Daniela Paggiali showed no signs of remorse. Guards reported that she seemed frustrated by the boredom of prison life, that she complained about the food, the other inmates, the restrictions. She didn't complain about being caught for murder, just about being inconvenienced by the consequences. The trial of Daniela Paggiali began in October 2015 in a Medina courtroom packed with journalists, victims' families, and spectators horrified by the case. The prosecution's evidence seemed overwhelming. Forensic reports, witness testimony, Daniela's own diary, the damning photos on her phone. This should have been an open and shut case, a moment where justice would finally speak for the 38 or more souls she'd stolen. But the Italian legal system is complex, layered with appeals and technicalities that often favor the defendant. And Daniela's defense team, led by the shrewd attorney Giuseppe Rossini, knew exactly how to exploit every crack in the prosecution's case. The first blow came during the presentation of forensic evidence. Rossini argued that the potassium chloride findings were unreliable because potassium levels naturally increase in bodies after death through cellular breakdown. He brought in expert witnesses who testified that measuring potassium in corpses was notoriously difficult and prone to false positives. While the prosecution's forensic pathologists insisted their methodology was sound and that the levels found were far beyond what decomposition could explain, Rossini managed to plant seeds of doubt. The photos were harder to explain away, but Rossini tried. He claimed they were taken for medical documentation purposes, that nurses often photographed unusual cases for educational reasons. The prosecution pointed out that these were selfies, not medical documentation, and that Daniela was smiling next to dying patients. But Rossini countered that the prosecution was reading malicious intent into what might have been inappropriate but not criminal behavior. The diary entries were perhaps the most damning evidence. Passages where Daniela wrote about wanting to kill specific patients, about experimenting with drug doses, about finding satisfaction in their deaths. these seemed impossible to defend. But Rossini argued that the diary was private fantasy, not proof of action, that people often write extreme things in private journals without actually doing them. The prosecution struggled because each piece of evidence, while damning in aggregate, could be individually challenged. The potassium findings might be questioned. The photos might be explained as poor judgment rather than proof of murder. The diary might be dismissed as fantasy. Together, they painted a clear picture of a serial killer, but Italian law required proof beyond reasonable doubt for each individual charge. Witnesses from the hospital testified about Daniela's suspicious behavior, about the pattern of deaths, about her cold demeanor. Rosa Calderoni, the nurse who'd first raised the alarm, gave emotional testimony about the night she saw Daniela take the selfie with Massimo Montanari. But Rossini cross-examined ruthlessly, pointing out that Rosa had worked alongside Daniela for years without reporting anything, suggesting her testimony was influenced by hindsight bias. The trial lasted months. Every day, Daniela sat in court looking bored, occasionally making notes, showing no emotional response to testimony about the suffering she'd caused. Victims' family members wept on the witness stand, describing their loved ones' final hours, their trust in the hospital and its staff, their devastation upon learning the truth. Daniela doodled on her notepad. The psychiatric evaluation by Dr. Martinelli was presented to the court, diagnosing Daniela with antisocial personality disorder and describing her as a psychopath incapable of empathy. But Rossini countered with his own psychiatric expert who argued that Daniela was sane, understood right from wrong, and therefore was being unfairly characterized as a monster rather than being judged on the actual evidence. In December 2016, after 14 months of testimony and deliberation, the verdict came down. Guilty of 1 count of murder and 3 counts of attempted murder. Only 1. Despite the evidence of 38 probable murders, the court convicted her of just 1. Massimo Montanari, the man from the selfie, where the evidence was strongest and most direct. The courtroom erupted. Family members screamed in anguish and rage. How could only 1 count stick? What about the others? What about the 37 other victims whose families needed justice? The judge explained that while the pattern was suspicious and the circumstantial evidence was strong, the forensic evidence for the other cases didn't meet the strict standard of proof required. Some bodies had been buried too long. Contamination was possible. Chain of custody questions arose. The prosecution had proven beyond doubt that Daniela murdered Massimo Montanari, but reasonable doubt existed for the others. Daniela was sentenced to 30 years in prison. 30 years for 1 murder, when she'd likely committed 38 or more. The families were devastated. The prosecution was furious. But under Italian law, the verdict stood, subject to appeal. An appeal Rossini did. In the Italian legal system, verdicts can be appealed multiple times through different levels of courts. Rossini appealed to the Court of Appeals in Bologna, arguing that even the single murder conviction was unsafe, that the evidence was circumstantial, that the forensic findings were questionable. For 18 months, the families waited while the appeals court reviewed the case. During this time, Daniela remained in prison, still showing no remorse, still maintaining her innocence despite the overwhelming evidence. She gave an interview to a journalist where she claimed she was a scapegoat, that the hospital was using her to cover up their own negligence, that she'd been a dedicated nurse who'd become a victim of a witch hunt. The interview was chilling. She described her victims as ungrateful, said their families were looking for someone to blame, and suggested that perhaps some of them had wanted to die anyway. They were so old and sick. There was no acknowledgement of wrongdoing, no expression of sympathy for the families, nothing but self-pity and narcissistic deflection. Then, in October 2017, the appeals court dropped a bombshell. They overturned Daniela Paggiali's conviction entirely. The court ruled that the forensic evidence regarding potassium levels was not sufficiently reliable, and that the other evidence, while suspicious, didn't prove murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Daniela was acquitted and ordered to be released immediately. The nation was stunned. How could this happen? How could someone with such overwhelming evidence against her walk free? The families of the victims were shattered. They'd been through years of investigation, a lengthy trial, and now watched as their loved one's killer was set free on what they saw as a technicality. Daniela walked out of prison smiling, giving interviews where she declared herself vindicated, claiming she'd always been innocent, that the justice system had finally recognized the truth. She showed no humility, no acknowledgement that even if the court acquitted her, the suspicion and evidence remained. She was free and she was defiant, but the prosecution wasn't finished. They appealed to Italy's highest court, the Court of Cassation, arguing that the appeals court had made errors in dismissing the forensic evidence. The legal battle would continue. During this time, Daniela attempted to return to nursing. Despite being acquitted, no hospital would hire her. Her name was synonymous with death. Patients would have fled from any facility that employed her. So she filed lawsuits against her former employer, claiming wrongful termination and damage to her reputation. The audacity was breathtaking. She was seeking compensation for the consequences of being investigated for mass murder. The victims' families organized protests outside the courthouse, holding photos of their dead relatives, demanding that the justice system not fail them again. Maria Rossi, whose father had been one of Daniela's victims, spoke to crowds. "My father was a good man. He survived World War II, raised 5 children, worked hard his entire life. He deserved to die peacefully, surrounded by family. Instead, he died alone in the dark, murdered by someone who was supposed to care for him. And now she walks free, complains about her reputation, acts like she's the victim. This isn't justice. This is a nightmare." Public opinion was firmly against Daniela. Polls showed that over 90% of Italians believed she was guilty regardless of the appeals court decision. But public opinion doesn't determine legal outcomes, and the case ground forward through the system. In January 2019, the Court of Cassation delivered its ruling. They overturned the appeals court's acquittal and ordered a retrial. The court found that the appeals judges had made errors in dismissing the forensic evidence and had not properly considered the totality of the evidence. Daniela would face trial again. By this point, 5 years had passed since her initial arrest. 5 years of legal battles, of families in limbo, of a killer walking free and then potentially facing justice again. The retrial was scheduled for late 2019, but the case took another bizarre turn. Daniela's defense team argued that the statute of limitations on some of the charges was approaching expiration. Italian law sets time limits on prosecuting certain crimes, and with all the appeals and delays, years had passed. Rossini filed motions arguing that even if Daniela was convicted in the retrial, some charges should be dismissed as time-barred. The prosecution fought back, arguing that the clock should stop during appeals, that the delays were caused by the defense's own legal strategies. The legal arguments became increasingly technical, focused on procedural minutiae rather than the fundamental question of whether Daniela had murdered patients. Meanwhile, the investigation into the full extent of her crimes continued. Detectives had never stopped working on the case, reviewing her entire career, tracking down former patients who'd survived their hospital stays, looking for additional victims. They identified patterns at her previous hospital in Reggio Emilia that suggested she'd been killing there too, before Medina. But proving these cases was even more difficult. More time had passed, more bodies had been cremated, more evidence had been lost. The families formed a foundation in memory of the victims, dedicated to reforming hospital oversight and preventing future cases of medical serial killing. They lobbied for new laws requiring better tracking of patient deaths, more rigorous background checks for medical personnel, and stricter protocols for drug administration. Some good came from this horror, but it was cold comfort to those who'd lost loved ones. As the retrial date approached, new evidence emerged. Investigators had finally managed to recover deleted files from Daniela's computer, additional searches about poisons, more entries in a digital diary she'd thought were erased forever. These files contained even more explicit descriptions of her murders, including details about specific patients that only the killer would know. The prosecution felt confident heading into the retrial. They had more evidence now, they'd learned from the mistakes of the first trial, and they were determined to see justice done. But after everything this case had been through, no one was taking anything for granted. The retrial of Daniela Paggiali began in September 2019 in the same Medina courtroom where she'd first been convicted 3 years earlier. The atmosphere was different this time. Heavier, more tense, with an undercurrent of desperation from the families who couldn't bear another acquittal. The prosecution's strategy had evolved. They focused less on the problematic potassium chloride evidence and more on the totality of circumstances, the pattern of deaths, the witness testimony, the photos, the diary entries, and the newly recovered computer files. They painted a comprehensive picture of a predator who'd used her position to kill with impunity for years. The newly recovered computer files were devastating. In one entry, Daniela had written detailed notes about a patient she'd killed, describing how she'd administered the lethal dose, how long it took for the patient to die, what the vital signs monitors showed as life faded away. She'd written it like a scientist recording an experiment, clinical and detached. The entry matched perfectly with the death of an 81-year-old woman whose family was in the courtroom, hearing for the first time exactly how their mother had died. Another recovered file contained a spreadsheet where Daniela had tracked her victims. Dates, names, methods, notes about what worked best. The spreadsheet went back years and contained far more than 38 entries. The prosecution theorized it was incomplete, that Daniela had deleted earlier versions, but what remained showed at least 53 murders. 53 people dead by her hand, their deaths reduced to entries in a spreadsheet like items on a grocery list. Rossini fought hard against the new evidence, arguing that the recovered files might have been tampered with, that digital evidence was unreliable, that the chain of custody was questionable. But the forensic computer experts testified that the files were authentic, that the timestamps matched Daniela's work schedule, that the details in the files corresponded with actual patient deaths. The evidence was solid. The trial also included testimony from patients who'd survived Daniela's attacks. These were the attempted murder victims, people who'd been injected with drugs but had survived through luck or medical intervention. Their testimony was chilling. Giovanni Ferretti, a 67-year-old retired teacher, described waking in the night to find Daniela standing over him with a syringe. "I asked what she was doing," he testified. "She said it was just my medication, told me to go back to sleep, but something felt wrong. The way she looked at me, there was no warmth there, no care, just coldness. I pretended to fall back asleep, but kept my eyes slightly open. I saw her inject something into my foreline, and then she stood there watching me, waiting. I felt my heart start racing, felt this terrible pressure in my chest. I pressed my call button and kept pressing it. She tried to stop me, told me I was fine, but I screamed. Other nurses came running, and she backed away. If they'd been a minute later, I'd be dead." Another survivor, Lucia Moretti, described a similar experience. "I was in the hospital for a routine procedure, nothing serious. I was supposed to go home the next day. That night, the nurse, Daniela, came in during the early morning hours. She seemed annoyed that I was awake. She said she needed to give me additional medication, but I hadn't been prescribed anything new. I questioned her, and she got irritated, said I needed to trust her judgment. I refused to let her touch my fore. She stood there for a moment, staring at me, and I felt genuine fear. Eventually, she left, but she'd marked something on my chart. When my doctor came in the morning and saw the notation, he was confused. He'd never ordered that medication. If I'd been asleep, if I'd been less assertive, I'd be dead." The testimony from survivors established a crucial element: intent. These weren't accidental overdoses or errors in judgment. These were deliberate attempts at murder, stopped only by chance or patient resistance. The prosecution also called expert witnesses who testified about the rarity of having such a high death rate concentrated around a single nurse. Statistical analysts showed that the probability of this occurring naturally was less than 1 in several million. Nursing experts testified that Daniela's behavior, the photos, the diary, the pattern, was consistent with a phenomenon called angel of death syndrome, where healthcare workers kill patients under their care, often for reasons of power, control, or simply because they can. Dr. Martinelli, the psychiatrist, testified again about Daniela's psychological profile. "She exhibits all the hallmarks of a psychopathic personality," Dr. Martinelli explained. "No empathy, no remorse, a grandiose sense of self-importance, a need for control and dominance. In her mind, these patients weren't really people. They were objects, annoyances, things to be eliminated when they became inconvenient. She viewed their deaths not as tragedies but as accomplishments, problems solved. This is why she took the photos, why she kept records. She was proud of what she'd done. The defense tried to paint Daniela as a scapegoat for systemic hospital failures. Rossini argued that the hospital had inadequate oversight, that many nurses had access to medications, that the death rate in the cardiology ward was elevated because it served the sickest patients. He suggested that Daniela was being blamed for institutional problems that predated her employment. But the prosecution demolished this argument by presenting data from before and after Daniela's time at the hospital. Before she arrived, the unexpected death rate was consistent with national averages. During her tenure, it skyrocketed. After her arrest, it dropped back to normal levels. The correlation was undeniable. The families gave victim impact statements that left the courtroom in tears. Antonio Ricci, whose wife had died under Daniela's care, described his last conversation with her. She called me that night, said she was feeling better, that the nurses were taking good care of her. She told me she loved me, told me not to worry. That was the last time I heard her voice. 3 hours later, they called to say she was gone. Sudden cardiac arrest, they said. I believed it was natural. I mourned, but I accepted it. Then 2 years later, police knock on my door and tell me she was murdered. That my wife's last hours were spent in terror, that she didn't die peacefully, that someone I thanked for caring for her actually killed her. How do you process that? How do you live with that knowledge? Testimony lasted for months. The defense called their own experts who tried to poke holes in the forensic evidence, who suggested alternative explanations for the deaths, who argued that the prosecution was engaged in confirmation bias, seeing murder everywhere because they expected to find it. But the weight of evidence was crushing. 53 entries in Daniela's spreadsheet, photos of dying patients, survivor testimony, statistical impossibilities, diary entries describing murders in explicit detail. Daniela herself chose to testify against her lawyer's advice. It was a catastrophic decision. On the stand, she was defensive, irritable, and completely lacking in self-awareness. When asked about the photos, she claimed they were misunderstood, that she was simply documenting interesting medical cases. When confronted with her diary entries describing plans to kill specific patients, she claimed they were creative writing exercises, a way to vent frustration with difficult patients without actually harming them. The prosecutor, Alessandro Bianchi, cross-examined her relentlessly. So you wrote in your diary, and I quote, "Tonight I will give the old man in room 12 enough potassium to stop his heart, and finally there will be silence." That was creative writing? Yes, Daniela insisted. I never actually did it. Except the patient in room 12 that night was Franco Alberti, and he died of cardiac arrest at 3:47 a.m., and the autopsy showed lethal levels of potassium chloride. Still creative writing. Daniela hesitated. I don't remember that specific patient. You don't remember? You wrote about planning his murder. He died exactly as you described, and you don't remember. There were so many patients. They blur together. They blur together because you killed so many. Isn't that right? No, I'm a good nurse. I helped people. You helped them die. I helped them. Daniela stopped, realizing she'd almost incriminated herself. Her mask of innocent confusion slipped, and for a moment, the courtroom saw what Rosa Calderoni had seen that night. The cold, dead eyes of a predator. Then she caught herself, tried to recover, but the damage was done. The prosecutor pressed harder. Let's talk about your spreadsheet. You kept a detailed record of patient deaths, including dates, methods, and notes about effectiveness. Why would a nurse keep such records unless she was the one causing the deaths? Those were just, I was tracking complications to identify patterns. Patterns you were creating. No, you noted which drug combinations worked fastest, which left the fewest traces. Those are the notes of a nurse trying to improve patient care. I was trying to understand. Understand what? How to murder more efficiently. Daniela's composure shattered. They deserved it, she suddenly shouted. They were old, sick, complaining all the time. Do you know what it's like to work night after night with people who are never satisfied, who treat you like a servant, who look at you like you're nothing? I had power over them. I decided when they lived and died. I made them stop. I made the noise stop. I made them. She froze, realizing what she'd just confessed. Rossini had his head in his hands. The courtroom was absolutely silent, everyone stunned by the outburst. "So you did kill them?" the prosecutor said quietly. Daniela's face cycled through emotions: rage, fear, calculation. Finally, she settled on defiance. "Prove it. Prove every single case." "You can't. Some of them, maybe, but not all. And I'll appeal forever if I have to. The system protects me." That statement, that arrogant certainty that the legal system's complexity would save her despite her guilt, crystallized something for everyone watching. This wasn't just about one serial killer. This was about a system that had allowed her to murder for over a decade, that had let her walk free once already, that was so bogged down in technicalities that a confessed killer could express confidence in escaping justice. The prosecution rested its case. The defense, trying to salvage something after Daniela's disastrous testimony, argued diminished capacity. That she was mentally ill, not fully responsible for her actions. But Dr. Martinelli's testimony had already established that while Daniela was a psychopath, she understood right from wrong and had acted with clear premeditation and planning. She was legally sane. In May 2021, nearly 7 years after her initial arrest, the verdict came down. The judge read it slowly, deliberately, making sure every word was clear. Guilty of multiple murders. The exact count was 13, the cases where the evidence was absolutely ironclad, where there was no possibility of doubt. 13 confirmed murders out of at least 53 suspected. The families wept, some with relief, others with frustration that not all victims had been acknowledged. But it was more than the single count from the first trial. It was justice, however incomplete. The sentencing hearing came 2 weeks later. Under Italian law, multiple murders would typically result in life imprisonment. Daniela stood before the judge, still showing no remorse, no acceptance of responsibility. The judge spoke directly to her. "You betrayed the fundamental trust that exists between healthcare provider and patient. You used your position to prey on the vulnerable, the sick, the elderly. You transformed spaces of healing into hunting grounds. The law provides for certain punishments, but no punishment can restore the lives you took, can heal the families you shattered, can undo the terror your victims felt in their final moments. You are a danger to society and will remain so for the rest of your life." Daniela Paggiali was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole, ergastolo ostativo, Italy's harshest sentence, reserved for the most dangerous criminals. She would die in prison. As guards led her away, Daniela looked back at the courtroom one final time. There was no fear in her expression, no sadness, just a cold, calculating look that suggested she was already planning her next appeal, still believing she could somehow escape the consequences of her actions. But this time, the conviction held. The appeals court upheld the verdict in 2022. The Court of Cassation rejected her final appeal in early 2023. Daniela Paggiali would spend the rest of her life behind bars, and every legal avenue for escape had been exhausted. The hospital where she worked implemented sweeping reforms. New protocols required multiple nurses to witness any high-risk medication administration. Electronic tracking systems monitored drug dispensation in real time. Patient deaths triggered automatic reviews. Nurses underwent enhanced psychological screening. The changes came too late for Daniela's victims, but they might prevent future monsters from finding such fertile hunting grounds. The victims' families continued their advocacy work, pushing for national legislation to better track and investigate suspicious medical deaths. The Paggiali Law, as it became known, mandated that hospitals report unusual patterns in patient deaths to a central database, allowing investigators to spot serial killers before they rack up dozens of victims. Some families found closure in the conviction. Others never recovered from the trauma of learning their loved ones were murdered. Maria Rossi, whose father was the man in the selfie, spoke at a memorial service for all the victims. We trusted the system to protect our loved ones when they were most vulnerable. That trust was betrayed. But we won't let their deaths be meaningless. We'll make sure no one else suffers like they did, like we did. That's how we honor them now. In prison, Daniela remained unchanged. Prison psychologists reported that she showed no remorse, no empathy, no understanding of the magnitude of her crimes. She complained about prison conditions, filed frivolous lawsuits, and spent her time trying to convince anyone who would listen that she was the real victim. The monster, it seemed, would die a monster. The case of the monster of Medina stands as one of Italy's worst serial killing cases and a cautionary tale about how systems meant to protect can instead enable evil when oversight fails. Daniela Paggiali killed at least 53 people, probably more, over more than a decade, hiding behind a white uniform and the assumption that nurses are healers, not murderers. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this case isn't just that she killed so many. It's how long it took for anyone to notice, how close she came to escaping justice entirely, and how many other potential Daniela Paggialis might be working in hospitals right now, selecting their victims, perfecting their methods, waiting in the darkness of night shifts for their next opportunity to kill. The monster of Medina is behind bars. But the question that haunts Italy, and should haunt all of us, is this. How many more monsters were scrubs and smiles, walking hospital corridors, waiting for their chance to hunt? Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.